Мне это самого было внезапно, ну вот так получилось. Давайте я буквально пару слов скажу о том, что из себя представляет наш трек для тех, кто первый раз с нами в этом году. Это секции докладов 2 дня, то есть в этом шатре Лавлейс, в Бэббидже, в Горохове и далее по программке. Здесь вокруг
the halls as well. We are in Cyber City to discuss different aspects of development. It's an interesting program, very powerful reports. We had 3 requests per slot, so we could have a good choice, and we chose the most interesting reports. We plan a community D-Day for Saturday. I will tell you about it later. And accordingly, join our community. A lot of things that I'm going to say in my presentation and in other presentations, all that will be published. Well, I'm not going to announce anything else. Hi, everyone. Again, I am Vladimir Kochetkov. I didn't have a chance to write my name there. It doesn't matter what I do, actually. Today we are going to discuss not exactly technical things, but rather personal experience. And my presentation is not related to the place where I work, with the team that I work with. We are going to talk about programming as art. Is it art, actually? It's an interesting subject. There are 2 schools of opinion. One believes that this is pure engineering. Everything is done formally on request with the use of algorithms, pipelines, conveyors. For example, there are games, simple games, match 3, balls, marbles. This is a conveyor. They can generate 1 game per week. There is no art, absolutely. There is no creativity, even in design. Everything is determined, predetermined. This is a conveyor. But there is another area. When in that area we generate code, we create something, we design something, we express ourselves. They are engineers and artists. And today I am going to talk, well, just a moment, please. I'm going to discuss the question if source code is a product of creative design. I'm not imposing my point of view. I just want to discuss a little bit. I have my personal opinion, but I am not going to present it at once. One more point. We have prizes for the best question, quite rational ones, books from Peter's Publishing House. You will have a chance to ask questions. There are microphones in the aisles. You can get to the microphone and ask your question. You can see the microphones there and there. For my presentation, the author of the best question will get 2 books. Why these 2? This is the first edition of the book. This is the first translation of the book, The Pearl of Programming. I was a schoolboy there in high school, and this book changed my mindset. I wanted to be an architect,
сторону, собственно, разработки.
And as a result of reading that book, I became a software developer. Programming Pearls is the book, is the name of the book. So I liked the book. It changed my mindset. It changed all my life, actually. Well, I saw a lot of things that I saw in architecture. So it was 30 years ago, and I decided to tell you about these common things between programming and artistic architecture.
И начать, наверное, нам стоит
So let's begin with the obvious thing. What is in common between software development and creative art? Let's take painting.
Очередного шедевра.
So if you start working, we have a sheet of paper, clean white sheet of paper,
на котором надо что-то начать делать.
where you have to start doing something. So
как правило, не пустой, там IDE скелетик
empty screen, empty sheet of paper.
И возникает такое ощущение, такое...
And there is a feeling that, well, both the developer and the artist is the fear of a clean sheet. When the artist break that cleanness to do something wrong and create everything from the very beginning. The painters, as a result, never give you a clean sheet of paper. They damage it. They do something on it, and then you are about to improve. So at first, a person, a painter, makes a few spots, and then he goes from general to tiny, subtle details. And when I was a student, I started doing the same with source code. I wrote what I wanted to do, what kind of functions, what kind of features, and then everything was red, compilation errors, and then I did everything to eliminate those red things. I'll show you a number of test prototypes, and you will see that principle in practice. Interesting. That's the way we work now. In CoFiles, you write in Russian and then generate code.
За страхом чистого листа, как правило, стоит такое
The fear of a clean list leads to the paradox of choice. When we have an immense amount of versions. For example, you have a lot of things to put on, and the person says, well, I don't know what to put on. Or you have 500 games and you cannot choose one to play right now. Our brain cannot choose the optimal option if you have a lot of choices. And we refrain from choosing at all. The fear of a clean sheet, the fear of choice. If you have a function, if you need a certain feature, it's easier than generate a huge thing, and the developer can be lost. This is the difference between a researcher and the developer. Well, if you put the clear framework, then within those frameworks you can generate the code. That's the programmer. But the researcher doesn't need any frames, any limits. What is common between us and the artists? Errors. We make mistakes. It's a real historical thing. It happened about 20 years ago. There was Paul Cézanne, you know, that impressionist French artist. He became popular and he got a letter from a group of students who were just started learning the art of painting in the impressionist way. There was a leader and he asked Cézanne to give them some advice. And Cézanne has been thinking for a long time and he didn't know what to do. And then he said, we have a triangle, a circle, and a square. Three things. And a flat surface. And in your head, you have to keep all those three and then approximate what you have to do. Strange as it may seem, at one of the exhibitions he saw those pictures when all the surfaces, triangles, squares and rounds were there, very much simplified. And there was nothing there. And so Cubism appeared, and the young student was called Pablo Picasso. So he understood Cézanne literally. Of course, something can be exaggerated in this story, but I've been working for more than 20 years in development. I saw similar stories when I misinterpreted the ideas of my boss and did something which was even better than what he meant. So we are going to discuss a lot during these 2 or 3 days. Please come to me, let's discuss, exchange views. When I misinterpreted my manager and then developed something interesting. For example, it was about reading scientific articles. If I take that article, I read the synopsis and leave it alone. And I think about how I could solve that problem if I were a researcher. And after that, I start reading the article itself. Sometimes I think the same way as the researcher, and it's very encouraging. Or, on the contrary, I think the other way around. I made a mistake, and I have to do something about myself. I have to improve my knowledge in certain areas. Well, errors in creativity and in development can work for a long time. And let me give you example of GeoDeo. In Quake, there was a jump which was a bug, actually, but you can get higher speed than was limit. It was 300 units per second. It was an error, and the developer of Quake tried to eliminate it, but people say, well, we use it in competitions, keep it as it is. One more thing which is important, it's about the initial stages of development. It's prototypes. For example, if you go to the Tretyakov gallery, a sketch is sometimes a full-scale work, a fragment of a larger picture. In Tretyakov gallery, you have a lot of things when a lot of large painters surrounded by small sketches. And if you put that sketch aside, it can be regarded as a separate picture showing us how the artist looked for a solution. Same picture, different colors, different shades. And we developers have prototypes. It's the same. We're looking for patterns, we're looking for different ideas, data structure, and so on.
Both those things are first steps in a big journey, which is another similarity between visual arts and software development. Each person has their own signature style. In art, this would be the color scheme, ambience, presentation, which can apply to installations or performances. God forbid you attend any. In development, this would be the structure, naming of variables, which can be different even within one and the same style guide. It's a way of expression. There are many patterns like this. I don't use the visitor pattern because in tree-like structures, I've learned to not do that. Tabulation. This contest between tabbing it and using spaces. People have broken many spears over this. And in art, it's the same. Different hues, shades of color. This can be even more violent than tabs versus spaces. You might posit that an artist is fully free, they have creative license, whereas developers are bound by their corporate structures. In game dev, for example, artists are not fully free. They have style guides, they have the artwork, they have the characters, they have to stick to certain guidelines. It's the same principle applied to other things. As a free artist or a free developer, you have the license and you can express your personality through code or art. This is what I wrote, but this was a long time ago. A small caveat. I was doing some research. It's longer, I had to zoom it in for the backbenches. It has a lot of comments like hack, to do, hard code. And this was my way of communicating with my colleagues. They saw what bits of code gave me pause, where additional research was needed. So it was a back and forth for comments. Code is a formal language, right? In programming languages, you have line literals and comments, where you can sidestep this formal grammar, well, except for marking it as a literal or a comment. But who reads that? Who needs asserts in the code? anything not equal true or comma C#, you'd add a commented line literal. Must not be false based on this business process. But then who reads this? That's our colleagues. That's how we communicate through code. Compiler discards all that in a cert, except for debugging, but anyway. Variable names can be really fun and meme generating, but it doesn't matter per se. It just says that as developers, we do communicate through code, and any means of communication can be a vehicle for expression.
Все, наверное, слышали, или даже читали, да, дурно пахнущий код, код с душком.
You've read Code Smells, I guess.
Это все объединяет. Оно появилось...
There are different translations, some are profane, but anyway. It's a set phrase, and there is a background. I've seen it firsthand. It works, it functioned, it has been tested, it's in production after QA, but you look at it and at first glance, you want to revamp it entirely. It complies with all the functional and non-functional requirements, but it's still icky. It smells, even if it works. It's your irrational feeling as a human. Doesn't have to do with programming. This is your drive for improvement, your aspiration for things to be better. And it's my test for maturity as a professional, where I don't have this urge to rewrite and keep on improving on the code. You onboard a junior and they start rewriting things, even if the quick fixes were hard-earned. Senior developers that have exposure and have experience, a sense of elegant code, can also start such reworks just to pretty it up. But what is pretty or beautiful in this context? Here we are talking aesthetics, and it's a term in the realm of art. Yes, there is this notion of the code aesthetic. It's like, as a developer, if you had a linter which keeps pestering you, rewrite, improve, just sometimes it's beauty at the expense of performance. You know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. The golden rule that's there for a reason. This is a functional code. As a fractal, it's really nice. It pleases the eye, even if it doesn't do anything meaningful, but it works. Aesthetics can be different, visual and semantic or meaningful. We'll get back to it. This example is obviously visual, if you're into fractals. There is this movement in painting as well, fractal painting. And this is at the intersection. I've had this idea for a long time, developing your own static analyzer from scratch. I have some experience with it. I wanted to start off with most basic pattern matching. You take tokens or AST nodes, come up with templates to identify specific patterns. The first step in statistical analysis. Then you have data flow with different models, simulations. So I wanted to write a bunch of articles. I started developing it, some quasi-code, which I needed. Well, I'm NDA'd here a bit. I needed to train a model on a data set that I would generate through code. This could be done on the syntax level, and then you just read it out manually. It wasn't that big. And then you get a data set. This could be done for SimGraph. We have application inspector for this as well. But I just wanted to embed something into this process. Needed some interim exports in debugger. So quasi-matching, I would use it at work and for the articles. It's a bother. You have to come up with a language, you have to develop it, you have to match it with code. And then I got this idea. I take some credit for it. We'll get back to it on Saturday. A funny story. We had a prototype in Application Inspector for 3 years almost. If you use that, our products, you might have seen it. These are regular expressions, bare-bone expressions. But there are named groups. That's what you have in Python. And then the extension was pretty simple. You can have a colon and identify a group where it would need to be matched. A regular expression, but it only engages if it's a line literal or an identifier. You have a flow of tokens that you use to steer it. It's all on the screen. This gives you a lot of opportunities to design templates. Some were automated, but I've picked and chose something for the slides. Hard-coded secrets, for example. Secret token, key, password. You assign it, and then there is the hard code for the secret. You can take SQL injection as a pattern. There's going to be query, SQL, assignment, and then you take identifier and the literal. It's an isolated case, but that's for you to narrow down the selection. Just as by way of example, you need too many of those to catch all injections. Command injection through sub-processes or shells and envelopes. Identifier is OS system. It contains colon open, then it gets passed a different identifier, which means that it could be an attack. It's not a vulnerability, but you need to double-check the variable or identifier to see if it's a vulnerability or not. What do you think? There is the functionality. How many lines of code do you need? I wasn't going to show this today, but it gives me an aesthetic high, actually, because this is 18 lines of code. Bar imports, this is 15 lines. This bit of code gets you there, what I've been laying out. I'll have to improve on this. But I don't think I want to, because it'll get bloated. I'll not go through here line by line. We can take it offline. We can go to a debugger station. I'll show you how it works. It's not a snippet. Well, you need to run it through console, but this is the function. And it applies to any language, not just Python. You feed it the language, you pass it the code and the template. This is the entire function that does it. Pleases the eye. I appreciate the beauty. Maybe the article will never get published, because after this peak, I'm losing interest, apparently. And then in AST, you cannot get it done with 15 lines anyway. There are properties to code as well that parallel arts. Not just visual arts, there are some unique properties in creative code.
художественное, я считаю.
Executability.
Потому что мы можем,
You can run it.
созерцая код,
But how does it
эстетическое
relate to
наслаждение,
art?
получить, наоборот, отвращение,
You can appreciate the code visually,
а можем то же самое
or you
получить,
can be put
выполнив
off
его,
by it,
причем выполнив как
but then you can get a similar sense, similar experience by running it.
или отдельные
If
фрагменты
it's simple, you can do it in your head or snippets of it. Any developer would do this. Or you run it through a debugger. It's not too pleasant usually, but people do that.
Он ближе в таком случае к перформансам и театру.
This makes code more similar to theater and performance arts.
Существует и на сценарии, можно почитать, да,
It's an activity. There is a script,
любую пьесу и уже получить какое-то наслаждение эстетическое. Ну,
as in a play. You can read it and it can give you aesthetic pleasure. But it needs to be performed in its original conception. That's how you get the most out of it. It's just the rules of the game. And it's very similar to code. There is a script, and you have to run it.
Что можно говорить про код, оно на этапе выполнения возникает.
Many aesthetic parameters or properties of code
Еще одно свойство
only manifest when you run it.
это то, что кодинг — это творчество с последствиями.
Well,
За это придется
another property.
замазать.
Coding is creative art,
Ночью не позвонишь
but it
с
has
фразой
consequences.
«Твой последний мазок там
As an
в
artist,
полном экспозиции».
you'll never get woken up with a phone call saying that this last bit you added ruined our whole exhibition. An artist is allowed mistakes
Аналоги продакшена, да, в том, что висит на
in
экспозиции.
something that you would
Вот,
call
разработчик
prod,
нет.
like
И
an
как бы
exhibition.
шутки шутками, но ведь реально людей
This
обуслала радиация
doesn't
томографов,
work
потому что там допустили ошибку в
in
процессе,
development.
и люди
It's a
погибали.
meme, but that's a real life story.
Немножко творчество этим отличается от всего остального. Вот,
In
видов
CT scanners, people got irradiated because of coding mistakes, and it's a liability.
определенное напряжение, да, в которое
This
с одной стороны, хочется сделать красиво, эстетично.
gives you a sense of responsibility and a sense of tension. You want it to be nice and beautiful, but then it needs to work, be secure, safe, and pass QA.
Да, это не байка уже, это почти реальная история, когда
It's almost a real life story, another one.
в Третьяковку входить,
The artist, Ilya Repin,
потому что
was
он был
prohibited from entering the Tetyakov
прям в Третьяковке
gallery
дорисовывал свои картины. Он всё
if he
никак
had
не
an
мог
easel,
допустить. Почему
because he
полбайка?
couldn't
Потому
let
что
go of
Третьяковка
his
не
paintings.
произведение, но есть
He went to the
подтверждение,
rooms
что
where
на
his
какой-то
paintings were
экспозиции он свою
and
работу, которая
was
уже была куплена каким-то
improving them
коллекционером,
still.
начал дорисовывать или
It's not
фанаточкой.
confirmed
Ворвался, и это надо переделать.
with the
И
gallery,
там у
but
него
there
были
is a
серьезные
documented
проблемы с
story where
коллекционером.
he
А,
sold the painting to a collector
разработчики не так же
and then
поступают,
started
когда они код в прод отдают.
improving on
То
it.
же самое, они пытаются,
I think we developers are the same. First, we need to be prodded to release something in prod, and then you still come up with additional commits, even if it works. Not always the case, but it happens.
Других видов творчества, если мы будем это так рассматривать.
What else makes coding stand out as compared to arts? It's multimodal. Another buzzwords on the hype of LLM, but it's not just visually aesthetic. It's not just executable. There is the beauty of logic, the style of comments can be artistic. It can evoke emotion. There is a book, highly recommended if you're into Go, 100 Mistakes in Go. It's a screen grab from there. It's part of the book. That's the first time I saw this. They proposed this line, the happy path. All true operators are along the same. Indent and false are indented a bit further. That's for you to get at a glance what's expected of that code. You skim the left part, and you already know. So it's the happy path and the path of mistakes. Indentation. You can look at it as true, false, but there is a different angle. As in music, beats.
Это ритм. На самом деле, и
Up
там
and down, up and down. That's like musical
я
rhythm.
это сказал, что это
It's hinted at in the book as well.
его. И на самом деле, ну,
This way
наверное,
of
когда
making the code
в этом есть что-то от
determines
короче, это придумал
a
тот, кто
certain
именно
rhythm
Я вот думаю так, потому что, ну, тут явно
as you read it.
прослеживается
I
там
think
аналогия с
a
тем,
very
что
musical
это
person
некий
came up
ритм,
with
пусть
this because
визуальный, но у художников есть такое
it's a rhythm
понятие, как
in the
ритм.
end.
Это абсолютно
But in art, there are different types of rhythm, not just musical.
документированное
You have the rhythm of the body
как правило, используется. То есть мышцы
as
выражаются в
you
виде таких дуг, которые заходят одна на другую. И
put
вот
something
если правильно
onto a
расположить,
drawing.
заводить одну за другую, то
You have to
появляется
mind the
ощущение,
muscles
ну,
of your
просто есть
subject,
из ничего. Для
and
этого нужно знать анатомию
if
человека,
you
но тем не менее вот это называется
compile them
тело. У
rhythmically
тела есть
based on
абсолютно
a solid
четкая
knowledge of
пропорция.
anatomy,
Ну, то есть, допустим, вот
the sense of volume
когда
will
рисуют
just pop at
портрет,
you from the screen with
с
minimal
чего
means.
начинают? Вот кто... У нас, правда, времени прям нет,
In
Викторина, можно
portraiture,
ввести.
do you know
Ожидание
what the
такое.
artist starts painting the
Ну, с
portrait?
овала
You'd
лица
never
это
guess.
понятно, да?
The oval of the face,
Ну, а дальше
obviously,
что?
yes, the head, but then what comes next?
Начинают с ушей. А
They
знаете
start with
почему?
the ears, and there is a reason for that.
Абсолютно. Смотрите, вот мое ухо, вот я
Here's my
провожу,
ear, right?
вот сходятся брови,
I
вот
trace my fingers
это
to
абсолютно
where I have my
равномерная
nose
пропорция для
and
всех
the
людей
space between
плюс-минус
the brows.
одинаковые. Там
It's more or
голова,
less the
это много
same for all
груди, не помню,
people.
к сожалению, уже сколько.
There are
И одно
ratios
туловище,
in
и
these
лоб,
proportions. There is a number of heads
ну,
that
для
you'd
среднего
have
человека
in
метр
your
не
body
ниже, да,
or then in your
среднестатистической
head.
нормы. Это тоже
The
ритм.
ratio is pretty
Искусство
much
тоже
set.
есть, как мне кажется, по крайней мере.
It's a rhythm, music, visual arts, and in
Я
code
как-то
as
разобрался,
well.
давая такую задачу, откуда-то из нета ее взял. Она звучала
I
так.
found
Почему
this
это 2, 3,
task, this
4? Потому
problem,
что вот
and
среднее
I had some
условие
fun
такое
with assigning
перевода.
it.
То есть даны 1, 4, 5, 6
Why
числа,
24?
даны
You have a
арифметическая
sequence
операция,
to the
делать
left.
скобки, из этого всего сделать
There
выражение,
are
которое вычисляется
arithmetic
в логотипе.
operations, and
Почему
then
это
you need
сложно сделать
to
в
make an
голове?
expression
Почему это сложно сделать в
to
голове?
have
Потому что из всех
24.
вариантов
It's hard to
перестановок
do it in your
значений,
mind
чисел,
because
операторов и скобок
out of all
есть
the
только один
combinations,
правильный
operators and
вариант,
parentheses,
который
there is
приводит к
just
числу
one
24. Это во-первых, а во-вторых,
correct
в этом
answer that
варианте
gets
есть
you
еще и
24.
нюанс. Там
And then there is a
не буду
catch as
спойлерить,
well.
вдруг захотите порешать, но есть некоторый
If you're
нюанс,
interested, I'm not going to
который
spoil it.
очень очевиден.
I'll just say that
Вот.
there
И у
is a
нас была
catch,
первая
and
самая
it's not
Олимпиада.
evident for
В
us.
субботу здесь пройдет Олимпиада. Я про это тоже расскажу в одной из
It's
пауз.
an Olympiad,
Так вот, когда мы первую
an
Олимпиаду
open
еще в
contest.
компании проводили, не на
I'll be
ПХТС, мы решили
briefing you on
сделать
this
такую
as
для
well.
заправки, на стаканчиках напечатать вот такие задачи. У меня
And we
девочки, которые
printed such
занимались
problems
Олимпиадой,
out
попросили
on
конгенерить
Dixie cups
еще
as well.
таких же вот чисел.
The
Ну,
organizers of this
потому что
particular
по 24
activity
можно на
asked me
Гугле
for
еще.
more
Вот. И я написал код,
problems like
который,
this.
во-первых, может
24
решать
is
задачу про
Googleable.
24.
I
Во-вторых,
wrote a
генерировать
code
все
that
возможные
can
варианты,
solve
где
this
есть, во-первых,
problem
один способ
and
составить из
generate
чисел,
a bunch of
операторов и
other
скобок заданное число,
problems like
и при
this.
этом вот еще
A
этот
sequence of
нюанс соблюдать.
numbers,
Вот.
operators,
Получился довольно
parentheses,
красивый. Я
just
там
one
придумал
outcome.
немножко символьного
The code was
вычисления.
elegant.
У меня там обратная польская
I
аннотация
had some symbolic
использовалась.
calculation, I have
Фазинга
reverse
была
notation,
реализована.
something like
Вот где-то на
fuzzing
2
as
экрана
well.
был, ну то есть там строчек 150.
It's 2 screens of
Очень доволен этим
code, like
решением. А
around
потом
150 lines.
один наш коллега, ну
Was
не
really
один, на
happy with
самом деле,
myself.
довольно много, они решили в
And then
голове
some of our
переделать,
colleagues
но написать код, который решает эту задачу.
decided
Я когда
to
увидел
develop
решение Димы Склярова, именно оно на слайде,
a
Дима Скляров
code
это наш руководитель
that would
отдела
solve
аппаратной
it.
разработки, по совместительству программный директор ПХДИС. Когда я его
Dmitry
код увидел,
Sklarov is our head of reverse development, reverse engineering.
в алгоритмах не шарю вообще.
When I saw his solution,
Решение
I felt that
было
I do not
невероятно
know Python
красивое.
at all, and I've barely scratched the surface of algorithms. It's extremely elegant. It's executable as shown, a recursive algorithm. That's the entirety of it. It goes through the pairs, number and operator, and then through recursion, it brute forces the other part. Something akin to quicksort. I could only solve it with 2 screens of code. And this, just look at this. That's pure joy. And then to learn as well how it works, how it solves the problem. And it does that instantly. My code was markedly slower.
Дима дал добро на
Dmitry,
то, чтобы я это
thanks you
показал.
once again. Dmitry gave his consent for me to show this. Dmitry, thank you for this
Возникает
experience.
вопрос, ну если кодинг искусство, то для кого? Потому что, ну, явно есть те, кто считают это
Then
искусством,
it begs the
те, кто не
question,
считают, да, и
if we
по
assume
этому,
that
наверное,
coding is
получается.
art,
Давайте пройдем
who is the
быстро,
audience?
потому что у нас время подходит к концу.
And
Хотел
there are
еще
different
сказать.
audiences, creative arts and coding arts.
Суть кода — это логика, это формальная логика.
The essence of code is formal
На
logic.
определенном языке мы описываем какие-то шаги
It's
на
an
функциональном
imperative
уровне, которые
prescriptive
надо
language.
вычислить, неважно, но это логика
You
формальная.
describe
Да, это
a
всегда
sequence of
строго
steps,
вычисление, если мы говорим про
and
код.
it's hard computation at all times.
Когда созерцаем код, когда его пишем, мы получаем удовольствие от
As we
некого
contemplate the code or as
четко
we develop it, we get this
четкое
joy out of
намерение
a
разработчика
sense of
или
order.
защиты, или комментарий,
There is
или комментарий, да.
causality,
Это
there is
всё,
human
больше
intention from
про
the
порядок, чем
developer
про
for
явку.
asserts or
Мы любим
comments.
упорядоченное всё,
It's
когда
about
оно нам
order.
нравится.
People appreciate order
И код
over
играет у нас в
chaos.
голове, я про это уже упоминал, то есть любой
And
разработчик,
then
он, в принципе, может код прокрутить
the
в голове.
code sings in your
Если это
head.
хороший код, вот типа того,
You
что
run it in your mind as well.
Дима
And if
сказал,
it's
от этого
stellar
тоже
code, like
получаешь
I've just
удовольствие.
shown from Dima,
А,
it gives you
Смотрите,
joy.
есть визуалы, которые получают удовольствие от созерцания.
Some people appreciate visual things. Some people appreciate audio things. That's the primary input, sensory input. People are different like this. Some are visual, others are audio, then there is tactile type kinesthetics, and then there are discretes or digital first people. People who engage with the world through order, logic, causality,
формальные люди, которые вот
which makes them more formal in a way, formalized.
обычной, ну, классической математической логике подходят, собственно, к
And in terms of classical mathematical logic,
к восприятию реальности, наверное, которая их окружает. И вот мне кажется, что кодинг, наверное, в первую очередь
they perceive reality
именно для таких людей.
through
Я
it, through logic.
человек.
I am one of such people, and I'm also visual, but my primary input is logic. If there is no order in what I'm looking at, I'm not interested. And these are people who best fit for coding.
Я могу и не смотреть. Мне это и так.
I see in graphs causalities and all.
Поэтому не для всех это искусство, а
So
все-таки для
this art is not for everybody.
дисциплина, которая сухая, формальная и
In the end, it's
не подразумевает девиации.
it's
Но о чем я хотел, собственно,
not all
еще
people
сказать.
would perceive coding as art.
Совсем недавно появившийся, да,
For some, it's pure engineering.
и если кодинг — это творчество, то
In
может
closing, last but not least,
ну, потому что код он писать определенно уже.
LLMs have come to the fore, AI,
Я тут
but can they be creative, especially if we assume that coding is art? Not going to give you a conclusion, I'll just give you a setting, a setup.
На естественном языке человека, родном языке, можно человека даже.
Prompts are bits of human language text.
Художественное намерение, да, можно так его
There
рассматривать.
is a creative
Мне, пожалуйста,
intent behind it at all times.
анализатор, там
If
работает.
you prompt in, please develop a stat analysis tool that uses this logic for that language.
Получилось на первом итерации. Но тем не менее, это
For the first iteration, you need to write it up. But this is a purpose that you manifest through this text that has intent.
Это тоже искусство,
It'll be
да,
designed by AI,
было
but
бы куча курсов, как правильно составить промпты, там постоянно в
you need to be
некоторых
creative.
найден
It's
очень
art as well.
много решающих
Just look at all the
проблем
courses
там,
that
подставить свою проблему, он вам
teach you prompt engineering.
Ну, в принципе, это ведь
People
тоже искусство,
post
потому
their
что это
successful
уже
prompts as well, and I
жанр
think that this is art,
к жанру, там,
which is
риторики
similar
какой-то
to
тоже, в
another
принципе, тоже искусство
medium,
является.
literature,
Хотя и не изобразительным,
or
но очень своеобразным,
rhetoric,
но тем не менее.
which is also a type of art. It's not visual, but yes, it's creative. That's how we engage with AIs
Чтобы
in an artistic way.
ассистент или муза вообще может ли быть хотя бы ассистентом, в идеале еще и музой, искусственный интеллект.
So is AI
Я принадлежу к
an
числу тех, кто не
assistant
верит, что
or a muse?
когда-нибудь начнет выдавать там
I do not believe that AI will ever
готовые
get to the level that it can churn out
нужно потом будет править, не нужно будет еще человеку тестировать, там уточнять. Это
ready-to-use code.
это не похоже.
You'll still need a human component to test it, to fix it, I'm not seeing it from where we are today. I've been working in this area for 18 months or more. I don't think it's happening. You can, well, present it by way of performance from stage where it's cued. But it's not like this in life.
DOS регулярных выражений. То есть дана регулярка, сказать, будет ли
So
она
there is something regular, and I want to say whether it is going to lead to catastrophic backtracking and exponential growth of time of operation. I generated two phases. The first one is coding. I talk to ChatGPT in Russian until I get the first version. At the second stage, I believe that I can interfere with the code, correct, test, but phase one is for LLM. Phase one took 12 hours, phase two, 4 hours. Why 12? Because I made an assumption that I'm not going to do anything about regulars, grammars, DOS, blah, blah, blah. So the AI should have explained it to me and offer some options. Some options were really interesting. It offered a symbol by symbol interpretation, dynamic symbol execution when we replace each construction with a function in Python, then we make eval and analyze. Interesting approach, dynamic execution. At phase one, ChatGPT didn't offer anything workable, so 12 hours. Then I proposed the following. Let's generate a phasor and find exponential time or non-exponential time. It agreed, then it generated a workable solution. We started phase two. Phase two took 4 hours. I'll tell you why. Yes, we've got a solution, but we wanted to get a nice solution, beautiful solution. And I think it did the job. If here we don't see anything beautiful, it's just a visitor which describes the tree of the regular and detect all the symbols which are repeated. A asterisk repetition, a dot asterisk brackets plus 2 repetitions. So we take all that and solve the problem. The fuzzer is quite elegant in comparison to the previous example. This is the entire phasor code. I can put it to GitHub or any other repository for you to see, to test, to try. It works very well. 25 regulars, they exactly define if it's susceptible to read DOS or not. Well, I can describe it. I am here for the whole 3 days. Come to me, we shall try, test, check if necessary. But it works very well indeed. We can even correct something and look at quadratic expressions. Of course, you cannot do DOS for that, but those regulars are non-optimal, which require optimization. I was pleasantly surprised, and I would like to say, yes, AI is our future, is our assistance. If there are 2 ifs that I'm going to tell you in the end. First, at a certain point, I asked him, why do you say that this is secure and this is vulnerable, although they are very similar? Said, yes, you are quite right. This is a border case. Border case 5.29 is the exponentiality case. The second case of RDOS. Why secure? He explained. Second point. I asked him, UZINT to RDOS. There is no exponent. I see the time is linear, not exponential. He said, yes, 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 but it's not in Python. But why do you test in Python something which is not in Python? So it's why 4 hours then? At a certain point, everything was okay, and he said, yes, I can catch all exponentials, and I have different results. We run the same code. Why? Maybe it's old version of GPT. You know, if I take ChatGPT native and then other versions, sometimes you shouldn't mix it. I asked him, why do we have different results? It answered, why I work in a bad way, said, I didn't measure the time. So actually, it didn't do the job honestly. He just put the result which I expected, not the actual result. He substituted the results for those which I needed. Are we going to be replaced? No, not in my lifetime, maybe in my grandchildren's lifetime, because we're going to see such errors again and again and again, even now. It's a good assistance, but please check and recheck it, because he can deceive you. If you check and recheck, everything will be all right. Muse, yes, it's all right, because I got the fuzzing regulars by reading what ChatGPT offered. Dynamic symbol execution. Why not? I thought, yes, let it be so. So, to conclude, all those who think and create will continue thinking and creating, and they will never be replaced by AI. As for everybody else, well, maybe. Thank you very much. Then please vote. Thank you. Please vote. Give your feedback. It's important, not only for me. All those people who fill in the form, the more presentations you evaluate, the better. After PhD, we're going to run a lottery. One more book about Ada Lovelace and Charles Babbage. Now, let's take a few minutes from the next presenter. Just a few questions. 1, 2. Yes, I cannot hear you.
Раз. О, включилось.
1, 2. Yes, I can. Hi. Thank you for the presentation. It was unusual.
с таких начинается
we don't
презентации.
hear
Вопрос у
such
меня тоже, наверное,
presentations at
обычный.
such
Много
meetings.
времени нет, смотри. Вот ты говоришь
My
то, что
question is like this. You
использовать
say
LLM для того, чтобы
use
пускать косяков,
LM
для этого мы еще, к этому
for
мы еще очень
generating
далеки. А
code.
как
We
насчет
are far from
перспектив
that.
использовать
What
LLM в том,
about
чтобы
future
анализировать код, то
using
есть чтобы
LLM
наоборот LLM
for
был оценщиком,
code
заменяя
analysis?
статические анализаторы? Как на твой взгляд?
So
Это
to
тоже в целом
replace static
творческая задача, и
analysis,
вопрос тоже
it's
того,
also a
LLM, она
creative task.
в
LLM,
этой части насколько далека?
how far is it from
Я
ideal?
сейчас на два
Now,
вопроса отвечу, хотя был задан один.
I
Я
am
не говорю,
going to
что не стоит писать
answer
код
two
не с
questions.
помощью LLM.
I
Я говорю,
didn't
что
say
LLM
that
скоро
you have
станет
to
способен
generate
без человека
code
это
with
делать
LLM.
вообще без участия. То есть
LLM
как
wouldn't
Copilot
be
это
able
сейчас
to do it
официально не пользуется.
without human interference,
Да,
but you can
она
use
бесспорно
it
творческая
right
задача,
now.
потому что формально она не решается, если что.
Code
Ну, по сути дела,
analysis, yes, it's a
если.
creative task,
Разумеется, у
it's
нас
not
есть
formal.
ряд треков,
Of
которые
course,
направлены
we
на то,
have
чтобы с
editors
привлечением методов машинного
who
обучения,
can
скажем так,
use
анализ
machine
кода, в том
learning
числе просто
and
анализ
analyze
LLM-кой.
code by LLM, including
Уже сейчас,
in,
но с
well, even
рядом,
now it can
скажем так,
do the job
короче, ей надо
with,
помогать немножко формальными
well, you
методами.
have to
Вот
help
если
it.
это делать, да,
You have to help
нормально.
it. If a human being helps it, it's all right.
Владимир, спасибо
Да.
за доклад.
Thank
Меня
you.
зовут Александр.
Thank you. I'm
Вопрос
Alexander.
из темы музыки. Давай
The
про
question
вариации.
is
То есть,
about
когда у нас есть
music.
какой-то код,
What about variations? If we have a code,
он всем
a
понятен, он
code
работает. И
which
когда
works,
программист
which
хочет
everyone
его улучшить
understands,
как-то,
and
исходя
if
из
a developer
собственных
wants to
понятий
improve it
красоты, там,
for the sake of
прикольности, он начинает
beauty
вносить
or
изменения, какие-то вариации.
workability, it
Вот насколько они
starts changing
безопасны?
the
То есть
code. How
как ты
secure
оцениваешь
are
вот
those
это вот стремление к
changes?
красоте, да, к улучшению,
How do you
именно с точки
evaluate
зрения
that striving
безопасности?
for
То есть
beauty
нет ли шансов,
and
вероятности у
improvement
человека
from
заиграться и
the
сделать что-то
point
не
of
то?
view of security?
Однозначно
How
есть. Спасибо,
secure
очень
is that?
хороший на самом
Of
деле вопрос.
course, it's a very
Вероятность
good
как раз
question.
заиграться, она не то, что есть,
Yes,
она всегда
a
существует. Просто
person
если не
can
остановить
make
разработчика,
an
то, скорее
error.
всего,
If
этот
you
error
don't
зайдет.
stop a developer,
Там могут
he
быть
will do
проблемы с
something bad
безопасностью,
in
с
the end.
стабильностью кода, со стабильностью,
Problems
разумеется,
with
потому что
security,
красиво не всегда
stability,
правильно. Красиво не
because
всегда точно
beautiful
и
is not
функционально,
always
да.
correct. Beautiful is
Поэтому,
not always
наверное, для
functional.
промышленного кода все-таки там место для
For a
творчества меньше.
industry
Как бы я
code,
тут
well,
не
in the
раскрываюсь,
industry
потому что
code
я не
generation, we
художник
have
рисования, я как бы до сих пор
less
рисую. Я при этом все пишу код, а я
creativity.
еще и тимлид. Ну, как бы очень тяжело какую-то
I
такую
write
закинуть, как бы,
codes, I
да,
make
чтобы
pictures, and
все
I am a
могли
team
со мной
leader.
выражаться, и при
I
этом
do
был
3
качественный
jobs.
код, и это еще и сложно,
I
чтобы
want
было.
people to
Не
express
знаю, такая
themselves,
прям очень
and
тонкая,
I
тонкий
want
лед,
the
на котором
code to be
начинается. То,
correct,
наверное,
and I
чем
have time
промышленнее
limits.
разработка, чем прям конвейернее,
The more
тем меньше
industrial
такого
is the
творчества в
code,
этом не должно быть,
the
просто потому что
less
это уже другие задачи. Ну,
creativity,
как, не
because
знаю, маляру же
the
не разрешат
tasks
по
are
стене
different.
картину нарисовать, да, если у него
Because
ТЗ стоит
if
там
you
в 5
just have to
цветов
paint the
красиво.
wall, no one
Я
is
как бы о
going
таком
to
говорю.
allow you to draw
Так, а еще есть
pictures
вопросы?
on that wall.
Да,
The task is
спасибо за
different.
доклад. Меня зовут
Thank
Кирилл.
you for
У
the
меня вопрос
presentation.
про
I'm
оценку
Cyril.
красоты кода.
The
В
question is
изобразительном
about
искусстве есть
evaluation of beauty
критерии
of the code.
вроде золотого
In
сечения,
art,
симметрии.
of course, there are some
В некоторых текстах это
evaluation
касается
criteria
гейминга,
like
так скажем, музыки.
symmetry,
А вот
like
что касается
golden
кода, какие там
section.
критерии?
What about code? What
Ну,
are the
Отличаются ли
criteria?
они от языка к языку программирования?
Are they
я бы
different in
сказал, что это
different
критерий
programming
оценки
languages?
прям красоты чего-то, потому что
We
ну,
don't
в
have
музыке,
such
допустим,
criteria because in music
есть там математический Бах, да,
there are
а есть
some
лоу-фай
there is
направление, которое невероятно
mathematical
зашкуливает, где
Bach
это все просто
and
рушится. Там, ну, там нет
there are
нормального
other
ритма,
areas without
нормально нету, но при этом это
rhythm,
нравится
without
людям, и это
harmony,
считается
but some
эстетикой.
people
Поэтому,
like it
ну, если
and
мы про
some
эпоху
people believe
Возрождения
it's
говорим,
beautiful.
золотое сечение,
If we
да.
talk
Вот,
about
но как бы сейчас модно композицию от золотого сечения уводить. И это прям дает
golden
интересные,
section,
ну, работы,
well, it
скажем так.
was
Поэтому
good
это тоже не
some
критерий
time
прям
ago,
оценки,
but now
хотя
some
оценки, наверное,
architects
ну, это прям субъективная
evade
история. То есть
golden
есть
section
такой
and
свой чистый пробел, к чему пытаюсь
get good
подвести, потому
results.
что, возможно, весь тот путь,
So
что я показывал, не
the
зацепил никого сейчас.
criteria
Да, то есть,
of
ну, код такой был,
beauty
ну
can
и
be
что, что код
different.
нам
I
зацепил?
showed you
Ну, мне он нравится,
something which
например,
was,
кому-то
I
еще
like it,
понравится, а кто-то
but maybe
возьмет,
you
не знаю,
didn't like
12
it.
строк напишет.
Some people say
То есть
that he
тут
can
очень
improve
тяжело
that code, it's not statistical analysis. Statistical analysis can be formalized, but evaluation of beauty in code, for example, beauty competitions. Some people agree with the jury, others do not. And it's very subjective. So it's a subjective evaluation, personal evaluation. Of course, there are some criteria like expandability, but it's not about beauty. So I cannot answer yes or no. Just take the statistical number of people that liked the code. That's it. I have another question. Why don't you organize code beauty contests? Well, we have stolen a lot of time from the next presentation. I would like to present the book to the author of the first question about statistical analysis. I am going there. Please meet me there. Are we ready to announce the next speaker? Yes, we are ready to announce the next speaker, Alexey Smirnov. Meet him. Warm welcome.
Всем привет.
Hi, everyone. Let me regulate everything.
Коллеги, рад вас всех видеть.
I like to see you all. Congratulations. And we're going to talk about modeling and influence of security checks throughout the life cycle of code development. Well, I am Alexey Smirnov. We do composition analysis, the first composition analysis, conferences, presentations, that's what I do. Code analysis, and you can talk to me about secure development, about process improvement, products. Last year, I told you about the problem of transitive dependencies. Let's go to open source analysis. And you will see a lot of interesting observations. These are the key ones. It's all about how much time we lose, what are the best practices, and you can have a look at this. This year we are going to continue. The title of the presentation seems that we are talking about super marketing. We want to sell you something. No. Yes and no at the same time. Please listen to the end, and then we shall see what happens. What are the questions that we're going to answer? It's the questions about what is open source analysis throughout the life cycle. And colleagues, can you invert the slides? What can we do throughout the life cycle? How long do the checks take? Life cycle. What does it look like? Software development life cycle. In open source, we have two complementary practices: point checks and composition analysis. Point checks, it's open source analysis. We look at different
Вторая часть — композиционный анализ, когда мы
malware
проверку либо
and
в
bugs.
локале, либо в конвейере,
And
либо у нас
second
есть пострелизное
stage is
отслеживание
locally conveyor checks, local
обнаружившихся
checks,
новых уязвимостей.
and
Соответственно, попробуем
elimination of
натянуть
vulnerabilities.
на наш жизненный цикл. Ну, они там и так уже натянуты.
What about the
но
life
все равно
cycle? Let's compare. Let us see where they exist. Development process can be varied. We have good people, not very good people, security specialists, different pipelines. At each corner, you see some surprises, and you have to deal with them and take them into account. When we talk about modeling of something, of anything, we have to understand the overall structure. What you see here is dubious. We can hardly reach that level. What are the stages of checks? We have a local environment, developer, tester, and so on. Everything which happens locally. We have the second part, conveyor, where we can check open source at three stages: composition analysis of source code, composition analysis of builds, and binary composition analysis. Some people think differently about, so at pre-build, at build, and at post-build, we check the code. And then when your software is ready, software build of materials, and then you check how it works. The release is ready, you run it and see, are there any new vulnerabilities that you didn't detect before? Let us go into detail into OSA and OSA.
Значит, что такое ОС?
OSA, what is it? We don't want to import anything bad inside our development perimeter. Malware, vulnerabilities. When we develop a clean repository, it cannot be always clean, but some people believe that you cannot use any external components where a vulnerability is suspected. It's too harsh. So developers are limited somehow, and developers can revolt, and you can get a wound or a hit in your cheek. So we check the packets, you check the images, and security shouldn't impede development into such a way that developer should suffer at each stage of development. Composition analysis, of course, it's foundation base. Components are checked in the process of development. You have inventory, check, and action. Security policies, implementation. So at each stage, you can check your code with different level of harshness. All parameters of analysis and depth of analysis should be such as everything should be efficient. What are the parameters in composition analysis? If any analysis tool is such that you have a lot of parameters, each parameter can be analyzed in a different way. You can check only manifest, or you can go deeper. You can check with transitives. You can use different vulnerability checking methods, and everything should be under control. And the main tuning tools are different policies of security, depth of check, transitivity, reachability, and a lot of other things, and the volume of the database, which is used for composition analysis. Tomorrow we have one more presentation about the same thing. In BDU, we have some vulnerabilities that have not been seen before. And if you are not friendly with BDU, you can miss those vulnerabilities. Now let's see the funnel. Funnel. We're not going the marketing to build the marketing funnel. I drew the following thing: analysis of all our vulnerabilities, and we try to look at the stages or phases. We have a funnel of vulnerabilities, and at a certain stage, source code, images, we have 100% of vulnerabilities. Of course, we have a lot of different things here, and sometimes it is not necessary. 90% goes to runtime. It's on average. 66% of the total can be corrected through updates. Of course, you can have an old component base. And what is an update? Updates can be different. You can upgrade, you can downgrade. It's also a change of that kind. If you have all the appropriate tools, you can check reachability. We have open source tools for that. And you can check reachability of methods, and in 10% of the cases, you can say, well, this method is reachable, this is unreachable. And we get 6% of the vulnerabilities left. There is one thing that we have to stress. Perhaps not here, but I decided to do it here. For example, if reachability showed you that, yes, this is possible, you need to update, but not all the updates are equally useful. It's obvious for a rank and file IT person. Some of the updates can bring you in new functionalities. What about reverse compatibility? We have to spend some time here. But in 5% of cases, everything is corrected. But there is one more thing. You cannot correct some of the vulnerabilities through updates. 24% on average. What do we have to do here? We do the scoring. Look at vectors, look at age, patches, exploits, and so on and so forth. We do the scoring ourselves, and then you can decrease the number of vulnerabilities to 8%. 8% you have to do manually. and you have to correct all that. So we had 100%, now we get 14 due to previous cleaning tools. This is not obvious, not a necessary skill. Often they try to sell you a funnel. We have vulnerabilities, go through this funnel and get 1% as a result. No, I show you in detail what do you have to do to go down to 14%. SCA efficiently can be improved by 5 to 10 times. Theoretically, there are some scientific articles about that. If everything is okay, you can reach, you can boost efficiency by 100%. Do this and that, but this is theory. Of course, there are a lot of subtleties. Sometimes you have a wrong config and something else, or a config is
or
different.
mismatched config.
It is used with a different
configuration blind
package
to
and
different
so on.
package.
надо
The
позаниматься.
content of security patches, you need to look into this as well. So I wouldn't be too optimistic about complete zero-touch automation, at least not today. Let's now run through the stages and dwell on each for a bit. What stages are to be expected when you validate or check open source? We've seen this flow, that's security for your deployment chain. You have OSA and SCE. The supply chain or delivery chain starts locally through conveyor through to deployment. To prevent against vulnerabilities or malware. It's not present in post-deploy. You have SBOM, and you can monitor it within. So these are the stages of SCA. Let's dive into each of them. But we start with OSA. Do not choose vulnerable packages, obviously. You don't have to apply OSA to all transitives. You need to check for malware. And you'd always know what's wrong. If there is a developer who addresses something locally, they get stopped, and then you have to explain the alternative, what's secure. If you don't check it locally, then it's the same on the conveyor stage. Check and correct, but it's much harder to do this in conveyor. You need to read the logs, read up the recommendations, some analyzer tool, and only then you can do the fix. It's much more back and forth, so it's easier than locally. The main thing here is to not to tighten your policies too much. SCA can be done in your IDE environment, or it can be an agent that's integrated there. It can be just separately in a console locally. This is the stage to make sure that it's all good. And it's even better if this is done in line with corporate policies. Here is the project, here is the context, here is where you run it, here are the security policies. You run the check and you see that some components need to be swapped. Do not postpone it through to the gate. Not pitching your shift left per se, but I kinda do. The developers have done all the checks. It all checks out. Policy compliant. What could even go wrong? Well, if you have a long cycle, vulnerabilities will still creep in a week or in a month, so it can come back to bite you. Or this can have to do with the systems packages, because they can be found in different processes across different companies. Golden images, separate unit for these images may be the case, different processes that you need to orchestrate. It's a major source of trouble. If you don't have this practice in your company of security champions, local checks, you'll start doing this at the stage of source SCA. It's pretty much the same. Automated tools that are linked to the conveyor or repository. You check for external components. You get a return from this tool. But it's not done locally. That's the catch. It's somewhere else. You have to knock on the door. It's a different team. They have their own DevOps or OPSEC. It can be a long journey to get this. Sometimes it's just one guy doing all this, coding, checking, and deploying. But it doesn't always work like this. Then you have checks at the build stage. You have your source code. You've checked it. It's clean. But then on build, the environment can be different. Package manager can be different. There can be a new dependency from some weird script, which redoes your composition again. A different package manager could come with a new algorithm or selecting transitive dependencies, unless you've fixed them. You change the manager, and 30% of the packages now have a different version. Any organization would have more than one team, and different teams can use different versions of the manager, different notations, and it's a big gap in your security. Moving on though, we have post-build. This could be binary SCA, but this is not clearly defined even. Sometimes people call JR a binary. It still hits me close to heart. Did you compile an archive or an executable or a Docker? Dockers are sometimes called binaries. You have to decompose it into layers. Yes, and you have to present it. When you're doing post-build, the thing to look for is, again, new additions. At the very last step, you could have a dirty container get in. It's a fail. You have segregation of responsibility. It's a waste of time. So this needs to be monitored closely. This is also the stage where some people try to bypass composite analysis, different schemes with images and so on. That's just to get to prod faster. It causes delays, and this stage is actually important. Needs to be spit and clean. Next step is SBOM. That's more like maintenance. You're not a developer, it's fine. You'll have this at any rate. You get a delivery from the supplier, software bill of materials, and you check the components against it.
Ну, с этой стадии как бы могут и будут возвраты абсолютно точно, и мы сегодня об этом будем говорить в конце.
This stage gives you issues as well.
Обязательно дойдем.
There can be reverts. We'll get to it as well.
Лежит в полях.
The basic idea is that you have your software
И
running somewhere,
со временем
being
появляется
executed,
следить за динамикой.
and it takes on different vulnerabilities.
Ваш релиз и катить какой-то новый туда. Вот.
Sometimes you need to deploy a new release once it has gotten to a critical mass.
Чтобы рассказать им о том, как
If you have your Iron Disk, you can bring value to the IT service
какие можно сделать
to
предварительные
better
наблюдения в блоке. Я не
configure their release cycle.
Вот, меня тут на одной конференции узнали
Preliminary
в
observations.
одном известном чате.
I got messaged
Просто в один прекрасный
in the
момент
chat
их тулза забанила
after some conference
сборки не проходили,
that
нельзя было там замержить ветки. Но
the tools
здесь
banned React,
как бы люди
which
называли
was
политики
really
политики,
challenging. But
ну,
it's dealt with really easily. Configure your policies properly.
отвечают за политики, вот эти
SCA tools are not responsible for the policies. That's the fine-tuning that I mentioned.
пользователя.
You fine-tune these knobs, these parameters
Едем дальше. Полезные числа.
that are set by the users, the OPSECs.
То есть, если мы говорим про какие-то попытки,
Useful values or numbers.
говорим про полезные
Let's
числа, и
dive a
часть
bit
из них
deeper.
будет с прошлого года. Я просто подсвечу.
We'll get into modeling as well.
Их полезно знать,
I'll
особенно
restate something from last year as well because it's really important. And then there are some
в этом году.
new things
Значит,
that
что
we
у нас
have
по
this
чиселкам, по зависимостям,
this
по
year.
уязвимостям в проектах,
Dependencies,
прошлого года
values,
история, сколько уязвимостей в проектах.
statistics,
Вот по топ
vulnerabilities across
популярных
projects.
языков у нас лидер-чемпион JavaScript,
Here are
то есть там 1500
most
зависимостей.
popular
Видите,
common
проект, значит, планируете там
languages.
зависимости.
If it's JavaScript, the dependencies are many, almost 500. I saw 15,000 dependencies in real life.
Может, их попустят.
You can
Дальше
deal with it,
история про
but then recertify your developers,
языки, то есть
right?
там Java, C-Sharp,
Other
у
languages,
них там поменьше, но
Java,
уязвимости в них
C#
тоже есть.
Python,
Вот сколько уязвимостей
develop
в среднем
dependencies are fewer,
здесь тоже
but there
нарисовано.
are still
И последняя
some
такая
vulnerabilities,
история про то, когда
as
у
you
вас
can see to the right.
за
The
уязвимостями
last column to the right
какие-то остаются, но они ок. Они
is the vulnerabilities to monitor. You cannot eliminate them, but
можно их использовать, потому что
they're manageable, they're unreachable.
и окей. Едем дальше.
You're on-prem.
23 минуты нужно человеку,
There are
чтобы
different things. 23 minutes.
вот, то есть опытный
That's
тряд
how long it takes to do one triage exercise, provided that you have experience.
в контексте своего собственного кода.
That's in your own context, your own code.
Продолжает пополнять.
That's to analyze one open vulnerability.
Мы разобрали уже 10 тысяч
It's a rolling statistic that we are monitoring. We've analyzed 10,000 vulnerabilities by hand, so you have an idea of how long it takes, fortunately or unfortunately. If you're new to it, your bench would be 45, 50 minutes, and then you'll get quicker at it.
Считаете, что вы опытный триажер или у вас команда опытная?
If you consider yourself experienced at analysis, or you have an experienced team, you can
Поэтому, ну, здесь будет час.
aim at 23 minutes. But then there's multitasking, smoke breaks, and so on, so let's make it an hour.
Да.
Up to 86% of vulnerabilities are found in the transitive,
Некоторые мифы,
but there is a catch, as
в
always.
частности, там, про
A
достижимость,
bit of myth busting,
прочее. Люди говорят такие,
reachability through open source,
«Всё круто,
for example.
она у вас для директивы только. Они такие,
That's great, but it's only for the directive.
тоже что-то делать. Для транзитивных
We'll need to do this in transitive dependencies as well.
достижимость, потому что там большая часть
You
проблем.
need to check for reachability because that's the main source of the problems.
За поверхностью атаки.
And most of them are usually on the attack surface.
Значит,
Again, that's where you have to get it spitting clean.
уязвимости в год появляется
100, a nice round number, 100 vulnerabilities per year emerge on average across all languages in a given software, unless it was updated for security or package versions.
сотка новых уязвимостей.
If you were to do nothing for a year, you'd have 100 new vulnerabilities. Get on with your analysis. It's okay if you have just one project, but if it's hundreds or thousands of projects, this can get tricky. Another curious statistic. During development, over a year, you'll have additional 20 to 30% of vulnerabilities. If you keep them tracked, it's all right, you manage them. But there are different skill levels. If it's an average, if it's a startup, people use a lot of different components, and then the security person comes in. A lot of questions jump at you. How to do this, how to manage it, and then you just do this verification. Another stat, 26% of fixes, according to our research, are not purely security updates. 26% of fixes are not pure security updates. You cannot plug this value into your development model. You cannot rely on such fixes. Once every fourth, you'll have to dig into the code and double-check its quality. Out of the 26%, half is that new functionality is crammed into functionality. This can be huge PRs that break your dependencies with libraries. And then sometimes there are half-baked fixes. There is a vulnerability, it's addressed, but partially, it comes up again in a year, flagged by researchers. This is something to keep in mind as well. And this takes time, which is our most valuable resource. Back to shift left. When you do your selection at the early stage, where your developers shift left and do the checks locally, the vulnerabilities take 1 to 10 minutes each. It's a big success at an early stage that will make your life easier. At the conveyor stage, you will not have to be as upset. Now, the model, what could this be? What model can we come up with from the above? Spiral-shaped, waterfall, agile, what's the approach? Incremental development. Any buzzword? RUP, throw something at me. Oh, okay, we have a whole room of OPSEC experts. There is no model there. That was a bait and switch. But there are things to focus on. The frequency of deployments. You need to monitor your cycles. Each OPSEC specialist needs to have a dedicated app to monitor their development cycles. That's your foundation. You can refer to State of DevOps Russia, and it'll say again, monitor how frequently you do releases. If it's more frequent than once per quarter, it's highly likely that it'll get bounced back. The scans will give you flags. Developers wouldn't remember what their dependencies are. It will require updates. It gets on your nerves. It takes time, which boils down to money. And that makes it harder to control the security of apps. When you have several releases out on the open, this can be especially relevant in certain types of software. If you have frequent releases, you'll have proper monitoring, you're tracking all the things that need to be tracked. You can keep in touch with the development. If releases are infrequent, You lose connection, things fall by the wayside, get postponed, pushed to tomorrow,
скажем так, в элиту,
which is no good.
в ХАИ команд
If you are
экспертов там, разработки, то
ranking as an elite team or a high-level team,
если вы попадаете в
then
medium или
your
low,
security will be
по
okay.
определению,
If you fall into the medium or low category,
то
oh, you see it in the
у
slide.
вас будут проблемы и трения просто-напросто с самой
You'll most likely have
придется разгребать эту
issues with development and it'll generate a lot of frictions.
вспоминания
You'll spend time on
компонент взяли и
sorting out the reasoning behind each component, their compatibility, and so on.
новые фичи, накидали, классно, все бежит.
What do we hear when we say development?
Релизные возвраты.
New features,
Такая штучка, которая нет-нет,
new deployments,
бьет по
but
разработке.
sometimes developers get
Банальная и простая.
this
Насколько часто стреляет
post-deploy
в принципе,
reverse.
может быть по-разному. У кого 15
It can be different for different companies. If you have 15,000 development dependencies in JavaScript, you get issues from post-deploy pretty often. If you have just 100 components, it's much less frequent.
за год, если мы ничего не делаем.
Again, on average, do nothing scenario, you get 100 new vulnerabilities per year. Just
И у нас получается
divide it mathematically.
в квартал. Ну,
You have 25 vulnerabilities per quarter.
где-то. Значит,
Very theoretical,
если
but
у нас
anyway.
вообще все классно и есть для них для всех фиксы, мы
If we have the fixes ready, we have reachability. It's 2.5 per quarter, 2.5 vulnerabilities.
Специалисты и гуру обсека. Значит,
What we've heard many times from the OPSEC gurus.
Ну, как бы вот я за доклад мог
2.5 vulnerabilities per quarter
То есть,
is negligible. In terms of time, I could triage them while I was speaking here on stage.
Вот у вас получается там
You have clean releases, you
если в квартал, да хоть 10, как бы.
monitored it 3 per quarter, 10 per quarter.
У вас может
It's
быть очень много разных
not a big difference.
на разных
Yes, you can have many different projects, different languages, but
направлениях, как вы
that comes down to your governance system and your relationship with the OPSEC department.
следует релизиться чаще, чем раз в квартал.
So,
Это такая вот базовая,
more frequent releases are better.
очевидная и понятная рекомендация. но
More releases
не для всех.
than once per quarter.
Есть еще особенность, которая
It appears self-evident, but not all people recognize this.
то есть, и
And then you can have many releases out in the open.
которые
You have 10 products.
прямо сейчас вот у нас, например, там релизы там
It's your live landscape.
очень много в полях.
You have
Постепенно
code scoring, and it's out there, customer side.
как раз в том числе, то есть
We are phasing those out gradually
новой функциональности, с другой стороны, по устареванию компонентов.
based on new functionality and based on the obsolescence of components, which comes with accumulated vulnerabilities, the vulnerabilities of the reachable kind.
У вас сложность уже не линейного
When you have
обслуживания,
more than 2 releases, not just one, it's exponential, the complexity of things. It's not linear.
с
You have to manage the patches,
компонентов.
you have to mind the compatibility,
Про системные пакеты вообще отдельно.
so you
То есть я сегодня
have to
рассказывал
recognize
больше,
this.
ну, про
Systems packages are a whole different story. I focused on basic development today.
с запаковкой с докерами. Там тоже полное веселье и
Systems package and Docker,
другие модели в принципе, да,
again, merits a whole separate discussion. The models and approaches would be different.
в том, что мы видим сейчас на рынке. Их очень много.
Packaging
И разные
and
службы
Docker
отвечают, и разные отношения
can be
у
very
этих
different.
разработчиков,
Different units can be responsible for this.
и так далее.
They have
Поставим на
different views on developers and OPSEC, DevOps.
к
So
выводам. Выводы здесь
we'll be addressing this at some other date.
сегодня не супер
Which brings me to my conclusions.
технически завтра.
I wasn't too technical today. I have saved this for tomorrow. So let's start with the fundamentals and end with the fundamentals. Have insight into your development processes and have proper justifications for IT as to the frequency of releases. Explain to them what they have to do to be secure.
В него уходить.
Again, shift left. Let's not go there, but it's still on the slide.
Еще больше разных
Run calculations for your
которые вы можете
labor intensity
Если интересно...
I've given you a bunch of statistics. Try and measure up against that. If you want some details behind these statistical outcomes, or even some joint research, you're always welcome. We are open to this. Again, do shift left. Sooner or later this happens as you mature.
Еще раз, да, реклама. Максимально технический доклад будет завтра. Новый Log4Shell, о котором
An ad plug.
сказать. Завтра в 3 часа дня.
I'll be telling about Log4Shell tomorrow at the very technical presentation. We'll have fuzzing. It's 3 p.m. I think. I'll be there as well. Thank you for your attention. Do rate my speech. It's useful for the organizers and myself.
Да, буду рад ответить на ваши вопросы.
Right. I'll be taking your questions gladly.
Книжка вроде как хорошая.
There is a book giveaway, I hear. It's a solid book, so let's get some questions now.
Привет, спасибо за доклад.
Hi, thank you for your presentation.
Про подкручивание политик.
You mentioned fine-tuning of policies at the top of the presentation,
Интересно послушать
and that
мнение,
OS's
как
core is not as
подкрутить политику в
effective.
зависимости от этапов, то есть
So,
что
what's your take on the best approach to fine-tuning of policies? What should be upstream, what downstream has exploit, for example?
Это тема отдельный доклад, поэтому попробую.
Well, I have a separate presentation on this. Let me try and condense it for you.
Безопасная разработка внутри своего процесса
Secure development as a process that you start implementing needs to be rolled out smoothly. You kindly flag some mistakes or failures. You show examples, vulnerability, exploit, patch. Another time, vulnerability, patch, but no exploit. And you'll be resisted. Can this be exploited? What's the proof? So you need to ease into that. I can share my other speech with you after this one. Thank you, Alexei.
Вот когда у нас есть кто-то уже в полях,
Can you speak a bit more to post-deploy?
от чего и как нам правильно строить сбор,
Something's out in the open.
придерживаться? Мы
We didn't do
будем
shift left.
строить от бинарей, как ты говоришь, или нам
So what do we do?
искать
Start from binaries?
начинать процесс?
What do we do with SBOM? Do we need to dig up the source code and redo this?
Вам надо сохранить сбом в первую очередь. То есть
You need to have your SBOM in post-deploy.
на предпоследней стадии, да, то есть как бы
Let's say it's the stage before last.
постдеплой случился, да, то есть когда у вас есть
You have your post-deploy. You have the images, you have the packaged applications. That's your reference SBOM. You save it and check against it in post-release. Well, you need to make sure that it's not amended or modified.
Вот так.
Just keep it in a safe or the versioning.
Спасибо.
You need to have traceability there.
Спасибо тебе большое за циферки, прям команда.
Hello, hi, thank you for the stats.
Калькулятор трудозатрат, респект, это помогло.
We did this from last year,
Вопрос короткий.
where we
Очевидную метрику деятельности команды.
did the labor intensive exercise.
Ну, какой каверидж
Short question.
ты задаешь там по
What metrics
сколько строк
are often omitted? Lines of code, pipeline, frequency of releases, but what else is there? What's your catch-your question?
Ну, то есть
You can look at SBOM to see if something went wrong.
на возраст компонентов, если они там
You do SCA, you look at the age,
все понятно.
3 and 5 years,
Компоненты старые,
that's pretty obvious.
обновления нету.
Components are old, there is no updates,
Компоненты старые, значит, у вас там точно проблемы и с
there is some
безопасностью,
development,
и с совместимостью. Если
and if the components are old, you're bound to have problems with security and compatibility.
придет какой-нибудь суперэффективный менеджер, скажет, даст
But then
эффективную
you have a high achiever manager
быстро вкрутить,
who drives performance.
которая делает столько...
They ask for some new feature, but it only works with a new library.
Ну, нам тут
And developers are like,
обновить надо.
oh,
Ты говоришь,
we need to update our components.
они такие...
Okay, can you do this overnight? No, half a year, which means that you will not have your new feature like that.
Спасибо.
успеваю задать.
Да, если...
Okay, thank you. One last question. Do we have the time?
Такой.
Я как любитель жестить с политиками, вот, проще обучить.
As the person who over-tightens the policies, I want to ask if it's easier to teach the developers to update packages and work with transitive dependencies. So what do we block? Malware alone or vulnerabilities? I like this idea. Is that true that code scoring in IDE can be really helpful?
Спасибо большое. Такой продуктовый вопрос. Я
Okay,
рассказывал
a product-based question. My presentation was general or generic. In the upcoming releases, we'll have support for IDE, and you'll be able to see it there.
Алексей, привет, спасибо за доклад.
Okay, thank you.
У меня такой вопрос.
Thank you, Alexei, for the presentation.
Подробно рассмотрел цикл работы.
You have focused on the STOS cycle,
Небольшой пограничный не рассмотрел. Интересно твое мнение.
but there is an edge case that you didn't address.
Supply chain полный жизненного цикла.
If we assume a full life cycle with the entire supply chain, with all the dependencies, you have additional metrics. For example, if there is a dependency, there is an issue, but it's not out there in the databases. Type squatting, starjacking. How do you address things like that, and how do you automate it in the process level?
Джекинг и же с ними история, они должны решаться на оси. Как раз таки, то есть это
It can be solved at OS level, operating system level. Depending on the algorithm, you will have certain reactions. If it's not in the base, use more bases. Simple. If in PDU you have another, you don't have, you have such, you know about such crisis. So many vulnerabilities can be discussed for a year, but they are not in the base yet. So look at them, look at different pages. I can talk to you later. I have a question. How do you solve the problem of binary dependencies? We have a surface and a driver. What do we do from the binary point of view? It's a very good question because not all the analysis methods work here. You can, of course, look at the driver itself. And if you have something in the known databases, you can work. It's low-level analysis. On the one hand, we can do this kind of analysis, and there are other kinds of analysis when we can go to binary codes and show the information about those codes. Did I answer a bit? Yes, a bit. I am just interested in it. Well, thank you. Anyway, at this point, I would like to close the Q&A session. Who is the winner? The best question is about... Yes, about the binary story. I didn't answer properly, but the last question was the best one, because the story with the binaries is underestimated. We have a lot of possible problems there, and, well, the industry is not yet ready for appropriate security in this area. Please come to me and you'll get the book. Thank you. Thank you.
Буквально минутка небольшого анонса наших активностей.
Just a moment. Let me make an announcement in the last slot right here. Well, on Saturday here we shall have a programming Olympics, a programming competition. You have to register beforehand. Anyone is welcome. Win the prizes. One more point today and tomorrow. In Cyber City, right there on my left, we have our booth, and in the booth we have a competition about fixing a vulnerable application. So you will get the application with vulnerability. You will have to close that vulnerability and win the prize. Let me announce the next presenter, Andrei Masalovich, who is known as Cyber Grandfather. So, welcome. I am Andrei Masalovich, or Cyber Grandfather. That's my nickname. Thank you very much for coming. Thank you for the invitation. Previously, I started asking you who was present at all the previous PhD days. This is the 15th one, and I am alone who was present at all the 15. So this hall is called Lovelace. You know, I know two women, Lovelace. One is Ada Lovelace, who is the first woman programmer who generated the first algorithm with a cycle, and the second one, Linda Lovelace, a legendary sex bomb. So this hall gives me double energy, which Lovelace, Miss Lovelace, gave the name to this hall, but it doesn't matter. I talked about the past because I see a bridge between past and present, or past and future. I am the only one who is an old age pensioner here. Second, I started 35 years ago. If you press Neuro in Yandex, Yandex will lead you to its supercomputer cluster with Galushkin supercomputer, the second largest in Russia. Galushkin was my counterpart, and he in 1990 told me about neural networks. And for about 5 years, I wrote about 20 articles talking about artificial intelligence. The first article was in 1992. The people said I'm crazy. Do you mean that a piece of software is going to change, to replace the man? But now, artificial intelligence came back to our life, but it came back in a strange way. This is an example. A football team from Scotland bought an Israeli thing, AI thing, for automatic delivery of images from football matches, not to pay for TV. The system really generated everything, but the AI changed the ball with the head of the referee and followed the referee. The AI made a strange mistake, so it's too early. Of course, you can talk to AI. Is it true that children were found in cabbage? Yes, he said. Previously, it was found in cabbage, and told me why. Something is wrong with AI, and we have more and more wrong things. About 2 years ago, we realized that all the data, true data, clean data, is over. They are already installed,
разработчики больших платформ продолжали
and,
отчеты,
well,
чтобы как-то улучшать системы, они начали
AI started using synthetic data.
простой специалист по GPT или по-простому стоматолог.
If you go deeper,
Те, кто погружается в нейросети, знают, что на
those who go to neural networks, they realize that you cannot teach AI on synthetic data, which is around the true data. I can show you that the number of errors will grow. So if you have erronic neural network, you cannot teach it on synthetic data. Two new platforms have been announced recently, O3 and O4 Mini. And there is an article, you can read it, an internal article about OpenAI, stating that something is wrong. That hallucination, 33% of outcomes are wrong, and O4 Mini, 44% of the results are wrong. If you ask it to send aircraft from point A to point B, only half of them will reach the destination. So young people came from China, from DeepSeek, and offered a solution which seemed to change the world and exceeded ChatGPT. What is DeepSeek? Why was it created? How we can break it? How it can break us? I asked DeepSeek to welcome you, and it generated a good text. It helps you to solve your problems and inspire you. So my task is to make your life more interesting. So let's try DeepSeek. History. In January, Bloomberg said that a certain team from China beats large platforms, including last versions of ChatGPT. But the tests were carried out in the middle of December. In Chinese, nobody noticed. It was New Year. There was nothing new. And somebody saw it in Bloomberg and said, why? Something new. A new player out of nothing. There was a High Flyer Foundation, a Chinese one, investment fund, which played in the market, and then it started market analytics, then bots for marketplaces, and they saw that AI bots work very well. And he hired developers, and they didn't want to make you happier. They were paid for a specific result. They solved the task of stock market bots, the game with zero sum. So that bot should work just a bit, but a bit better than everybody else. Well, I can tell you that the same with coding and decoding. Before you have a certain coded test, somebody before said that it cannot be deciphered. A lot of money to work a bit better than somebody else. 2.5 years ago, the Americans
не топовых ускорителях, а значит, мозги и
stopped delivering top NVIDIA things to China. Chinese had to work with their brains, and they succeeded. The task is to be just a bit, but better than everybody else. And they were paid for the result. In 2 years and a half, they became top, spending $5 million, not 50, not 500 million. This is the first part of the story. And neural networks and AI will move that way, trying to solve one specific problem. Not to save the entire world or conquer the entire world, but to solve one specific task, problem. DeepSeek generated 2 networks. One is R1 discussion, the other V3 is for quick execution. In V3 they made a very strong step, a breakthrough, mixture of expert. The first intermediate layer, before solving the problem, it chooses whom to deliver that task. They choose the cluster which is the best for solving that particular problem. And the person who will use Kolmogorov-Arnold networks will change the world. They made the first step. It's a cloud of experts. For example, we ask DeepSeek how often R is met in Klubnika words. Calculated, no R, 0. If we do it to the logical network, we see one unique thing which hasn't been there before. The neural network says, well, no such letter. But is there any subtle things? Maybe in Russian there is a pronunciation, there is no letter. Let us look at the old spelling. Let's look at dialects. It goes away from the language itself, but honestly, apart from solving the problem, it tries to find out why the question was asked at all. In AI, one of the tasks is interpretation of your question. So now NeuroWorks cannot do that. Why? This question is asked. What do we have as a result? Very low cost of the token, $2 in comparison to 60 of ChatGPT, open code, thank you, local launches, thank you very much indeed, we already use it, access to local, to actual data through internet, via internet, very well, it's very well used in technical and general type of texts, synthesis and analysis of codes as well. Before me, you heard that you cannot trust AI for code generation. Yes, it can replace a junior. If a senior is going to check the result, if you have 50 models of smartphones with the same drivers, and you have to generate the 51st one, it can do it very quickly. You can fire all your juniors. For a stronger, for a more difficult task, it will be more difficult. So DeepSeek beats the leaders which were generated at the expense of billions of dollars. It cannot work in the multimodal mode. Video, text, picture, and so on. They are working at that currently. In February, they say everything's all right, but what about pictures and videos? They said, okay, they have Janus now. People say you are quite wrong. And in a month's time, they generated Janus Pro in 1 month. It's excellent. How can you do it in 1 month? DeepSeek for programmers. I didn't tell it before. DeepSeek was given a real task. It did the job, generated the code. I showed the senior. He said, well, I could hire that person. Of course, we have to correct a few things, but it's all right for a junior. But let's go back. Why did they work so fast? It looks that inside the teaching sphere of DeepSeek, they use the task which is called distillation. I strongly recommend it. Distillation is teaching a small model by the big one. If your competitor has a big, very well-tuned model, you can compress it. There are some mechanisms for that described 15 years ago. There was no practical use for that at that time, because everything was put into supercomputers. Today, it's critical. A person will win if he gets already solved problem, distills it, shrink it, and launch it locally without linkage to worldwide platforms. I believe that next year we're going to close open source tuned platforms. They all will work by on subscription. We'll have more and more sanctions. Steal today, whatever you can. Download. Well, distillation, you can. It's very well described 15 years ago. What did we do? I took one senior programmer. We built this kind of installation, this kind of booth, a computer, a small black computer, a mouse, 64 gigabytes of memory, one video card, not the best one. It costs 200,000 rubles, which is affordable to any university or organization. Llama, download it, it's available. The platform which helps you run models locally. 6 DeepSeek models, Seek, Alibaba, Qwen, 6 more models with discussion. The biggest one is for 70 billion parameters, 42 gigabytes. Everything is in the computer. And now look at my hand. In this configuration, we made the following problem. A bank, 300 architects create quick and secure microservices. What is interesting here? Secure means secure virtual machine. It should be isolated and other virtual machines shouldn't see it. Limitation of resources, secure borders. There is a simple solution, containers, Dockers. How can we merge them? Amazon did it. They made Firecracker, a symbiosis of a virtual machine with a Docker, which works 100 times better than with a competitor. And Filecracker is open source. Firecracker. We compiled, downloaded, compiled. It's small, 4.1 megabytes. DeepSeek, do you understand it? I said, well, yes. Can you tell us how it works? Yes, I can. What about architecture? Yes, I can. Can you build the diagram? Yes, why not? What about Rust? Because I like Rust as a programming language. You can make limitations with a guaranteed time of execution. No memory leaks. So it's very good for real tasks. I don't know why other languages are used. Rust is the best. Can you rewrite the source code in Rust? Can you improve them? Yes, here you can improve the authorization procedure. Here you can improve the procedure of allocation of rights, redistribution of resources. It helps us to understand how the solution of the competitor works. It can reproduce it and improve it. One example of this kind can change the world because it brings back the technical reconnaissance. When I was a major of KGB, somebody made a photo. I saw my desk from a side, and I see that papers are located in a certain way. When I solve a problem which were unsolvable, the papers lied in that exactly way on my paper. When I came to my work, under my left hand, I had technical documentation competition. Our intelligence worked. Under my right hand, our intentions. If you have 10 competitors, so you must have intelligence, get data about what they are doing, and you have to do better than them. And it helps us to change the world. You shouldn't fire 300 architects from the bank, but I have found jobs for them. Hire one senior programmer and let them work. Why so many architects and seniors? There is a layer, a gap. Some of them think about diagrams, they understand what is doing. It is being done. A programmer understands one particular problem, but it doesn't know what other people are doing and how his task is integrated in the entire diagram. DeepSeek can close the gap. I have a task, find all the open codes of all competitors. I don't understand this. Explain, please. Actually, DeepSeek is not just one of the platforms, one of the attempts to develop a world-class AI platform. It's another approach, a different approach, so which is going to bury ChatGPT. Where are we heading? What is ahead of us? And how can we integrate into that world? Let me show you some trends, some tasks that we are going to solve. 6 years ago, 6 years ago, I made a presentation that wise people live longer. We are on the brink of large-scale war. We need drones. We need weapons. No, we said 5 years ago, everything is all right. Today they say, can I reread your presentation done 5 years ago? Let me tell you what you are going to ask me in 6 years' time. I have about 80 paradigms of neural networks. Most of them are based on McCulloch-Kapitsa algorithm, McCulloch-Walter-Pitts model. It's a good model, but it was developed in 1943, and it has one drawback. A well-tuned networks in synapse between two neurons, there is one weight. The trust area, trust, 0.2. The trust is 0.2. In order to eliminate this fixed evaluation, you have to find the right combination with the right number of weights. In human society, we don't say, I believe you for 0.2%. You said, no, I talked to Mr. Heisen, he is a good economist, about military things. I listened to another person, economy, another person. So in DeepSeek, it's called a cloud of experts. The next step after the cloud of experts is called
Kolmogorov-Arnold network.
Kolmogorov-Arnold network. Why Kolmogorov-Arnold networks? It was the American name. Why do they use the names of Russian mathematicians? At synapse between two neurons, there is a function of trust to the expert, which depends on the area of expertise. If we discuss this, I believe you that way. They proved that any multi-dimensional task can be split into such network, but they didn't tell us how. And now I have about 12.5 articles about that. If we learn how to do it, all our networks will be twice as small, twice as efficient, because in this area I'll listen to that expert, in another area I will listen to another expert. Let's go back. Yes, there are a few persons who tell us very nice about the structure of the human brain and trying to make a bridge between human and artificial intellect. What can you tell us about this? What can you tell us about that? Well, what do I want to say? I want everyone to find out why do we use McCulloch-Pitts model. McCulloch was neurophysiologist, and he invited Pitts. Pitts was 18 years old. He was a mathematician. If you have a specialist of the brain structure and a mathematician, you must merge them. Then you will get the result. McCulloch believed that the brain works this way, but it's only in some cases that it does that. So the mathematician will gain the upper hand. Read the biography of Pitts. He was when he was 13, his father was an alcoholic, and he ran away, and he hid himself in the mathematical
возникли вопросы, он написал письмо одному ведущему математику.
in the mathematical
Не очень понял. Тот сказал: вау, приезжай, я тебя возьму в универ. Он говорит: да мне 13, но не возьму. Ну, будет
library. He read a lot of books, asked a question about one of the mathematicians. He said, "Oh, come to our university." He was only 13. When he was 15, he joined the university, became an excellent mathematician. Don't look at GPT now. Try to merge two ways, to merge two worlds. One is those who work with brains, the other world is mathematicians. One trend is Kolmogorov-Arnold networks. The second one, the global problem is hallucinations of AI. At a certain point, they lose the reality and start lying without understanding that. How does it happen? People from Tokyo realized that the diagram analysis of the energy landscape looks like that diagram in a human brain with Wernicke aphasia. When a person speaks without any sense, you can listen to many politicians, but what is he talking about? Looks like about nothing. Well, a person who takes a decision has high peaks, and a person gets some information from the past or from the adjacent area. Then you have a peak. A person with aphasia has a smooth and plain structure, and you cannot get to the right peak. There is a mathematical tool which helps us to learn, to study hallucination, AI hallucination area. It's the main thing that blocks further development of AI networks, because we cannot trust the AI results. We have tasks where AI demonstrates social behavior. I told you that we have to do the swarm intellect, well, when several devices solve one big task without a clear-cut leader. They have to come to terms to each other. 5G is for a person, because 4G is enough. 5G is not quite necessary. 5G is for autonomous devices, independent devices. For a road full of driverless cars which talk to each other. I see a dog, it crosses the road, I will pass by, but you can hit that dog, so take care. Now, very soon we'll have a lot of driverless cars in the roads, and now we see the processes close to social groups of people. Networks get a task: give this boy a name, a newborn baby, give a name. The question was asked to two networks. If the result is the same,
есть они при этом не
So
знали,
they
что
were
разговаривать.
rewarded. And they didn't know what other
Вот вы двое, наименуйте кого-то
networks
мальчика.
think.
Пусть будет Саша. А вы двое там, вот это
It was about
пусть будет
two
какой-то Егор.
networks only, one-to-one relation.
Вот этих вот маленьких поощрений.
And due to such small approvals, we get clusters. You see clusters,
Или как сейчас вдруг называют,
for
называют
example,
Махмуд почему-то в Москве.
Sasha. Or today, Mahmoud is the most popular name
Вот. И оказалось,
in Moscow.
вот это вот
And
зачатки
it turns out
уже можно
that
но и использовать.
the
Ну,
initial signs of social behavior can be used now.
информвойны, изучение таких кластеров.
So I deal with information war now, and social behavior of networks can simplify my tasks. For many years, all my business is about the internet, which is not a casual network.
Граф друзей прилипает к растущим кластерам. Вот это мои друзья.
So we have friends, and and they are all in clusters. My school boys, friends, university mates, fitness club mates, they are stable, they are growing, and it's a non-scalable network,
Вот. И это очень здорово облегчает мониторинг.
or rather scale-free network.
Интернет на входном контуре 400 серверов, у меня 4.
Monitor
Безмасштабные сети
400
гиганты, которые
servers,
интернет на
and I can control
интереса.
4. A few
На то, что
points which cause a threat.
развиваются раковые клетки, так растут там
Scale-free network,
бабушки, торгующие
swarms of wolves, grandmothers that sell vegetables also are grouped into local markets. This behavior is well described in Barabashi Albert article in 1999, when they saw such stable clusters, and as soon as we are going to interact with artificial intellect, they are going to behave in the way described by Barabashi Albert. Deep learning. There are 10 breakthrough areas in AI. So we shall have an investment winter now, because they are reluctant to pay the money. They are focused on specific tasks.
миллиардов, там триллионов.
Other people will come and ask for the result. We paid a lot of money. Where is the result? Of course, there are military. The military will be able to pay for what I showed. What I showed in this slide.
Вот. Ну, у меня просто там 10 этих направлений рассказывать сильно долго.
10 areas, it's too long to speak about all of them.
Запись доклада будет, поэтому...
Well, my presentation will be available to you.
Вот. Ну, последняя из них. Зачем
The last one,
придумайте кто-нибудь.
explainable AI.
Тот самый
Understandable and explainable AI.
Кто-нибудь объяснимый интеллект, чтобы он рассказывал, с чего он это взял. Ну, мы с вами
An AI who can tell you why he delivered that answer. What do we have next? Learn.
есть
Where?
интересные курсы, ходите
Yes,
в зале.
there are courses, excellent courses in our hall.
Есть разные
Yes,
люди,
there are
которые занимаются курсами. Подойдите,
people
покажу.
who deal with courses. I can show them to you,
Можете
and
можете
well,
научиться, потому что плохих курсов сейчас
you
очень
can
много,
learn.
хороших курсов мало.
because there are a lot of bad courses now, but you have to rely on good courses.
Вот. Ну и традиционная
And
просьба
traditional
голосовать за
request
или
Please vote for the presentation, leave your feedback. Where is it?
Да, я попросил DeepSeek попрощаться.
I asked DeepSeek to say goodbye.
Если подойти к ней с любопытством.
So my task becomes more and more interesting if you are curious about it. And
Оставьте отзыв. И сейчас будет
leave your feedback here. We have 5 minutes for questions and answers. So you have microphones in the aisles, and I am going to present a book for the best question. And I can tell you that a girl will be number one.
Вопрос. Правда ли, что обучение модели на китайском языке
Is it true that model in the Chinese is better because one hieroglyph is very informative, more informative than a letter?
Это вопрос на грани этики. Я думаю, DeepSeek здесь скажет, мне сказали.
I think DeepSeek will say that you must answer yes. I had a slide about internal layers. Inside there is a system of notions which is extra-linguistic. It's not related to language. A network can translate from one language to another, even if he doesn't know the language, because he knows the object. Dog, object, cat, attack is another object, and it can translate it. Of course, you have to use words or hieroglyphs, not tokens. Thank you. It's a question about your experiment with Firecracker. Firecracker is 50,000 lines of code. The maximum size in DeepSeek is 120,000 tokens. How can you squeeze it there? Don't do everything yourself if you have a programmer. My programmer said that he did the job. Maybe he deceived me. Maybe you described it in an article. I am going to write that article. I am going to recheck it. Thank you. You told us that there is a gap between programmers and architects, and you can close the gap by AI. But at the same time, we know that a lot of hallucinations in AI takes place. Will that gap closure make the problem worse rather than better? So one of the main tasks now is to kill hallucinations. This is the main problem now.
То есть на самом деле, у меня год назад был доклад про построение доверенной среды, можно как построить доверенную среду при работе с искусственным интеллектом.
I had an article about trusted environment. How can we build the trusted environment for AI? There is no way. And you cannot trust AI now, not about hallucination, about data quality as well. So you cannot deal without a human being. But AI can prompt to you very well or give you intelligence. At the very beginning, you told us that by using open models, you can teach another model. How can DeepSeek learn with ChatGPT, which is closed? Closed is, well, I do OSINT, and there are few closed things in the internet with me. Everything is opened. They went close and deeper than we thought. For example, Facebook is closed in Russia, but everyone uses it. And we have people and partners. So the same with big platforms. If it's big money is involved, what kind of video card did you use? I don't know exactly. NVIDIA. NVIDIA. Thank you. Not the top one. Andrei, listening to your very interesting presentation, I had a question. Is there any sense for young people to become juniors if DeepSeek and ChatGPT will eliminate them? Look, if you read Marx, there is no middle-class notion there. He didn't talk about middle class at all. Middle class appeared when a lot of money was there in the world. And now the middle class is broken because low-level middle class will be replaced by Indians and Bangladesh things. The upper layer, which had local brands, will stay. Starting from the third year of the university, you can already choose something where you are the best. In that case, you will survive. Programming will stay. The main problem is not in programming or AI. The programming is splitting the middle class. Choose the area where the customer is ready to pay money, and they should know about you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Andrei, hi. Tell us, what do you think about RSK and its influence on information wars? When bots fill in the space and 70% of information is generated by bots. Internet is evil, bots are another evil. Smartphone looks like that. You paid for the black screen. If the screen lights up, you didn't pay for that. You can see only the image of the person or the company that generated this content. Internet is a very aggressive digital environment which can use two things: friendliness and ignoring. Now, I asked you about how neural networks is going to analyze information from chatbots. There is no way. Only expertise. You have to mark everything done is neural network. Content generated by network. That's all. If it is generated by network and you didn't indicate that, you have to go to prison. This is the only way. There are no technical tools, only legal ones. So, last question. Thank you. The question is controversial. The neural network is something like a knowledge base. It can be filled, it can be dumped. The question is to everyone who uses networks. Are you not afraid of using LLM agents for generating codes for your own projects, taking into account that this data somehow can be leaked? They are already leaked. Everything that you do in open platform goes to the owner of the lab. Yes, data is leaking. No one is going to pay for your idea. It will be stolen. Stolen. You have to talk to, you have to generate the minimal workable version. Don't show it to big platforms because they will steal. So there is no copyright in the internet. It's all right. Anyway, look at our friends from the Arab world. They say there is no copyright in this world, everything belongs to Allah. So protect your data any way you like. We use LM agent. It's in project, and so, no. Everything leaks. You need to have a person who is responsible for that. Who knows everything about threats, who knows about policy, security policies, what kind of data can leak, what cannot be leaked. I was against paper security, but now I am for it. You have to explain for that. But I'm talking about simple, usual. If you are a simple developer, everything will be stolen, and you can steal as well. Two questions, two more questions, no more. And let's continue offline. Thank you for your lecture, it was interesting. I have a question. At this stage of AI development, we use it everywhere. And recently, for the last few years, we think about using AI as a judge in the courts of law. How possible, how ethical it is. No ethics. AI has no ethics. Strange as it may seem, justice is very good for it. Thousands of documents, thousands of cases, and AI can deal here better than the judge and better than judge assistants. Only 10 to 15% non-standard, difficult ones, human being must be involved. I was in Qatar a few years ago. There was a soccer championship. They were boasting about that. And they had supporters for lawyers. Legal things can be easily formalized, but they say our legal system is international, but we cannot generate a bot because because of women. In some countries, abuse of women means abuse of pet. In other countries, abuse of personal belongings. And we cannot agree whether a wife is a personal belonging or a cat. But in 80% of cases, AI can be used. Yes. So, your question will be the last one. Thank you very much for an interesting presentation. The question is about, well, many people who have a trend to use neural networks with open source code. Unfortunately, there are data leaks, source code leaks, model leaks. Do you think our country has any developments, good developments about any sovereign algorithms, ghost encryption, first in the military area, then in civilian area, like cryptography? Do we have something that is used for intelligence, for trusted data? We have Olga Uskova, female Elon Musk. She has some niche developments, world class. I had a slide, myself and one more person, which was a bot from the city of Perm. One person, now 3 persons, and that bot is more popular than the bots of Elon Musk. I am now sanctioned, and I am invited to different countries, and they always ask, do you have something? I say yes, yes, good. Everything that wouldn't spy for the US, for China, for Europe. The very last question. Hi. The question is about security. You said that it's secure to develop local LLM, and it's limited by physical parameters. Any company that wants to use a neural network for different tasks should install it locally, or can we securely, well, take big models, if you are allowed to use the platform, filter it, squeeze it, we call it distillation, and install it locally. Very soon, this year, we shall have the same thing that happened in the 30s about splitting the atom. Then it was classified. But in the 30s, you can read about splitting, about making a nuclear bomb. So now, as soon as the information is not classified, take it, use it, download it. I am here. Come to me, and, well, I have a proposal. If you want to talk to Andrei Viktorovich at the booth number 44 at 1400 hours, there will be a prize. A prize. Who asked about hieroglyphs? The girl asking about hieroglyphs. Please come to me and get the prize.
Так, и пока у нас тут готовится сцена, я еще
анонсировать активности субботы. We are preparing the stage. Let me tell you about Saturday. On Saturday here we shall have a competition, programming competition, at 7 p.m. until 10 p.m. Right here, we shall have IT networking, free discussion with the speakers, with the organizers, with participants. stand-ups, games, refreshments, everything will be here. Please come, it's absolutely open. And I'm ready to present our next speakers, Rada Yurieva and Viktor Ryabinin.
Добрый день. Сегодня мы с вами
Hi. Today we are going to discuss automated analysis of vulnerabilities in smart contracts. We discussed it with Viktor Ryabinin for about a year because it's at the juncture of AI, application security, and security of distributed registers.
Значит, я еще раз повторю, что я работаю в отделе Application Security.
I work in the application security area. Victor deals with security of distributed registers. This is the plan of presentation. There are 4 points: preparation of data, architecture of the solution, how we analyze and chose the features, and the main pipelines. What kind of metrics did we use to evaluate the quality of the solution? We started with data set, with data collection, which took more than half of the time. It's GIGO, garbage in, garbage out. As a result, we had to evaluate the data set manually, very clearly, very thoroughly, correct some of the data. 27,000 contracts we got as a result. 79% were vulnerable. Of course, we could write 0 here, but we decided to operate honestly because the language, Solidity, is mobile, changeable, and the attack vectors change as a result. And we always have to take into account the repository quality, not to use old things, obsolete things. That's why we had a lot of vulnerable contracts. We used oversampling and undersampling when we added synthetically generated classes. Undersampling, when from majority class we eliminate part of the contracts, which reduced the data set and made it synthetic. And we learned some patterns and we didn't find some of the factors. So we used cross-validation when we split the data set. And for example, if we have 10 contracts, we had to have at least 8 vulnerable and 2 non-vulnerable to reduce the number of the majority class. As I said, we checked data relevance because some of the contracts can be obsolete, unapplicable. We took contracts from GitHub. We had student contract, training contract, open source contracts which cannot be used. We eliminated them manually, and all positives were also deleted manually. In Solidity, there were some errors in semantic code analysis. Such tokens prevailed, which were not representative for Solidity as a whole. The main architecture, the main idea was to reduce the number of false positives, and besides, to scale up the solution, which means that we can add new contracts, up-to-date contracts, and retrain the model and use the solution for other programming languages, because we have a hybrid solution. Hybrid approach means that to begin with, we made statistical analysis of smart contracts, modifiers, cycles. I will tell you later about the features. We analyzed dangerous constructions and Sleason, Mainfreel, patterns of well-known vulnerabilities. Then we generated graphs for our vulnerabilities, syntax, interaction of functions, semantic problems, data flow. Then we used different training algorithms and found non-trivial mistakes to get a better result. So this is a typical map, pair correlation of samples. Of course, we had much more, but I cannot put it on one slide, so I choose only a sample. Part of the, we had 6 main things for solidity contracts and analyzed them. For example, there are some well correlated things. For example, the length of code, the number of lines, well correlated. Solidity means that byte size is also important. But the number of lines can be small. What is bad here? We had to use the data set and the contracts that could split those things to look at the code from different sides, from different viewpoints. Other interesting features means linguistic analysis, transformer, classical ML algorithms, code semantics was also taken into account. We chose 2 features: average number of vectorized codes and fast text. Very close, but taking into account very complex context. After we found those features, we saw how the features behave depending on the depth of interaction. The feature which is red reaches 40% of influence in terms of detecting vulnerable code. The longer is the code, the higher is the probability of vulnerability. But when the number of trees grows, that feature stabilizes at about 30%. The low-level features, the number of delegate calls, it's close to 0. If you want to study solidity and look at vulnerabilities of solidity, that vulnerability, that feature will be described, but it is not relevant because we can deal with it very efficiently. What else? We can say some features cross each other. They get the highest result when they are used in pairs. As I said, we used graph analysis. You can see the graph of a vulnerable contract. We need a check before the run then the balance of resources, the resources are delivered, and we can have recursive attacks when we withdraw money from the bank account while the account is not refreshed. We use it in ML solutions, and we can interpret such solutions very well. Now, the pipeline. This is the results of research. Give freedom to researchers, and he will continue researching. This is the state of large language models. Victor is going to tell you more tomorrow. I can tell you that ChatGPT-4 gave the best results here, 66% of positives. It's much better than all other LMs, although even 66% is not enough to use it only. When we audit smart contracts, we cannot eliminate we cannot use external services like ChatGPT. Within this research, we found Solidity vulnerability tool. It's not the best one because what kind of data set was used to train this LM? We used our own data set and our own hybrid code was used. So it improved our results in terms of interpretability, analysis of input and output data. In output, we had 3 types of graphs: structure of code, execution of code, and links between code parts. All that was called a hybrid input. This is analytics of this graph LLM before we trained it and after we trained it, and the results were down by about 10%, but we took a decision to leave it with not the best result, 0.71, because we can interpret it, because it is focused on our task, because we use the hybrid approach. And when in future we're going to improve it, not just split contracts between vulnerable and non-vulnerable, because we have 27,000 of contracts. We can range the vulnerabilities by their importance, and we can even train our analysis tools to range vulnerabilities. How did we analyze our Solidity contracts? 4 main algorithms: logical regression, boosting, support vector machine, or SV. Why did we use such algorithms? Each algorithm, ML algorithm, is used for a certain task. We have complex data. We didn't know anything about linear developments, linear dependencies, and we use ensemble models. So why not? Logical regression gave us not the best solution, about 0.87, because logical regression sees only linear dependencies. It's very difficult to interpret complex data for it, but it works. The number of lines, the size of code is a representative feature, and logical regression uses it. Besides random forest algorithm, each tree in that forest is used, the precision is about 0.9. Then gradient algorithm is more complex. It works. Each next tree takes into account errors of previous trees. Support vector machines is an algorithm which builds a hyperplane, which helps us split the contracts into vulnerable and non-vulnerable. It gives us something like logical regression, but we use complex dependencies between features. And this algorithm was very good, very strong. Of course, it's heavy. It takes a lot of time to learn. And people loved it, but now it's not as popular as before. I loved it anyway. Then hard voting and soft voting was used. Hard voting. If three algorithms say that it's vulnerable, one says non-vulnerable, we say it's vulnerable. And then
наши модели. И что еще хочется сказать, да, что лидерами
what else? Ensemble and random forest were the most precise algorithms.
Метрики, которые мы
Next metric which was analyzed is standard deviation.
что мы делали? Мы разбивали
What did we do? We split the sample into batches and saw how precise was. Logical regression and soft voting were quite positive, quite stable, while gradient boosting
и Random Forest, они как бы более подвержены
and random forest gave us less stability in different patches. Precision, well, ensemble models, hard voting and soft voting were good. It's about 0.9. Logical regression was the least precise. How many contracts were vulnerable? We wanted to reduce false positives as much as possible. And that's why this metric was important for us. And logical regression showed us the highest possible number of contracts, because logical regression made a lot of false positives. But for ensemble models, they didn't give us a lot of weight. We applied very small weight to it, and in the complex, they worked together, all of them. After that, how many vulnerable contracts were missed? That is quality evaluation. Logical regression showed us very well because, well, it had a lot of false positive, but it didn't miss any vulnerable contracts. It registered all of them, and RUC-AUC showed us how well the product works, how stable it is. For example, hard voting didn't give us any probability. It's yes or no. Soft voting gave us good. The top result is one. What about the consequences? Ensemble of the traditional models showed us the optimal balance of precision and stability. It requires certain tuning because it increases the complexity, increases the precision, and helps us to find rare patterns, vulnerability patterns. This is evaluation of quality, metric by metric. We used several approaches, including ensemble model, post-ensemble model, which gave us 0.91 precision, and we're going to focus on that precision. Graph model was, we tried to use it, but we had worse results. Why? It looks as if graph model can be used without classical ML algorithms. It works rather well. We use IST, semantic of code, data full graph. What else? What else do we need? Why didn't we get good results? Because the data set is small, 27,000 contracts. We would rather have 270,000 or even more. Interpretation of results is better when we use in parallel graphs and ensemble models. We see the results, we compare them, we check the differences and analyze why the difference occurs. So the complex model is good. ML and Web3 are the technologies which are at the front end, and we want to use them. If you didn't start using ML, do it, please, because it helps you to go deep into Solidity. It's mathematics, it's interpreted very well, metric by metric, everything is visual, everything is understandable. We can go to Q&A. Thank you.
Просьба надо к микрофону подходить, мне кажется.
So please use the microphone.
Well,
let me tell you that I will answer the questions about ML, and Andrei will answer questions about Solidity. Thank you very much for the presentation. It was very interesting. I have a question. As far as I understand, you used LLM for analysis, but it looks as if smart contract is an important part of a financial system. Why didn't you use non-probability patterns to analyze the contract as an expert system to explain the rules or the latest vulnerabilities found in the analysis system? Well, good question. I can give two answers. First, the hypothesis about LLM and classical ML, both were used well. We wanted to have a scalable solution, C++ and a universal principle that can be developed and expanded. Now you say about new features, new data, that will make our model more heavy. So we show that it works with Solidity very well. Then it was just a test. We lack expertise in Solidity. I asked Victor, each feature was discussed 1 million times, and in future we're going to add features, but today we have what we have. One more small question. Please, how did you mark 27,000 contracts? Good question. We took open data sets with where data set marking was already used.
Что-то мы там размечали с лизером,
Well, we marked manually with by ChatGPT and then checked and rechecked.
Конечно, да, 270 тысяч контрактов.
Of course, that was a difficult process.
С какими-то выбросами.
27,000. Well, let me add. We used parsing, and we checked not only how full the information was, but also what kind of time limits were placed for each bug. Some links were links for code reference about the bug. We could go through to that link and add data to the sample. But the most difficult thing was not the vulnerability sample, but samples of the contracts, which were so-called non-vulnerable. Because we didn't have any data sets for such contracts. What did we do? We took top 30 projects of that kind. It was financial contracts. The more money is in the project, the more secure it is. And then top 50, top 60, we found bugs, non-critical ones, but still low and medium criticality. So top 30 projects were the cleanest. Despite that, we found only 5,000 samples. Each contract was split into other subcategories. Solidity is a difficult language because we have few developers and not a lot of good codes. I talked to ChatGPT about datasets, what kind of dataset we're going to choose.
Но в итоге как раз у нас в сторону есть некоторый страх, что контракт неуязвимый, просто
we feared that the contract should be non-vulnerable. This is a QR code. You can vote for the presentation, leave the feedback, and after that, out of all who left the feedback, we are going to have a lottery about books, about Ada Lovelace and Babbage. Thank you for the presentation. I missed the beginning. But in classical algorithms, you gave us some metrics. What was the target for training? Was it a binary target? The contract is hypothetically vulnerable, or how did you tune the model? What is the type of the bug, where the bug is? No, we would like to have that. We would like to teach ML to find where the bug is, but at this stage, we can only say vulnerable or non-vulnerable at the binary level. LLM generate tokens, and it's difficult with precision. To add it to the model, it was manual. Well, if I got you right, the model was trained at individual contracts, not at groups of contracts, because usually an application is written not for one contract, but for a set of contracts with library. Yes. Well, because contracts import other contracts. Yes, we used contracts. We had features which take into account availability of imports, but we didn't use groups of contracts because this was only first attempt. This is something for the future. Hi. Good afternoon. One question about the choice of LLM. LLM has limited context, and we suppose that we had more false positives depending on the size of the contracts. The more lines, the more false positives or false negatives. Did you see that? How did you solve that problem? As you see, we have a hybrid input. That's why we believe that we eliminated tokens, and contracts were not very long, actually. But the wrong choice of LLM was done, because Solidity, Graph, we have to use the model, which was not the best one. We had to change it. So maybe one day we'll have a lot of contracts and train the model from scratch. About data sets with vulnerabilities, if we look at data sets from Solidity and Consensus, they contain only part of the contract, or maximum one contract without other contracts. So the problem, we didn't have any problem with the size of the code. Thank you. I thank you for the presentation. I have a creative question. What about using LLM together with formal verification of smart contracts? It's mainstream. Formal verification is done by other specialists. And no, there is no link. So now you learned the models, we found vulnerabilities, you have trees. Did you think about training the models to formulate theorems which can be analyzed? Yes, we had such an idea, and tomorrow we'll have a separate presentation about it. Yes, we had such a feature of invariants and using invariants for advising and Forge, Hidna. Yes, there is a presentation, but it's out of the framework of this presentation. Please come to that presentation. We didn't have enough time. But in general, that presentation is more detailed. Thank you for the presentation. Did you analyze false positives by finding vulnerabilities there which you didn't include in your presentation? Could LLM find something which you didn't expect to find? Very good question, actually. What is the big positive in different models? Because they have different false positives. Each model has different. 400, 500 in each. We realized why this model reacted this way. We had special analysis of false positives and false negatives. We analyzed them, we trained the model. It's an interactive process. Features, we have been doing it for about a year. That's very interesting. For example, did we find anything that we didn't expect? That's interesting. Please write to me and I'll tell you much more about false positives and negatives. Thank you. Did you try any pre-training of the Solidity code to raise the precision? What can you add to make the model more precise? Graphs, comments, anything. Actually, I wouldn't use comments because comments reduced the results, made them worse. LLM doesn't understand your comments. It takes it as a token and starts analyzing it.
Для LLM я могу сказать, мы там
For
удаляли
LLM, I can tell you, we eliminated the words which exist in all the contracts.
то, что мы
We reduced tokenization. We tried graphs, which also helped to analyze the code. 3 types of graphs which accumulated all the features of Solidity. So it's good to have graphs. If Vladimir uses to do it for Python, if you want to automate and doesn't know what to do, generate graphs and put them into LLMs, learn and analyze the results. Thank you.
Добрый день, меня зовут Виталий. Большое
Hi,
спасибо.
I am Vitaly. Thank you for your presentation. And the question is like this. You've got non-balanced classes, and you had to do the resampling. No, we eliminated that. Oversampling, cross-validation, it was done in the minority class. Undersampling and oversampling didn't work. You can get good results only for your tests, and then later you will not be able to replicate them. Then let me put it differently. Did you try artificially to regenerate objects of the necessary class, the way it is often done when we analyze images? If we have an image of a cat, we can scale it, move it, and semantically it will still be a cat. Can we use such an approach to smart contracts, to codes? Take 2 good contracts and artificially build the 3rd contract, which will be non-vulnerable. It's not about oversampling and undersampling. It's different. Oversampling, undersampling, no. About your 3rd approach, no. We filtered away data. We tried to eliminate similar contract so that we wouldn't have any overestimation of a certain type of contracts. If we have contracts which are quite similar, we don't have to train the model on these 2 contracts. If it doesn't have a feature, a vulnerability, it wouldn't be there. If it has a vulnerability, if you replicate the contract, you will have more and more and more of those vulnerabilities. So we tried to make all our contracts to be different. It's very dangerous to use similar contracts. We have 9 types of basic vulnerabilities for smart contracts. But what was the data set which was used to generate those 9? Well, it was a synthetic data set which was generated the way you said, and actually it was just 1 token. And a lot of contracts were generated, but they were similar. 100% of vulnerabilities were detected, but it was only 1 contract. If you focus on something narrow, well, it will be bad. So you have to have diversity, then only it will be precise. We try to refresh, update, use new constructs, new types of transactions. If we take old types of vulnerabilities, we also filtered them for version 4, version 8. Sometimes we eliminate them if they are closed, solved, they don't influence us any longer.
он уже не так
they don't influence us now because they are known. It's one of the approaches to check actuality of the data set. We checked import safe mass. It's old, it's obsolete. It doesn't, we don't have any new contracts with such features. So good, so eliminate it. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now we have to choose the best question. There is one more question. Thank you. Thank you. As the previous speaker said, there are formal verification methods, symbol verification methods, and you offer machine learning for smartphone, smart contracts. What are the benefits of your method, taking into account that you use formal verification as well? Formal verification was not used in this research. What are the benefits? It can be included in a certain tool that is going to check the smart contract that you deploy, that you generate, and show you the probability of errors. There was a good question about false positives and false negatives. Yes, we analyze them and we generate new patterns, which is important. As you said, in general, your solution can produce false positives and negatives. It's a mathematical model. The number of falses, the number of errors should be minimal. Accordingly, from the point of view of a developer, how a developer should understand that by using your ML models, they can work in the right way, that this is really false and not false positive. Formal verification, it takes a lot of time and effort. This solution is more for quick scanning of smart contracts. We can just pay attention of the developer to a certain piece of code and say that probably it contains an error. This is what I see in this solution. Maybe I am wrong. For education, if you learn Solidity, you can check yourself, you can check your own work quickly. Thank you.
Здравствуйте, спасибо за доклад.
Hi. Thank you.
Где вы показывали.
What about your slide with reentrancy? I wanted to see it's the last line will cause the underflow. You say that you tested vulnerabilities in Solidity. It's data set checking. It was done in October, November to demonstrate visualization. Maybe Victor can comment. It's about reentrancy. I can give you the full code. If you put 0 in the last line, it will be okay. Otherwise, it's an underflow. Oh, yes. Yes, it will be an error. Right, you are. Let me add, if somebody makes an audit, come to me. I have a group of 20 persons who discuss such things. Come to me and join the group. Choose the question, the best question. The person who asked about false negatives.
Голосуйте.
Thank you. Thank you. Please vote. Please give your feedback. Thank you.
Вот, а мы с вами ненадолго прервемся до 2 часов до следующего слова.
We're going to stop until 2 o'clock. At 2 o'clock, we're expecting you, and there will be another main speaker.
использование агентов АИ
AI agents
статического анализатора.
in the service to improve
Давай, удачи.
static analysis. Godspeed.
Сегодня
Hi,
будем
everybody.
разговаривать об одной
Glad to have you here.
Многие
Our
говорят,
topic today is pretty interesting.
очень близко к этому все подошли, но тем не менее такую уникальную
Many people have been discussing it,
все это и как-то все это сформировать в одну
but
единую группу.
there's yet to be an opportunity to
Меня зовут
sum up the developments of recent. My name is Anton Mikhailov. I'm a product owner of SEST-AV, a SEST tool, a small step for the developer, but a huge leap for development. What I mean by this, let's take a step back. Many people here are mature, experienced experts in OPSEC. You know all this, but bear with me for a moment. Let me set the context. The place of AppSec in CI/CD, DevSecOps, right? It's pretty basic, but needs spelling out still. We have a range of tools or practices that we call DevSecOps. SCA, amplifying secret scanning, SaaS. At a certain level of maturity, you recognize that that's needed, and you integrate this into your process. That's an AWASP slide. At the top, you have the integration of different tools into your basic pipeline. Sometimes you'll have data orchestration, correlation, and aggregation in the middle, OSOC or ISPM. And then at the bottom, you'll have infrastructure checks. OSOC at the top and SPM at the bottom. A rough distinction. What's the value of integrating DevSecOps? Time to market is faster, costs are lower because it's mostly automated, automated release delivery, quality of code improves, which mitigates risks, which is important for us as security guys. Security of delivery is driving the safety or security culture. That's, again, pretty run-of-the-mill. Another emerging topic that's been in place for a long time is compliance. So CI/CD, that's what you have depending on your team's maturity. That was the overall picture. Let's supplement it with research. I mostly focus on Gartner because they are relevant, they are great experts, nice reports, and they do put in the work. We have DevOps, CI/CD to the right, with a list of practices that can be used at different stages. Creation, planning, release, operation. But still, why does a company need DevSecOps? In quantifiable metrics, this reduces the costs of defect fixing or bugs fixing up to 100 times reduction. If you miss a painful, huge vulnerability at the early stages, you have versioning, version 2, 3, 6.0. You identify the vulnerability. It's a problem, but it's your core functionality. You'll have to rewrite a lot of code. This is expensive for the company. It's much easier and cheaper to set up CI/CD, just a couple of tools, much better than putting out fires after the fact. Gartner estimates that by 2028, 85% of teams will integrate DevSecOps into their practices. By 2027, 85%. It's not very fast, actually. It used to be much lower. That much is true. But our ascension to this level of maturity is pretty lackluster. We're taking our time, right? Other research indicates that having implemented basic DevSecOps, you eliminate up to 70% of critical errors at the exploration stage. That's great. Then you are better protected against regulators,
Но вот это уже, кстати, более интересный, релевантный показатель.
exploits down 40%, and it improves response to incidents by 65%. That's something close to life because it's really critical. How does SAST come into play here? My presentation is called Dynamic Generation of Rules with the Use of AI Agents. But we start with SAST. Why?
Static Application Security Testing.
Static Application Security Testing.
Если мы не берем каких-то архитектурных
It's
сдвигов в сторону, да, то это
the furthest shift left that you have without architecture changes.
на уровне pull request.
You check the code upon creation. APU requests, control system. Tests are cheap to integrate. You deploy it, you run checks on demand, or it can be part of CI/CD. You automate other processes. It's an easy tool to use, doesn't require too much maturity, unlike some other practices. And it eliminates 40 to 60% of CWA vulnerabilities, top 10 of them. 95% of companies who are developing the DevSecOps approach within have been using SAST. Usually it's the first step in DevSecOps. The value is clear. In 67% of the companies, that's the sole practice. We have CSAT. As for the rest of DevSecOps, I will think about it. It's clear where and how it's used. The effects are clear. You don't have to justify it too much. Management usually buys in. You cut costs, you respond faster, you mitigate the scope of problems. What's not to like? But here is the catch. The place and role of SAST has been static for a long time. It's an old, entrenched practice. It's old school. It's been out in the market for many years. We know how it works. It has pattern detection, data flows. It hasn't been evolving that much. False positive rate, if we speak frankly, it's over 60% out of the box for 90% of SAST solutions. You get alarms. It flags a vulnerability, but sometimes it's not there. First order mistake, a false positive. Not too good. Yes, this is out of the box. If you customize it, if you tweak it, if you invest your own expertise into it, your accuracy will be higher. But again, the bare bones solution is not as efficient, which inflates your tech debt. It's a problem for larger companies who have 20,000 releases per week. Just imagine the tech debt there. Very expensive. We don't have centers of excellence on SAST enough. Experts are expensive. Their skill sets are not always matched with their desired compensation. And new development there is pretty slow. You hire an expert, takes time. You have to be a big company, it doesn't always happen. If your pattern is too broad, a small mistake, but it'll be a catch-all for a bunch of false positives. If your SAST expert is not skilled enough to account for the context, it's not going to work as good. On the other hand, you have false negatives. You miss some vulnerabilities. There are a lot of new vulnerabilities, but we haven't developed the rules for SAST. It's a major shift left. We could have checked for all of this, but this tool is inert like this. That's the reason. This translates to slower response speeds. And then it doesn't account for the context always. Scanning can be slow. Not all SAST tools have presets. You might recognize this. You might want this. You know that you have to come up with presets. Maybe for scoring, I need a preset that has a scoring at 0.6. Not all SaaS solutions support this. But filters are very important here. In security, you need to have a clear vision of the outcomes that you get from your tools. In computer science, you have to always mind GIGO, garbage in, garbage out. If you have false positives at 60% and upwards, you feed it to ASOC, garbage in, garbage out. All your scoring exercises, correlations will not be as reliable. I've been looking into this for a long time now. Quality of data for SPM and ASOCs. It's a major pain. So, new approaches and new technologies address local issues, mostly. There is a trend in SAST. Deploy AI to auto-triage your tech debt. And it works. And it's great. It weeds out false positives, does a lot of other things, but it's a narrow view. You know that there are many global challenges in SAST, but our response is a patchwork of small patches. Let's take a step back or sideways. We have CVE, and there is 40,000 new CVEs per year. That was 2024. And it's plus 38% year on year. Next year, it's going to be exponentially more. A lot of new libraries, new technologies, we do migrations, we do scaling for our technology. But us personally, no, we do not scale up manual design of rules. 40,000 new CVEs, common vulnerabilities. How many patterns do you need? How many rules do you need? A lot of CVEs, but very few manual rules, and not of them are high quality. By 2027, 80% of companies will deploy AI-augmented tools for testing in their pipelines. They are great experts. Value of AI is clear. The need is clear. That's where we're going. Well, okay. What do we do about it? AI agent solutions. Everybody is going in this direction now. But my idea is more about the architecture. Say you have a CVE database. You use it to aggregate a lot of sources, paid databases, free databases. You have red team reports, your internal research. To build out this database, you start scheduled pre-processing or event-based. This pre-processing involves a check whether it's possible to generate a rule based on the CVE description, on the level of code, I mean. That's pre-processing. You try to describe the vulnerability as fully as possible. There are release notes and changes in vendor source. If it's a major vulnerability and we need more context for the role, we can tap vendor sources and involve release notes. This yields you an internal database containing a set of vulnerabilities. Pre-processing allows you to screen out certain CVEs. If it's CVSS 6 or higher,
ниже,
You take this into consideration. Anything below doesn't concern us.
какой-то там набор отсеиваний. Далее, по сути,
So it's the first filter.
рак, да, для
Then you have RAC based on the vectorized database and feed it to AI.
АИшки сгенерировать правила для соста то же самое, что написать
Our research shows that it's the same as coming up with code.
одинаковый. То есть мы
When AI does this, the quality is pretty much the same. We have our research, we have these aggregated rules,
состовых правил.
and AI
То есть мы взяли еще раз, взяли СВЕшки,
that generates SAS rules for us.
собрали динамический пресет этих правил.
We have dynamic presets based on that.
Запускаются через линтер.
Rules are checked
Синтаксиса
for their executability,
этого правила. И динамический пресет это уже
sufficiency of syntax, and then we end up with a dynamic preset. That's the outcome that we can use however we want. We can integrate it into OCD, CI/CD.
на уровне там проверять
We can run it
вот на этапе этого
at peer requests.
условно динамического пресета. В принципе, это первый сценарий. Мы можем сделать его блокирующим.
That's one scenario. This can be a block factor in CI/CD.
Есть второй вариант. На самом деле, изначально задача была
There is another scenario as well. Our original goal was to
уязвимость из библиотеки на уровне
have SCA
такая стояла.
and see if these vulnerabilities can be exploited on code level. But this proposition is more comprehensive. But we can still have scenarios
Генерируем динамический пресет. Это
where we generate dynamic presets.
на этапе CI/CD, а на этапе SCA
We do this at CI/CD and at the
условно сработки на уровне SCA.
SCA. This would be a
Если
workability factor to confirm. That was the high-level overview.
набрали CVE-шек,
To give you the gist, we take CVEs, we use AI to generate rules, we have a dynamic preset, and apply it at different stages.
пока отойти от этого,
That's pretty much it.
на, там, то
Now let's look at
потом еще раз вернемся
how to make
к
this
большим наборам
functional,
Как сделать, чтобы это работало? Окей. RAG плюс
and then we'll dive deeper.
очень хорошее контекстное понимание уязвимости. Получилось. Изначально у тебя как бы
RAG plus GenAI gives you good insight into context. Original AI agent hasn't learned anything about the vulnerabilities yet. But then you have the database, you enrich it with additional materials,
там несколько
and AI starts generating proper rules.
Тем не менее, это все
You have to check it for linter, you do retries, but it's still all right.
в то время растет количество этих
The
уязвимостей.
databases are flexible. They expand with new vulnerabilities,
Принимать решения, какие вам
and after some time, you can become picky
потому что динамический
and
может быть
select specific parameters for your dynamic presets, because it can be anything.
будет проэксплуатировано
EPSS, for example, the probability that the vulnerability will be exploited within 30 days. You can make it part of your pre-processing. Again, if it's above 0.6
самые неприятные критические вещи.
or 0.6, you'll have a preset for the most critical things.
Pull-реквесты, CI/CD,
It's an option that you can deploy anywhere. Pull requests, CI/CD, anywhere.
и ну, вот как раз добавлять свои метрики. Если у вас внутренний скоринг,
Factor in more parameters. If you have your own scoring, you can add it to the vectorized database and then
и в принципе
feed CVEs into this.
фильтровать и добавлять дополнительные.
Such enriched database will have even more context.
Петля интересна, потому что по
And the feedback loop.
поначалу на первых этапах нужно много обратной связи, чтобы понять, как оно встраивается.
At earlier stages, you need more feedback to make sure that it works and that it delivers what you want.
Используем линтеры, да? Ну, то есть, по сути,
We use linters.
инструмент, благодаря которому мы проверяем, что это
It's a tool that allows us to check that the rules that we get out of AI
какого-нибудь айдишника,
are workable.
сказали так, переверь
They can be ran.
истории, повтори. Вот, но
If it doesn't, can be improved, or you can retry it with AI.
сама челленджила ваши же правила. И условно
Theoretically, you could have an adversarial AI where you have rules from one and challenging the rules from the other. We're doing this research. Unfortunately, we haven't the time to fully validate it, but it's something to keep in mind for the future. Now, risks. Some are evident, but not as critical. False positives. A risk, if your pattern is too broad, can always happen. If it's too narrow, the rule will not detect what you need. We were thinking about an additional QA database and aggregation of roles. I think you can have the adversarial model here. Then there are false negatives, if the logic is too complex. Based on CVEs, the rules are mediocre. But you have feedback, you have enriched databases. With this context, engineers can improve the rules. You never discard them. If it's a critical vulnerability, if it's a pain for you, you can take AI output and improve it to adequate level. It's a preset that you can tweak and fine-tune. Expansion of RAG, more vendor sources, it'll fly. Inexecutable rules after generation. This can be remedied through pre-processing. Latency and CI. 5,000 rules will make your CI slow. That's all. Pretty evident. Lead time is slower, time to market is slower. You'll be asked questions. Well, ideally, if your company has the expertise, if your OPSEC data is fast enough, you can do slicing. You can focus on critical CI steps. Then you have incremental analysis at the level of PE requests. And then you might know that there is a team, they have a product, and it uses this set of languages. That is the context. You can do presets tailored to that team. Next, prompt injection. You might inject something through the CVE description, but you can clean it out. Legal and IP hasn't been an issue so far. Onto metrics. That's what we've come up with. Globally, they address all the problems that we have, and they perform all right. Mean time to rule, MTT rule. That's from when CVE is published to generation of a workable rule. If it's checked on the code level, we will be able to check it within 24 hours. A good benchmark, and you can even try to drive it lower. Precision and recall are standard for SAST, accuracy and completeness. Precision 0.9 is that 98% of alerts are true positives. Delta CI time. That's the time to compile CI with new presets. Once you've generated a lot of new rules, 5% of performance per 1,000 rules should be acceptable. So you'll have to strike a balance between speed and quality. Developer feedback rate. Assume it's a big company. The outcomes from this need to be relevant. Developers will not be happy about this. It used to be all right, and now we're getting a bunch of new checks. CI is slower, output is not as good. Makes you very unhappy. I'd be happy to see this statistic. If it doesn't make the lives of developers worse, it's already good. And then coverage, the share of critical CVEs that ended up with successful roles. Our sample is not as big.
Это не очень много.
We've done this for 2.5 months. Frankly speaking, it's not enough yet. Such metrics will require a more representative sample. Just being open with you. But if you are able to address 60% of critical vulnerabilities in 6 months, this would be a good achievement. Pretty solid. Okay, what if it's not about CVEs? Not just CVEs. But what if it were something different? We could input anything at this step. There is this practice, behavior or business application security testing. BAST. You set up a staging environment and run this. And you can saturate the database with rules like, if your team uses OpenShift, a shared cluster for to team, some values have to be negative. This AI can come out with a proper rule for checking this in your desired language. We started with CVEs because everybody needs this. Everybody tries to integrate this into their SaaS and do this part of the supply chain. But this can be anything at the input. Cryptography checks, for example. Then, context-based alerts can be aggregated to train teams. For example, there is a team that has issues with SQL injections. With each release, here's some learning courses for you. A good way to drive awareness. We tested it. It's a great thing, actually. I think pre-processing can be improved, thinking ahead. Can make use of filters, additional screenings, validation of CVEs, if they can be checked on code level. This would be something really exceptional, and it will boost the metrics many times. Adding vectors, vectorized BDEs to estimate CVE criticality. EPSS, for example, pretty common. If you have this as a parameter or a requirement at preset level, you'll get more flexibility, and you'll have a toolkit to manage this flow. That's what I call slicing, where you focus on a narrower context. Quality control based on AI agents. Instead of SAST, you can have something more complex here. That's what I meant by adversarial checks of rules. Last but not least, another step towards a supply chain artifact. Something to tie in all together, SAST, ICA, and other practices. I think that's pretty much it. Let me give you a number of conclusions. Pretty evident as well. AI cannot replace AppSec. Thankfully, it will never fully replace AppSec. But if we don't use it, we miss out on development. A lot of reports tout AI as the future and as a big breakthrough. And it's useful because they've done pretty much everything that could be done manually. It's a new tool. Scalability. You can do anything based on what I've shown. Auto fixes. Advisors for development. And it can give the context. This CVE is critical for us. Fix it, or you'll not be able to commit. SLAs can be improved, where you run the checks before deployment, fixing it post factum. And auto fixes much more appealing,
уже это вот непосредственно сгенерированное автоисправление.
where you have not just an alert, but a suggestion already on how to fix it. A lot of things to be done here.
Всем спасибо за внимание. Еще раз меня зовут Михаил Фонтон.
Thank you for attention. I am Mikhail. It's an interesting subject.
А теперь, я так понимаю, секция вопросов.
Now, a section of questions and answers. You can ask your questions through the microphones. You can go to that QR code and evaluate the presentation. Please use the QR code. Questions, please. Hi, I am Dima. Thank you for the presentation. It was very good. Tell me, please, do you generate... So you had a lot of talks about CA, about the rules, about generation of code, critical, new, fresh vulnerabilities. You have a good detect rate, a good parameter for false positives. Did you think about a feat about your rules that can be used in 3 months' time and 6 months' time to sell it to your customers? Can you publish it every 6 months, for instance, make it open source so that you would become more and more useful to all the people, because what you did in the past, it's all right. Some companies cannot afford your product, but with 6 months delay or 1 year delay, they can get your rules and use your rules, although they will never be your customers. Well, we've been thinking about it. We're moving in that direction, publishing those things. Well, I understand that, but actually your expertise can be used by everyone and get feedback. Yes, you will have additional feedback for you and a community that will promote your rules and retune them. Yes, we can think about it. Feedback from community is always good. Maybe it is most important thing, because we have some articles which tell us to go that way, but you cannot build a community unless you publish your achievements. Well, we hear about that, and we believe that might be a good solution. We have a lot of open bases and solutions, high-level ones, of course, or narrow things. But if we say, yes, let us generate rules for those who are between 0.6 and 0.8. So I think some people will be interested, and you will have a lot of rules, and you can choose the rules that are relevant to your particular company. It's not the most flexible one. So if it is an open source company, why do we have to invent our own bicycles while other countries have already invented it? Let's make a community and save the time and the money and the effort. Yes, I do agree. This is a good option. Thank you. Can I ask? Thank you for the presentation. My name is Andrei. It was an interesting approach. Did you look at classical tools? Maybe they are alive. Classical tools for the rules generation. Google, for example, searching for vulnerabilities by patches. It didn't generate a signature. The rest looks like yours approach. Yes, I have just read that article. I am not an expert yet, in this area, but it's worth reading. In our case, it would be interesting to look at how fast we can generate a large number of rules covering a lot of cases, but we do understand them. They have a very good description, even better than we expected. We generate a lot of rules and they find their customers and their targets. Yes, it's always good to compare approaches and find the most relevant ones, but we need more. We need larger samples and see how the model would operate in real data, in real environment. You can build it at home in 3 days. Let's try. What you said, yes, I read it, but I haven't compared it yet. Signatures are always interesting. Thank you. Hi, I am Andrei too. Thank you for the presentation. It was interesting. I have several questions. So I beg your pardon, dear line, dear call. So CVE doesn't have talk very often. In CVE, CVEs can be applied to the source code which is not open. What did you take in that case so that the model would generate rules? Descriptions. We take descriptions. In the set of rules, you can see what type is used, Java or something else. We have to build larger models, but in our current situation, it's relevant. If we add more, then if we look at CVS, at the options of calls, for example, well, what kind of fields to check? Of course, I can tell you in greater detail later. Yes. Then there is a second question. For SAS rules, it seems logical to find patterns or data flows and generate rules that will find patterns and write rules. If we have open source, you have to take source code, run it through IST, look at the whole data flow, find the vulnerable function, see what comes in, what gets out, and the agent should generate a rule. How can we put the code into the agent? You have SAS. It runs through all the trees. AE writes the rules, which includes everything. You just mix what SAS gives you, the capabilities of checking. For example, there was an article when people do it with AI. They send a code and ask, please find a vulnerability. It didn't work. But SAS takes into account everything that you said. And it's enough for them. The text that you generated is sufficient for SAS to generate a good code. I want this and that, and it will generate a code. And the agent writes a very good code. In Java, if you tell IE that we at PHP found such and such vulnerability, it will understand and build a rule. Then it goes to linter, it runs once or twice. It says that it is relevant for your parameters, not from the very first time, and it will work. But if I had more time, I would build a product that would compare our rules with AI-generated ones. Well, I would like to look at those rules and compare them, if you like. For example, today you publish a CVE, which is for a certain library. Tomorrow, again, you send all of them, and they find the same vulnerability. It turns out that in your pipeline you have 6 rules which look for the same vulnerability. Yes, policy, security policy should be present. It's about hardware and about processes. At the level of processes, it's up to you to decide. What do you do? We made a research. We look at how it may work. You can map the problems, link them one to another.
Мы когда тестировали, по сути, мы скармливали...
When we tested it, we sent everything, but we didn't send it to CI at once. Later on, when we see that we have a lot of similar vulnerabilities, we generated vulnerabilities on demand. For example, we have 100,000 CVEs which check codes, and I say, I want a preset for a vulnerability in Java with PSS higher than 0.6. It took about 20 minutes, and it generated it. Then I can use that preset for the entire code, if you like. We tested it. We tried to open the scenario of application, not the set of problems, but how we can work and what can the value be, like that. And finally, you mentioned presets, contextual presets. Can you tell us more about what it means? Does it mean that you give away the code? First of all, I think about the code. It's something that we tested at very small data sets. But if you add more context, so the rules will be more personalized. If we have a small set of instructions, for example, we tested it at us. If we give the code to the context, we get a higher quality rule, which takes into account the patterns. Do you now send the code? Yes, we tried to do it. Do you vectorize it? We use patches. Thank you. Sorry. Hi. Thank you. And the question is like this. In our company, we started moving in that direction. What did you do? How do you control the quality of data? Who checks thousands of your rules? Do you validate them? Because we faced the situation when the model degrades at a time and starts giving wrong data, low level of quality, lower level of reliability. So, a lot of falses, yes, the number of falses grows. And CVE, we tried to use checkers there, and we saw that, well, in code it's simpler, because much depends on the context that you take from CVE. You give it the code, your description. We had a story with co-processing circuit where we take the context so that AI understands CVE, and such checks was run through the engineer who would verify. For complex cases, it's like that. The second approach is generate 1,000 of rules. It's good, but at the level of pre-processing, I filtered away a lot of them. And then I collected feedback, because the most critical rules should be tested, should be checked. So you have to take part in that. You cannot press the button and go away. You have to be involved in the generation. You have to check, recheck, verify, SAS, policy agent. which can consume configs, and, well, what kind of description you have. If you lack the context, it's one of the weakest points, actually. I mean, pre-processing. So we have to work here. I understand that you want to press the button and go away, but actually you have to work. If at the pre-processing you add AI, that would attract the context. Well, I wrote you 1,000 rules, so enough is enough. So more research is needed.
Здравствуйте.
Приветствую.
У меня
Hi. A short question.
затрагивалась тема метрик.
You told us about metrics, and I would like to learn about heavy loaded projects and teams where the number of changes in the code is very high, and you have to check all that.
Очень сильно сокращается скорость разработки.
And it reduces the speed of development. What can the compromise be? What can be your recommendation? So you answered your own question. What kind of balance would you like to have? I cannot say that I have a heavily loaded system and I'm going to check everything. If you need the speed, you will need a compromise. There is no golden bullet. So we use the metrics which I told you. We have a set of rules, and we see how is it going to delay your development. For example, you have a project in JS, in other languages, at a preset level, you have to take it into account. We generate a preset which takes into account CVEs for JS, indexes up higher than 0.6, and it will help you to use vulnerabilities for versions from this vulnerabilities from version this and higher, so you cannot check everything. So we filter out a lot of things. It's up to you to organize the process. I give you the general approach, the set of tools which shows good results. How can you use it specifically at your specific situation, your specific metrics? Well, it's up to you. You have to test it and try it. That's my opinion. If you build such a thing, I would listen to your presentation with great attention. Thank you.
Здравствуй.
Приветствую.
Hi.
Слушай, вопрос такой. Хорошо, даже два. Опытная
Two questions.
того, что ты нам рассказывал, уже была?
Did you operate that solution in real data? Actually, we had a test circuit, test environment, and we tested it for 2.5 months. We sent some test workloads. And we saw that it works at test data. That's why I'm making my presentation. But I cannot say that I used it in production environment, in enterprise production environment. It's yet to be seen. How long did the agent learn? We didn't learn. Oh, sorry. No, not long. It's not a difficult thing.
Тогда еще такой вопрос. 2 доклада назад, именно на этой же сцене...
2 presentations ago, the speaker said about
У нас что-то
hallucination.
руками смотрели, тюнили.
Yes, we tuned it manually.
Так вот навскидку,
If
со скольки до скольки упало?
false,
Если у нас
how better it will work. At first, we had good result. At worst times, it fell back. Precision fell back by 15 to 20%.
Открытый source code. И, ну, и то есть, если взять DeepSeek,
DeepSeek has an open source code. If you take DeepSeek and generate an agent, it can work. Yes, it can.
Там версий энное количество, от вашего железа что будет зависеть, по сути. Но по сути, да, если
Much depends on your hardware.
может работать, ну, лама еще есть там.
It may work.
по мощам, кстати. Ну вот
Отличный вопрос.
в вашем, да-да-да, кстати, вот какой там спек по мощам у вас был?
А я могу вам один.
What about? Well, I will tell you later about it. I can show you everything. Thank you.
Антон, если вопросов больше нет...
Anton, if there are no more questions, it's the time for you to choose the best question. You forgot about it. Well,
Я это так очень пытаюсь.
everyone who asked questions, well, who is the best?
Наиболее заинтересованные вопросы были вон у того
Well,
человека.
that person,
Пожалуйста, подойди, вот прекраснейший.
that person, like right there. Please approach that girl and get your book.
Спасибо.
Thank you very much again.
Нормально? Похож на то? Количество сканеров.
что будет происходить в субботу. Суббота — это день мастера.
What will happen on Saturday? It's the day of master classes. They will take place in the Babbage Hall. You can see the timetable. You can have the QR code and see what kind of requirements you will have there to take part in the master classes. You will have a chance to tune something, to run something. You can do it without any registration. Just go to the QR code and take part in all those events.
И сейчас я на сцену хочу позвать Сергея.
And I would like to
Next up is Sergey.
invite Sergey.
You wanted some
If you
hardcore
want
presentations with hard code?
That's the
You are in
time.
for
He
a
will
treat.
tell you about the
He'll be
insides of
telling us
tool
all
and
about
social life in the community.
Lula and the community
Welcome.
around it. Lula Jit. Let's give him a round of applause.
А кликер работает?
Does it work? It's not clicking.
Всем привет, меня зовут Сергей. Я
Hi all, my name is Sergey. I work at VK at the Tarantul team. It has an inbuilt Lash-8 language engine, and we support LuaJIT, a fork of it. Fuzzing is a common tool to test reliability and as a tool for negative testing. We also use it to test functional correctness of compiling. I'll be covering some of the results that we've achieved, and hopefully it'll be interesting for you. In 2022, I did a similar presentation in the high load section. This presentation builds on my previous one quite naturally. I've covered the entire timeline, highlight some of the success stories, and I've fleshed it out with a bit more detail. I'll be speaking about LuaJIT, how to develop there, what are specifics, and I'll be touching upon some of the social aspects of development. I'll start with a few words about the language, the project that's called LuaJIT. We'll explain some of its internals, not too much detail, but I think it's important to note for you to get a grasp on the context and some idea of the challenges that we faced. Meaning that we had some issues to address through fuzzing. So our development on LuaJIT in Tarantul, and I'll wrap it up with concrete tests. A show of hands. Are you familiar with Lua? Have you used it? Well, apart from my colleagues of BK. Well, that's a few of you. It's a light multi-paradigm language. It has two common use scenarios. The first use case is a Lua-only project. It's like a programming language. The more popular use case is where you have a larger product or project and you embed Lua into it as a language to program the business logic. This slide enumerates the projects that rely on Lua. I think you're using it already, actually, in some of the projects or products. It might have been unnoticed by you, but it's there. A few more notes on the language. It doesn't have a specification, but there is documentation that gives you a lot of valuable information, both for the users and for the developers. It's basically the only document to describe the language. We refer to it a lot as we develop our LoaJIT when we seek important answers. Here is a project, PUC Real Lua, a reference implementation. It started in 1993 and has been since developed by a team of 3 developers at the University of Rio de Janeiro. It's a proprietary development, but it's available under an open license. The project's own development language is C. I'll be referring to this implementation as Lua. That's what you usually mean by Lua when conversing with your colleagues. I've included the volume of this implementation, just 30,000 lines of code, which is negligibly small compared to other runtime programming languages. LoaJIT is the second most popular implementation. It's a quick interpreter and a tracing JIT compiler. It's been in development since 2005. It's multi-platform. It's a proprietary development, but again, openly available. LoaJIT, when seen as a project, has certain features. I split them into 2 groups: social features or social attributes. Well, this whole project began with just one developer. That's the maintainer since then and now. His name is Mike Paul, and communicating with him is tricky sometimes. Well, basically, there are no channels to reach out to him, except for the ticket form and the bug taker. So there were cases where people would pick up arguments with him in bug reports, and they got banned. He can also cancel tickets if there is no minimized reproducer for a bug. Another point here. It's a proprietary development, meaning that you have no insight into their plans, the future avenues of development for the project, new features, and so on, which we are used to, well, to be made aware of. The other group that I identify is technical. The first one is that the project doesn't have any regression tests. Again, something common in open source. There is the code, there are regression tests. They are run periodically, night compilations, or pull of requests for patches. LoaJIT doesn't have this. All patches go into the master instance as written by the developer. Then it doesn't have any documentation, which makes it really convenient to use. Next point, lack of clearly readable code. And I don't just mean to say that it's complex. It lacks some things that you get used to having worked on other projects. It has single character variables, so it's not as readable. The indents are not uniform, it's just not as readable, which led to forks being created from LoaJIT. Tarantul, OpenResty, Lua, others. Curiously, the maintainers of these forks do not cooperate. These are, well, self-sufficient entities that live independently. Now I'm going to give you a brief description of LoaJIT. What's under the hood. It's not exhaustive, but these are some highlights that are important for my presentation. We have Lua code. We run it in LuaJIT. It goes to the lexical analyzer. The code is tokenized. They are analyzed for syntax. The analyzer identifies syntactical structures. It's converted into the bytecode, which goes to the interpreter. You can feed bytecode from the beginning. It will go through its appropriate front end and get to the interpreter. If there are bits of code that need to run frequently, LuaJIT traces them, these most popular areas of code, so to speak. Once it's identified, LuaJIT records this trace or route, and it's translated into IRs, intermediate representation. It's optimized and then assembled. Downstream of which you have machine code to be executed. Once you have this trace route, once it's assembled, it goes back to the interpreter and it fetches the bytecode so that execution is done through this pre-recorded trace or route. There are libraries to supplement it. JIT compiler, standard library, FFI to get integrated with C, and some extensions. So there is the VM, the compiler, and this other bit that's responsible for C integration. We'll focus on the interpreter today, the standard libraries, and the JIT compiler.
LuaJIT-интерпретатор. Что в нем есть интересного?
Let's start with the interpreter.
Интерпретатор для обычного...
What can this look like for any run-of-the-mill programming language? It's a switch structure that processes each of the bytecodes and executes it.
В LuaJIT.
In Lua,
Вот такое вот описание для
we
каждого
have this description for each of the bytecode strings. It's BC code that concatenates two lines.
Есть такое описание.
For each of the bytecodes, there is a description like this.
Позже транслируется такой штукой,
It's then translated into DIN-ASM, that converts the macro assembler into code
В чем преимущество такого вот
to be
странного?
generated.
В том, что у нас
This description is a bit off, it's weird, but the upside is that you can combine or merge
и можно
C-based structures, assembler macros, and you can use addresses,
обращение к сишным структурам без разминования
requests
указать
to C structures without offsets or renaming.
трансляция вот это вот описание для каждого байткода.
Once the description translation has been done, DIN-ASM translates this into C code, and it gets converted into binary code.
Как я уже сказал,
Then standard libraries.
встроенные функции, стандартную
It
библиотеку
has some built-in functions,
со строками, таблицами для
working with strings, tables,
математические функции.
interfacing with the OS, maths functions,
Библиотеки для скриптового языка программирования.
the usual deal for any script language,
Для управления
legit FFI,
компилятором.
and the compiler library.
Как бы любая реализация может содержать
Any implementation
быстрый путь исполнения, fast,
can contain
более долгий путь,
the fast path
обработку ошибок. Как это сделать?
and a slower path that does processing of errors as well.
Слева у нас представлена реализация,
In the standard library,
преобразует строку в число.
for example, to the left we have toNumber, the function that converts a line into a digit, a number.
Если исполнение пошло не по быстрому пути,
If something goes wrong,
которая как раз
it falls back onto C.
и содержит
It's a longer path
всех ошибок. Вот в этом
that treats the errors as well. The example
который обрабатывает ошибки.
has a fallback and 2 lines
Давайте теперь посмотрим на JIT-компилятор.
to deal with errors. Next, the JIT compiler.
Я рассказывал про виртуальную машину. Допустим,
I
виртуальная
told you about the VM. Let's say it has several sections of code to be run in sequence, and there is a sequence that's hot, meaning that it gets executed more often than the others. JIT compiler records this as a root, and control is handed over to a compiled trace or root.
может быть записан, а только
You cannot record any bits of bytecodes,
в JIT это
just some specific instructions. In LoJIT,
и циклов.
these are instructions for different functions and cycles.
В JIT поддерживается
Each such bytecode instruction is supported with a hash table.
При достижении
Each time it's ran, the counter ticks.
начинается запись трассы.
If it goes down to 0, the trace is recorded.
Где в переменную присваиваем
Here is how tracing works.
дальше у нас появляется
Here is the code to assign a variable. It's a number. Then there is a condition.
число или не число.
Is it a number or not?
Мы идем по одной
If
ветке.
it is, then we go
Это отрицательное число
to this one branch. Then we need to know if it's positive or negative.
и выполнение.
Another condition,
Вот такая вот
just one branch out of 2. This execution path
содержит в себе некоторые ограничения, да,
has some limitations
и каждый вот этот constraint
just by nature of the path.
и
And each such fork or
конкретный путь исполнения в коде.
decision is called a guard. That's what LoJIT records.
Гарды нам нужны для того, чтобы
The guards, as they're called,
понимать, что
are
при исполнении
needed
этот путь, который мы записали, он сохраняется.
so that we record and save this route.
Мы с трассы
If it's deviated,
исполнение продолжается. И вложить
the execution continues in the interpreter.
переключение из компилятора
LoJIT offers this functionality to switch over execution from the compiler back to the interpreter,
регистров нашего
meaning that it
на слоты
supports visualization of process
внутреннее представление,
slots
зачем на самом деле оно нужно. Вот есть у нас такой пример.
in a visual processor. But why do we need these IRs? Here is a code that adds
Для этого кода
values.
примерно так.
The bytecode for this looks like this.
Достаточно многословен. Если мы посмотрим,
Doesn't have enough layers.
представление, то оно выглядит вот таким образом.
The
Как вы можете заметить, в этом листе
IR looks like this.
у нас
As you see,
обогащен, например, типами данных,
the code is enriched with data types and other supplementary information.
информации для компилятора. И вот как раз вот это вот
It gives compiler more information to work on.
компилятору перед
This allows the compiler
выполнять некоторые оптимизации для того, чтобы
to
сделать
optimize
более эффективным.
the code before compiling to make it run more efficiently.
Оптимизация кода без нарушения его
By optimization here, we mean that the code is transformed without any changes to its semantics.
Зачем все вот эти вот все
Pure efficiency.
интерпретаторы?
Why would you need all this complexity? An interpreter with the assembler, recording of traces, compiler. Let's look at it with an example.
Потом возводит каждое число в
It
квадрат.
has a list of 5 values. It
Конструкция у нас преобразуется в такой компактный ассемблер.
multiplies to the power of 2, and this structure translates into an assembly code of 10 instructions.
Нарушение принципа dry. Я думаю, вам всем знаком этот принцип.
LoJIT violates the dry principle, which states that you shouldn't duplicate entities where it's not needed.
Нарушение этого принципа я как раз привел.
One such violation was just described, this fast function.
И другие
that work in the interpreter. Then there is bypassing of tables, indexing of tables, bytecode lister, and the specific function JDump. It's implemented in C as well as in the lower section. Not going to deep dive into this. It's one of the complex features. Alton Soldatov has made a great presentation on this, where he lays it all out. So comes highly recommended. That's it for the language's internals. There are two great presentations on this with more detail. Slava Yegorov, our former colleague, Maxim Kakrashkin, and Podlatka podcast addressed this as well. Anton Soldatov discussed the language, LoadJet as a project, and other interesting things. But that's not all. There are other well-known challenges with LoadJet. Well known. Here they are on just one slide, easily available for your information. But we had to discover them as we explored LoadJet. Nobody told us this. Nobody warned us about this. We had to learn it from experience as we were doing fuzzing. We faced each of those as a problem. We were looking for solutions. But first, what about there? Dirty reads with lines. You have to suppress it with sanitizer. LoadJet has some persistent bugs with uncertain behaviors in part of C. Sometimes you encounter unexpected effects when you do not use your lights properly.
LoadJet реализован с помощью низкоуровневых языков программирования, ассемблера и C. У него разная реализация.
And it has different implementations for low-level interpreter when it comes to different platforms. It violates the DRI principle, since it has two modes of operation. You have to double-check the code for both the interpreter and the compiler. And you need to be careful with your transitions between those two. There are different ways to optimize in the interpreter and the compiler. So again, you have to check the correct execution of your code when such optimizations are applied. There are well-known problems still to be fixed, and then we have two APIs for testing. Let's speak about our own project, Tarantul, and how we're using LoadJet. We've had some issues with LoadJet support in Tarantul because we had many crashes in production because of LoadJet's bad behavior. It wasn't easy to investigate. Well, if you've dealt with it once in any context, you'd know. An unknown environment, some code that you didn't write, it crashes. It's really hard to understand what's going on just through the shell. So it comes with a host of issues, and some challenges were hard to remedy, and we were pretty helpless against the complaints of the users. We couldn't find a fix. So we became anxious when we added any changes to our fork, because nobody would guarantee that these changes would not break some other components and wouldn't make LoadJet even worse. Backporting of patches was a challenge as well. We ran a fork, so we tried to synchronize with upstream vanilla. If they come up with something interesting, we try to borrow it. But backporting was a pain. LoadJet doesn't have tests. You just add the patch and close the ticket. So the patches could be incomplete. They could just have bait fixes, or they could introduce regressions in other areas of the code. And then our relationship with the maintainer was quite strained. At some point, he messaged us that he never want to hear from us again.
Для луашных рантаймов собрали их в одном месте.
We've tried to improve this on our own. We've aggregated all tests that we could find. We aggregated it into a repository. And we now have 76% line-by-line coverage. That took a lot of effort. Next, we started backporting patches with more care.
У нас появилось правило, что любая строчка,
And we came up with a rule for this. Any line that is changed by a patch or added by a patch has to be covered with the backtest. It's not easy to do because some patches are tricky and you will struggle to come up with tests. And there is more hassle with them than value. As for bug fixes, we started using the upstream first approach. Any issue we would come against, we'd report it upstream, wait for a fix, and then, and only then, we'd install the patch. Huge effort of many years, but it was still not enough, unfortunately. We still had crashes in production. So we decided to fuzz it. And here I go on to tests. In terms of test design, we decided to structure the tests to first cover the APIs that we have in LuaJIT, and then be supplemented with additional tests to check input data. You can pass Lua code or bytecode to it, as I've mentioned. Let me digress for a bit to give you a bit more context. This is Lua API and C API. To get 300, we need to add 100 to 200, and then you assign this as a variable foo. One line of code in Lua, but in C API, you need 4 functions, all of which work with Lua stack. All interactions between functions go through this stack structure. So you put in 100, 200, you call the summation function of these 2 elements that are already in the stack. You get the result returned to the stack as well, and you call Lua setGlobal. It takes the topmost element in the stack and assigns it to the foo variable. Any such function that's part of C API also contains function indicators. Function indicators pretty much do this. There are 3 numbers that describe the function's behavior. The first one says how many elements it'll take from the stack. The second number will set the number of elements to be added after the function has run. And the third number indicates if it'll drop any exceptions. It's in the manual, and this indicator is helpful to check the correctness of behavior of functions in C API. You might have heard about design by contract, or HARs, thirds. That's pretty much the same or similar. This can be used as a test oracle to check for correctness. Here is the test itself. We call random functions, we pass random arguments to them, and we see if this indicator is executable. The reference implementation of Lua supports 90% coverage of the entire implementation in C API. So the rate of code reuse is very high. It's not possible with LuaJIT, so we had to add some more tests. Now on to Lua API. LuaJIT doesn't have that many functions, actually, especially if compared to Python. It's around 200. We have a shell for each of the functions. We call it, and we pass random inputs to it.
It is not for all the functions that we managed to do that. For mathematical functions, it's easy. We can check commutativity on other functions which you know from mathematics, which work with lines or tables. Such checks are more difficult. So we wrote for each function some wrappings and used native fuzzing for Lua. I made a presentation about that fuzzer in 2022. We improved it since then. What can I say now? This fuzzing is for Lua and native expansions for C. For the feedback, it uses the tools of C because actually it's used for fuzzer, and in runtime it uses the standard Lua library. Lua has been included in the Crusher some time ago, which was developed by the Russian Academy of Science, and we want to expand the usage of that fuzzer. Let's look at the diagram for LuaJIT. Let me remind you that the virtual machine can have data in two formats, Lua code and ready-made bytecode. We tested it, assuming that any correct Lua code can be executed in Logitech, including the bytecode. To test it from the viewpoint of the code, we developed a generator of programs, and the reference includes format of Lua language. We took the grammar, tested it in the buffer protocol. We created C executor and made a test for LeafFuzzer. And the diagram is as follows. We have a grammar described in buffers protocol. From that grammar, we generate a scheme with the help of serializer. We use it and give it for execution, and we don't see any anomalies, no crashes, no hangings. Everything seemed to be good. Then we decided to see how efficient is the test. We looked at the coverage of the code. The coverage was not very big. Then we looked at whether we have any errors from syntax analyzer during the running of the code. And we saw syntax errors. We looked at Logitech metrics to see how much of the generated code goes to the compiler. Syntax errors were numerous, so the implementer was not quite correct. The most popular error was that the break and return operators were added at random. In low reference manual, they can be put only at the end of the block. We corrected the errors. Another class of errors was semantic. In Lua, we generated some objects, and we could use some operations, and those data types didn't support such operations. The interpreter had an error and stopped running the program. And often we had timeouts because of recursive calls or cycles. How did we solve that problem? Timeout was easy. We added the counters, which were initialized at the end of cycle, and if they reached a certain level, we ended the cycle. When I told you about tracing, cycles are one of the parts of the code when the compiler can turn into a track, when we don't want cycles. So we left 5 here for the code, sometimes to be compiled, but without cycling. Changes of semantics. So we could generate this code, which added 2 Boolean variables. There is no sense in doing that. In Lua, there are meta tables which help you to support some operations for objects and data types. For Boolean variables, we had a meta table which could avoid errors when we add 2 Boolean variables. Testing of BC front end. Bytecode execution shouldn't lead to any problems in Logitech. We couldn't send the randomly generated code. It's so written that we may have some data memory leaks. So we cannot send garbage. How can we test bytecode here? And we found the solution. We have a Lua code generator, which generates code, and we give LuaDAM function there, and we have a bytecode at the end, and then we execute that bytecode. All those tests were integrated into the development process. We integrated it in our development process, and in Google, which also helps us to test a lot of components. And with the help of fuzzing tests, we can find a lot of bugs. With Logit, we couldn't do that, and we used cluster fuzz as a result. We test different areas. Sometimes we are not waiting for someone to make regression, and in several years we're going to find it, and a certain user will raise alarm. We do it in advance to find bugs as soon as possible, develop patches, and do stable vanilla version and production version. This infrastructure, ClusterFuzz, helps us to automate routine, and we can have automatic ticketing with appropriate vertical elimination of bugs. When the patch gets into the project, we launch fuzzing, and if the problem is not reproduced, then the ticket is automatically closed. One more thing is minimization of test cases.
Я описал те тесты, которые у нас
I described the tests
были разработаны, но
which were developed,
сложный компонент, и
but Logit is a complex component, and some parts of it are covered in a good way, and some are covered insufficiently, and we need some more tests which would be more focused, which are not covered in the right way today. There are some problems with code instrumentation, the code which was written in assembler. If we
для использования с лифазером, да, у нас
use the fuzzer, the code is instrumented and we have feedback. But if the code is written in assembler, we lack the feedback and we don't understand how efficient we run the fuzzing. And actually what we have is brute force. There are some ideas what to do next, but these are only plans. What are the results? The main result which we wanted to have, a reduction of the number of incidents, reuse of tests, a common Lua API helped us to use the same fuzzing for different stages of development. We try to test the product as early as possible.
в качестве примера могу привести, я
As an example, I can tell you that on Sunday I ran some codes, and I had a mail saying that in Lua they found a new problem. Of course, I stopped preparing my presentation. I wanted to minimize the test case. I looked at the bug and also when was the problem detected. Commit was carried out 3 days ago. So 3 days in such a mode when the development is closed and commit from the internal repository goes to GitHub, 3 days is not a bad result. We reached good coverage in Logit 61%. If you use all the tests, then we can cover up to 90% of the lines. And finally, these are all the problems that we found through fuzzing categories of the problems. In Logit, we found more problems, 26 in Logit and 6 in reference implementation. And a reachable assertion category gave us most of the problems because the authors who generated the code actively use assertions, defending programming style. And it's easier as a result to find anomalies in the code. All the projects are here. Everything is freely available. GitHub, the code, and the fuzzer for Lua. You can download, you can read, you can ask your questions. Thank you for attention. Now it's time for questions and answers. This is the QR code where you can not only vote for my presentation. Of course, I will be happy if you evaluate it highly, but you can also provide me with your feedback, any comments, anything. You are welcome.
Так, у меня несколько вопросов.
I have several questions. The first one, you said that you expressed Lua grammar through proto-buffers. Could you express the entire grammar, or are there any limitations there? Initially, we developed this test for Logit. In one of the first slides, I told you that Logit is more or less equal to Lua 5.1. The current version is 5.4. In reference implementation, we have some new things in the grammar. For Logit, we cover the entire grammar, but as for the latest version, not everything, because there are some new things there which were not covered. I wanted to eliminate that drawback, but I didn't manage to do it yet. It's not about the entire coverage. Buffers are not quite good for grammar because the grammar is different there. So did you express all the grammar of Lua? Yes, we did. That's interesting. Second question, if I got you correctly, for C everything is all right. For Lua also okay. But with Lua it's interesting. Let me try to tell you briefly. The first implementation contained feedback which worked through hooks, which worked for each and every new line that was run and executed. If we looked at implementation for other languages, like JavaScript, Geyser, Ethereum, they did it more efficiently because they instrumented not the code, but the bytecode. We have a compact implementation, and the hook that works line by line is not enough for efficient implementation. I wrote in Spring how instrumentation was done in fuzzers for other languages and how we can do it for Lua. Unfortunately, I didn't see any positive reaction from developers, but actually we decided not to stop at this point, although we didn't see any positive response from those who develop reference implementation. We have an idea how to make it more efficient. We want to take bytecode, which is executed in Lua, and implement it, but we haven't done it yet. Briefly, yes, now it's not very efficient for Lua, but we're going to correct it in the near future. And what about the current implementation? How slow does the fuzzing become? How large is the slowdown? The slowdown is big. If we use hooks in Lua, well, execution is slowed down. Each line requires certain action. Then you go to the next line. I cannot tell you about percentage points, but it's obvious. But can you measure it and tell the developers that this problem will be... Well, fuzzing is not the problem they are going to solve right now. I don't know. Let's wait and see. let's see what we can invent to raise efficiency. During the presentation, you told us a lot about interaction with the community. One developer was against, then he was thankful. I didn't understand what about upstream first. If relations are bad, then how can you correct the bugs in the upstream? I don't see any contradiction here. It's a standard practice when you have fork, you develop it, but at the same time, you don't want to lose the time, the link to the parent version. Between vanilla version and your fork. You first go to upstream, wait for the patch, which is agreed upon with the developer of the parent version, and then use it. Yeah, I have a lot of examples of different projects when we worked in a different way and had a lot of overhead. I can provide you with examples because now we have limited time. The approach is understandable. The question is about interaction, about complex interaction, that your problems are not interesting to him, and how you interact with that person then. Well, they are interested in eliminating all the problems. If the problem is confirmed, then he is interested in its elimination. He doesn't want to do the routine work. If a person can say, if I run it this way, then Logit works incorrectly. It's not an easy kind of work. It is not interesting. He wants new codes, new features, new functions. He wants code which can reproduce the problem. And then the next question, you had slides about automation, cluster, fuzzing. Do the reports go through you or directly? You process it and then you enter it manually into, well, the process is well documented. Briefly, the scheme is like this. We have open code of fuzzing tests that we run in the infrastructure. There are description files, and these tests periodically are collected, run in Google, and if there is a certain anomaly, something goes wrong. Assertion worked, or ASAN, DBSAN led to some falses, then we automatically generate a ticket. But those who support tests, they have access to those tickets. For Tarantul, for native Lua, there is a ticket, you get a mail, and then you try to find out, is it a false positive or is it a true positive? You have to minimize, do something about it. Well, I see. And the final question, if you have different implementations, C, Lua, plus something else, Lua JIT, and the main Lua, did you try, apart from fuzzing and typical bugs, assertions, memory corruption. Did you try to compare those differential fuzzing? No, we didn't do it yet. We have it in our plans. I didn't show it in my slides, but this is one of the things that we want to implement. So we are thinking about how to do it right now. Thank you.
Сергей, привет еще раз. Спасибо за интересный...
Sergey, hi again. Thank you for the presentation. I have a question. Chitom and Lua are far from me. I do with eBPF, and I think the problems are similar. In eBPF, we actively fuzz the verifier, and it looks as if we use similar approaches. Bytecodes which are jitted, and there are a lot of fuzzers there. Google makes some of them and other developers. Did you look at them, how they generate such programs? Maybe it could be useful to you, and maybe you can use some of their approaches. I continuously do that. Any article about successes in fuzzing, compilers, interpreters, well, I try to read. And find something that could be useful to me, that I could reuse in our environment. I don't know if I know fuzzing is there. If you prompt some resources to me where I can read about them, I will be happy. Yes, I can show you reports and presentations. That might be interesting. Thank you. Then, at this point, I would like you to choose the best question. I would have listened to the... Oh, there is one more question, the last question. Well, maybe I am not a very experienced fuzzer, but in Lua and Lua JIT, I have just been certified. We certified our solution, and Jinx with its scripts, Lua and Lua JIT are there, and I didn't understand why Lua JIT at all. Lua is faster, simpler, and more reliable, as far as I am concerned. You mean implementation? Faster? I doubt it. Lua JIT used tracing compiler. It can do the reference implementation. Maybe our tests were small, so I didn't feel that. I looked performance of the fuzzer per second. Maybe I'm wrong. I would like to ask you, you said about code generation. Is Lua compatible to different... Well, bytecode is not compatible between different implementations, between the reference, Lua, and... We have 5 formats of bytecodes. I would like to add that that I told you how we tested, what I did to test the bytecode. I took test scripts from Lua and the scripts in Jinx. About 350 scripts I had in Lua and Lua C. We have coverage with standard compiler was about 64%, and Lua JIT less than that, about 47, if I'm not mistaken. I think it doesn't match what you say. Perhaps the code was cleaned beforehand. Perhaps. Well, we develop Tarantul, and we have a lot of tests for Tarantul. All of them are written in Lua.
Для каждого патча, для каждого pull request мы запускаем...
For each patch, each request, we run a set of tests. In LuaJIT, we didn't have any problems. We have regress models, and we didn't find any problems. But when we started fuzzing, we found 26 crashes.
Исходя из этого, как вы считаете,
Proceeding from that,
оправданы затраты наши на фазинг или
do
нет?
you think fuzzing is relevant? Coverage is coverage, but
Если у вас мало проверок, да, на корректность
you have
работы компилятора,
few
то вы
tests
не будете
for compiler, you wouldn't find the problems, you will miss them.
хорошо. Ну, нам нужно,
Okay, the coverage is good, but we need more than that. We found
результатов
serious results
инвестиционный набор для нашего форка.
by developing regression tests,
We've been able to achieve results
but
as we developed the regression kit for
stability
our
and
fork.
reliability
It still didn't give
of
us the
logic
reliability
we
that we
didn't
wanted.
reach. But with fuzzing, we did that.
That we were only able to achieve through eliminating crashes that bothered our users through fuzzing. So yeah, I believe that our efforts were not in vain. There is this crash in 5.12 for some special characters, 2 or 3 of them, that come before the space. Was an exception. Apparently that's during syntactical or lexical analysis, as it was just trying to start executing the script. That's where it crashed. In DynamoRes, did you find this? It's not that the code is incorrect. Well, I'm not sure if it's something that we've seen based on your oral description. There is sfuzz. It integrates with different open source components. The Institute of Systemic Programming has a product for dynamic analysis, an analog of OSFAS, CIDRFAS, it's called, can be integrated into open source projects to fuzz them with their proprietary closed code solution. We integrated Tarantul and our fork of LuaJIT into that. We updated it recently. They ran it on LuaJIT vanilla and sent me a huge pile of logs where there were alerts. But they were all false positives, because mostly this was due to errors in bytecode that triggered LuaJIT and it crashed. It's a well-known issue. The parser is quite touchy there, and it crashes with improperly formed bytecode. The maintainer just doesn't want to rectify it. You might be speaking about a false positive, but maybe not. We can take this offline if you wish. Here at the conference, you can minimize it if it's a real bug, and let's send the ticket together. I can try and replicate it at a different machine. Don't have access to the results anymore because I've switched to jobs. But thank you for the conversation. I hate to jump in. While Sergey is selecting the best question, I invite you to scan the code, rate Sergey's presentation, only good comments, and you'll be entered into the poll for a great book from Roman. Okay, so what was the best question? The first one. Very many, very different questions. I'm not sure which one, but that's just one guy, so yeah, that one. Please come up. I see your radiant smile. Again. Thank you all. Perfect.
Так.
А сейчас на сцену выйдут мои солнечные
Okay.
коллеги.
Now we have another bit of radiance, my colleagues Maria and Artyom, to tell you about new things in SCA
В общем, про новые
and in reachability analysis. New features in our products. Hi all.
Ну, буду джентльменом, уступлю слово Маше. Маш, держи кликер.
I'll be the gentleman and let the lady go first.
Когда мы приходим с обследованием процессов безопасной разработки, мы всегда...
When we come in to audit the processes of secure development, one of our first questions is about third-party libraries. Do you check them that you pull into your perimeter? Are there people like that at all? I see Daria. Yeah, that matches with our stats. 90% of teams do not check these libraries that they pull from the outside, even if it's one of the key requirements in the GOST national standard. Even if it's not down to regulatory compliance, it's a fundamental stepping stone in our security. Yes, you might be sure in your own code. You do SAST, you do other checks, and you are secure, confidently secure. But through this, you introduce alien code into your perimeter. Reports are very vocal on this. They are referenced in the slide. 70 to 90% of applications and their code is accounted for by third-party libraries. 7 out of 10 apps use third-party components. They have their own code, yes, but they are not self-sufficient like this. 10 to 30% of runtime is proprietary code. So that's the ratio. 10 to 30% of own code, 70 to 90% is community-based or third-party outside components. This bit of statistics underscores once again the importance of this type of analysis. You cannot ignore it anymore. Yeah, this begs our favorite story. We had an audit where just 1% of the code was developed in-house. Yeah, that can happen as well. My name is Artyom Puzankov. I work at PT. I'm head of the engineering practice implementation group. They're responsible for SAST, DUST, other STs. That's our team. We integrate those customer side. And my name is Maria Shkapsova. I engineer secure development processes and audit them for compliance, regulatory compliance, or just basic, plain old common sense. Let's start with SBOM. It's been discussed for a long time, many times, but not all people are aware of it. Some developers have never heard of it. You come to them, what's that? Spam, POM, inventory, what are you talking about? If there are some people who are still unawares, let's spell it out. It's software bill of materials. A list of all these software components, including outside libraries, including informational licenses and versions. There are SBOM generators that can express transitive dependencies as well. Here is an example in this slide. You apply the BOM generator to a code and you get as an output this type of specification of its components. Usually the tools that are used are Cyclone DX and SPDX, the formats. And there are a lot of tools that support it. I think Cyclone DX 1.6 was released recently. There are additional fields, attack coverage, for example. That's according to the Russian national standard. Cost, if you want to be certified nationally. So vanilla Cyclone DX no longer cuts it. You have to expand it because we have our sovereign standards with our own sovereign approaches to bill of materials files.
Чаще всего применяются на сегодняшний день это Cyclone DX
So
разработчика
Cyclone DX by OWASP, SPDX from Linux, and SPID from ISO. These are the formats. Here are the generators. There is a myriad of them. I stopped counting many years ago. And people keep arguing which one is better. Some advocate for SIFT, others try and showcase Cyclone DX as something better. Here is my observation, and I know a person who is here who did this with their own hands. They merged different SBOM files from different generators. That's how you get the broadest set of fields in a SBOM file. That's even conceivable. So again, there is a myriad of tools. There are different applications where they are not compatible. But this slide shows most of them with their applicability and compatibility. My experience tells me that CIF is the most popular and complete generator out of the whole bunch. What can be the issues or challenges with SBOM files, even after merging? There are still some hiccups. So data can be incomplete. Not all generators go as deep into the app, because tool A will go to this level of depth, tool B will go further or not as far. So you have to run several tools, merge the outcomes, the outputs. And there is no standard for SBOM files. How to store it, what's its format, how often do you update it, how often do you compile it, what if it doesn't compile? It can compile but be empty. It's a step, you see it in the pipeline, it's compiled, but, well, do check if it's empty. If you call it and there is nothing, you'll have a problem on your hands. So you need to have an inventory for each build. Formats are incompatible. Cyclone DX is not SPDX at all. They have special fields that differ, and we have the standard in Russia on top of that. More fields, less fields. Western tools, open source tools do not recognize these fields. There is no way to process it, what's expected to be there, but, well, that's what you have living in Russia. Last but not least, versioning and relevance, because you have to have the link between SBOM files and the specific build. One of the greatest unsolved mysteries in human civilization. You have forking, you have many different builds, and it's not easy to attribute a SBOM file to this particular build. Let me hand it over to Masha for feeds. To sum up on the files, it's a tool that IT uses for inventorization. It's a stock-keeping tool to see what you have in your code. But then security guys can use it as well. You take the files and check them against the feeds. Our feeds are vulnerability databases. Some companies that I've seen compare there's bomb files against known vulnerability bases manually.
При наличии даже простых open-source решений
You can do this, but it's very labor-intensive and doesn't make much sense since you have open-source solutions for this.
это, как правило, идентификатор.
What's to be found in feeds?
Могут быть и несколько.
CVEs, CVE identifiers, usually they're standardized, sometimes not.
Без проблем. То есть
You have a vulnerability, you enter it into the base, you give it a name,
обязательно даем
and you have your identifier.
а также при возможности
You have to provide a description, the vendor, if possible,
того, как можно
and
закрыть уязвимость
POCs as well, potential ways to eliminate the vulnerability or switch to another version of the component that doesn't have it. It's a database, it shows you the vulnerability. That's pretty straightforward. But then, there are many databases like this. You can call them in different ways. Some of them are in the slide.
каждая компания имеет в
But
том числе свои базы фидов. Мы как бы не
any next company will have their own base of feeds.
экспертизой, и в результате мы получаем
We have a collection of databases enriched with our expertise, all aggregated in PT-OSV.
Очень сильно
Let me add to this.
взять какой-нибудь open-source инструмент, перекрасить кнопочки, да,
We like to take an open source solution, give it a new skin, and call it something Russian-made. We are similar in this regard, but there are things that we have improved on significantly, not just the interface.
можете использовать
There are also many bases. You can use
они бесполезны. У нас есть
the
замечательный
bases that you like or all of them. But what makes it click together and work is
которые помогают нести
your expert knowledge.
и, соответственно, формировать
We have a dedicated team for that, which is the secret component in our base.
анонсом. Нет, я не знаю, про-
Not sure if it's an announcement. I'm not sure if it's going to be made available on the market, but we have our own enriched feeds.
уязвимости, которые
It aggregates most of the bases in the slide, some further bases as well, but
и обогащаем их своей
would need this on the slide.
ребят из ESCO.
But then we enrich it with our PT
в
expertise.
любом случае, опять же, будете использовать в случае, если мы
We have
сертифицированного пайплайна, который здесь
as
немножечко не
an element in the stack to have it certified if you need to. It wasn't included in the slide. So we have conventional SCA, right?
Мы получаем SBOM файл, да, на
Here is what it means. You receive a SBOM file.
это уже довольно
You all know this example. Log4j, it's been studied
поэтому планируем рассказывать прямо на кошечках, прямо на
sideways and always, but for a general audience, let's take this simple example.
у нас есть Log4j Core,
It's a BOM where we have
экосистема и
Log4j Core version 2.14, existing Maven,
вот у меня
and the
задача
group.
сейчас. Например, CPE, который
Then we have the feeds,
Log4j. Далее.
CP, Apache Log4j.
И что? Мы первым шагом SBOM получили, вторым
We
шагом
check
получили
this thing against the other.
о том, что Log4j уязвим. И третьим
You have this entry that Log4j is vulnerable,
компоненты версии меньше 2.15.
and
Видим в проекте.
you see that components
CPE из NVD, проверяем, входит
earlier than 2.15
в диапазон уязвимых версий и отмечаем компонент как уязвимый.
are in the range of vulnerable
Тогда
component versions.
инструмент это база
It's a simple tool,
какие-то ограниченная версия
the feeds that provide knowledge,
и обработчик SBOM. Ну и вот
and the SBOM processor
сложный в Маше.
with this element to compare.
Нет, я
The next step is to make it
простой инструмент.
into
Чаще всего,
a
когда
more complex tool.
какие-то сторонние, да, SBOM-генераторы, как мы
The
упомянули,
simple way is to
там, SIFT и т.д.
emit third-party BOM generators,
SBOM-инструмент,
but
который
have your own
только с сорсов,
SBOM tool
там, с каких-нибудь имиджей или бинарей, с чего
that can get imported pins, images, other sources.
Подожди чуть-чуть. Назад. Следующее — это в инструментах посложнее. Это управление уязвимостями. Соответственно,
Then more complex tools give you vulnerability management features.
SCA инструментами
Open source SCA tools
он прям молит как бы
do not have vulnerability management, except for the name.
при помощи данного инструмента
It leaves very much to be desired.
трекинг
And then you might want to have integration with CI/CD and bug tracking. In CI/CD to make it work online, and bug tracking is to make the lives of developers easier. Yes, automation makes things even more secure in this case. Now, we have a workable solution, but there is still a challenge. If it's a small project, you can sometimes do it manually, but these are unique cases. For more complex cases, you run the tools, but it's a basic comparison. Your SBOM or the vulnerability and the vulnerability database. You don't know if you're calling the library at any given moment, which gives you a lot of false positives. 1% of own code, as we mentioned, yes? This will give you thousands of alarms for security people to process. We've heard the statistic, 23 minutes per vulnerability. Just 100 vulnerabilities will give you more than a week's worth of work. It's been said many times, but we'll tell you it once again. Depending on your responsibilities, security champion, OPSEC, or developer to be handling vulnerabilities, it increases the workload. Vulnerabilities start flying at you in the thousands, and it's like a full-time FTE, which is not realistic. Even if you do this, most of these findings will be false positives. Let me give you an example here. Log4j, one of my favorite examples. Yeah, I worked at a different company. There was this curious case. We all learned about Log4j. That was the D-Day. Everybody ran to exclude it, to eliminate it, to stamp it out from your systems. Released were halted, features were frozen. It took us 3 days to isolate it. But then I looked at the logs and saw that the vulnerable function was never called. So we wasted 3 days to stamp it out, whereas we never used it actually. Here is the logical next step, what we're getting at. Any SCA is good for you, but if you want to set up secure development processes, you have to avoid tech debt. And you need a way to address this. Yes, this gets us to the headline topic. The key takeaway from today is about breachability analysis. Haven't heard what we've laid out for you now? You see that the next step in SCA practices is breachability analysis. It's a new perspective on SCA. It's the next level. Here is what it does. The goal of this analysis is to determine if there is a path from application code to a vulnerability in the library. We used to flag vulnerable components and libraries, and we flagged it, issued alerts. But we never looked whether these functions were ever used. We just alerted that library as vulnerable, halting development. Breachability SCA is a new approach. You might be using a vulnerable library. We do not destroy your build here. OCA cannot do reachability. That's where you have such holes. SCA is about vulnerabilities that are already in your libraries, but then you check it for execution. So you have to look at the code, and you need tools to check it. What do we use to check the code.
Безусловно, SAST, все верно.
SAST, obviously.
Мы не можем вообще, в принципе, использовать SCA, да, уже в том его базовом понимании.
SCA as a standalone, as a basic solution, is no longer useful. You have to combine it with SAST. It gives you a sort of a platform, even. You either build out SCA with additional features, or you add additional features to SAST.
Мы выбираем уязвимые кусочки,
Well, we look at the vulnerable sections. If they're called, if they're executed, we flag them. Pretty much, that's the idea. We looked at the specification, what feeds contain. Some of them go as specific as individual functions. Again, log4j. If we do not import GND lookup, if we do not call lookup, the execution doesn't have this vulnerability. The code isn't used. Why would we fix it or try to apply hotfixes or do urgent updates? Why would you hold development if there is no reachability to this part of code? This analysis gives you this granularity into potentially vulnerable components. So, yeah, here is the standard approach. It's an ideal version. Comparison of two tools. Conventional SCA identifies dependencies. The same for SCA plus reachability. Matching with CVEs, available in both columns. Consideration of using the vulnerable code. That's where you have the difference. Conventional SCA doesn't do that. Reachability analysis adds this. Prioritization is usually limited as a capability in SCA, and it's higher with reachability. The number of false positives, one of our major battles at all times. It's lower in reachability. As an engineer, I'm happy with this table, but myself as an analyst is not satisfied yet. I want to see the trend and the actual change. I see that it's better, but what's the improvement? How is it quantified? What's the outcome of this automation effort? Research shows, and these are the parameters that they investigate. I think we'll publish them or get back to the slide where they were referenced. You have to recognize that the share of vulnerabilities that do not need to be addressed are 80 to 100%. If you see 100%, it's a marketing trick. But 80% is quite achievable, reachable, let's say. So you'll have to analyze 10 to 20 vulnerabilities out of 100. This is calculated in person hours. That's easier for you to apply to yourself. I prefer monetary values. So 150 vulnerabilities will take less time by 9 developer days for you. Yes, not all vulnerabilities that remain will be addressed. Some will not be mitigated. Some vulnerabilities are easily addressed through patching. But any experienced engineer will take 23 minutes as the industry average. Alexey Smirnov mentioned this just today. We take 40 minutes. I err on the side of caution usually because we don't live in an ideal world. So that's 9 work days per 100, 150 vulnerabilities. Just multiply it by your payroll. It's a month in savings for 3 to 4 apps. So, takeaways. Better things are better, but we'll have to add something to it.
Там reachability analysis, да, он у нас в российских
Do reachability analysis.
инструментов, да, я бы сказал, даже не то, что
There aren't that many tools in Russia, and nobody or no tool does fully fledged reachability analysis. Some tools that are available, some tools are available commercially, but they'll cost you as many digits as there is in the phone number. So is reachability analysis an no-go? Well, sometimes these huge figures pay off if you speak about major integrators. Even expensive commercial solutions can be applicable. In other cases, if you don't have this tool at hand, you should do something. Something is always better than nothing. It depends on your objectives. If you need SCA and everybody needs this, SCA plus SAST covers 80% of your security in the pipeline. It's a given. So if you don't have commercial tools, you can use regular SCA. There are open source solutions as well.
I can support Masha. I know that some people use it manually, choose without any automation. Of course, I thank them at all. They like their profession very much, but also we have non-open source tools, and they don't allow us to attach external databases. Everything that requires additional development is not as good, but if we use open source and develop something for it, that's your own development. Then there are some transitive dependencies. It's a challenge for the industry, I think. In directive dependencies, you can see the challenges of the source code, but in transitives, well, if you start asking questions, then you see a mega graph without end, without beginning, a huge web code. It's a challenge for our industry. So, but of course, doing nothing is not a solution. And coming to an end of the presentation, I would like to finalize by saying that if you could use, as we write here, the reachability analysis tools, I can add a little bit. If your development is a large-scale one, if you have more than 100 developers, then we really need a reachability tool. It will be economically feasible. Then you need to overcome existing limitation. If you cannot buy foreign-made tool, you can use this one. Take it, use it, pay for it any way you like. Wait a little bit, maybe in Russia we're going to have some vendors. Well, we have more than one vendor in Russia who can do it. Use Russian vendors if you like. Everything is under development, and people are ready to improve their products. If you don't have such capability, if you don't need it right now, if you have a small company, not a large enterprise, use usual SCA and build your tool with appropriate mindfulness, efficiency, reasonability. SCA plus SAS is 80% of your security. This is something you have to start with in terms of secure development. Now, and the final words, we would like to thank you for coming, for listening to us. Please evaluate our presentation, and we'll be happy to answer your questions. Thank you.
Я думаю, вы можете подходить к стойкам в порядке.
I think please come to the microphone. Yes, there is a microphone over there. Only one. Oh, I have a question about transitive dependencies. We analyzed it in our company, and now in our Russian market, there is no tool that could reach, that could analyze reachability. We don't know any of such tools locally. Thank you. Hi, thank you for the presentation. You compared false positives. Is there any statistics about false negatives? How can we avoid errors here? I don't know which slide was it. Statistics with the calculation of economic efficiency. There is statistic. It's a question about if we have statistics about avoiding false negatives. Well, let me say that I did some personal research. Our tool found the libraries which were not announced. In the solution that I saw, I didn't have any falses. Thank you. Moreover, additionally, we found the availabilities which the developer didn't announce. Hi, thank you for the presentation. You said that reachability analysis is a rare case for SCA. Why? On the one hand, it seems it's easy because we build AST, calls, chains, and this is reachability analysis without any limitations and so on and so forth. It looks as if version 1 is easy to be built. On the one hand, if it's too important, too heavy, how can we trust it? Because it says, well, who can check it? Thank you, I got you. Let me try to answer. Reachability analysis, as you said, everything is easy at stage 1. If we start taking into account something else, we have to add databases, tokens, proofs of concept for operation. Then we have a story about SAS looking at source codes. If we have an SCA solution, you have to look at SOST. If you don't have SOST, it's very difficult to write it from scratch. And combining all the factors related to simple version 1, you will see it is not as simple as it seemed. For one language, it's more or less good. But what about a group of languages, a group of ecosystems? And then we see that this is not easy at all. That's why our industry didn't reach the implementation of super solution for reachability analysis. I think I answered your question. What about trust to reachability analysis? There are two things. One thing seems to be easy. On the other hand, if vendors go to that solution for such a long time, then it's not easy. And can we trust what they provide at the moment? Well, can you answer? It's easy. We call the function from the code and we can trust it because we see that in this library, vulnerable functionality is used, full stop. That if we see that the vulnerable piece of code is used in this library, so this is so. How can we not trust it. We see it clearly. We see the vulnerable component, the call to the vulnerable component. You believe yourself, because if you see it, it's all right. What about transitives? Transitive libraries in the current versions are not checked. So you can use a standard SCA and see, are there any vulnerabilities in the transitive libraries? The first question was what to do with transitives. In the current implementation, we don't know any locally developed solutions with analysis for transitive dependencies. Dependency hell, if you know this term. This is exactly about it. We have to use all the dependencies, and it's yet to be done. We don't have the resources to solve the problem. And then if we do that, who needs it, actually? Yes, there is something to think about. I would like to add something to the previous question. We all know that the statistic analysis tools have problems like falses, false positives. If statistic analysis is used, if it says that the code is not reachable, the call is not reachable, you take a certain decision that there are no vulnerabilities, but actually, in fact, the vulnerability is there and the code is reachable. Of course, if we miss that kind of vulnerability, it's a bad thing. Thank you for your question. I would like to add to the previous one. It's a problem of trust to SaaS technology. As I see it, we have a card in the database saying that this component is vulnerable. We have a description of what part of the code is vulnerable. We take this description and give it to SAST. And with the help of SAST, we look for this function. It looks as if all SAST analyzers can do that. Well, where is the light? All SAST analyzers can do that. If not, then SimGrep can do it. Outsource-based tool. You can have a certain pattern, a rule, and look for it. Search it. Can we trust vendor-based technology? Can we think that it will not miss any vulnerabilities? Well, I would rather trust it. Of course, it can miss something, but it's not a rocket science, it's not anything critical. So electricity is not working and the microphone is not operating and they cannot... oh, it works. Actually, let me tell you that this is rocket science as far as I think, and there are a lot of problems there. Statistic analysis problems are endless and they are mentioned at each conference. Of course, look, for example, at statistics. 70% of vulnerabilities were eliminated, but maybe some of those cases were wrongly eliminated. In our limited research, we had about, well, a limited number of libraries, and we didn't have any missed falls. And of course, we used some of the libraries where we knew about vulnerabilities and we knew where they were. We continue our research, and at the end of it, we're going to report what we have as a result. Usually we have standard reports, and we can see look through the critically important vulnerabilities, and within this process we recommend to do it. One thing is that we say that here there is a responsibility 100%, but what about all the other libraries? So it's about a process, building a process with its own requirements. What we told you is only part of the process. Thank you for a very good question. Thank you for your presentation. My question is about GHOST format. SDX. I am from the product company, and the lab sent us a file with an example of Cyclone DX, which was strange, which couldn't be generated, and in the end we asked questions how to generate it. They didn't tell us, and we wrote GSOMs manually. It's very bad. Are there generators? Oh yes, we have them. They are commercial, only commercial. When we were under verification process, we did it manually. Now we corrected it already, but some time ago we did it manually. What about specifications? Can we do it ourselves manually? Please come to us after the questions and let us discuss it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your question. The question is like this: how do you define a vulnerable function in a vulnerable library? If we talk about reachability of the code analysis, we must take a vulnerable function in the library and see the vulnerability in the code. How do you take the data about it? From public data? It depends on the library. If we talk about our product, we use our own FIDO base. Other products use their own bases. It's a public basis and enriched local base. And they use the feeds they have. So it's more or less manual. In our case, it's already automated. We have several engines of stat analysis, and we use different engines to find the calls in the source code. We work with source codes, and we try to look for a call to a vulnerable function in the code. Very often, in the descriptions, it's very vague about description of what actually is vulnerable and which is not, and we have to look at various exploits and reports to find the right description. Yes, we have an innumerable number of bases, and in one of those millions of bases, I don't know, about 100 bases actually exist. In one of them, you may have a vulnerable function which is missing there. And maybe you are going to be an author of the next vulnerability, because from time to time new vulnerabilities appear. Thank you. So we have to choose. One more question. Yes, please. Thank you for the presentation. In our company, we try to solve the same problems, and I want your opinion about the following. In the library, we have certain reachability, let's call it non-reachable, and tomorrow it became reachable. How do you solve this problem? From time to time, you recheck those libraries. It's a problem of updating databases and sources for the databases. How quickly do we react to changes? If your library becomes reachable, how fast are you going to use that new information? That's it. It's a process of monitoring. Monitoring. It's one of the features of the CA, monitoring of components. Standard SCA function. So you check it from time to time. And one more question. Maybe I missed it in your report. You say that there are SCA tools which analyze reachability. I don't know such tools. We're looking for such tools. In Russia, officially, honestly, few people tell us about that, which means that some people make first steps in this direction, but they have not been finalized. So vendors do not say that they are available, but Hot Scoring and BTM AE, two vendors, say they have it. But PTA, we give to our users in the test mode. So I tried to do it accurately and softly. We are an early bird in this area, and we want to get feedback from our users. And we're ready to listen to you, change something if we missed something. In our research, it works, but the sample is too small. I see. Thank you. We have a lot of things abroad, but they are all commercial. Your question, please. I thank you for the presentation. The question is like this. You told us about an approach which helps you reduce the workload on the developer, which is good. We shift developers to the next stage of development. Critical pulses. If it is 100% reachable, is processed in the first place. We just prioritize them. All the rest will also be processed. We need to have it, we need to check it in the first place. What about the next release? If we include it in the next release, do you say that this is false positive, false negative? Otherwise, we shall have them again and again. Yes, we put the flags there. SCA is a little different. What previously was not vulnerable, in a week's time will become vulnerable. So, and sometimes it's too early to put a flag. Previously, it wasn't used. And we disregard. If it was not used, we mark it. If we use it, we include it. So you have to understand that it's a process of management in the company. It's not about the tool, it's about the process. After the presentation, let's talk about the process. It's not about the tool, it's the process. Hi. The question is about your threat base. It's a combination of different bases, but in different bases there are different libraries and they can look at threats differently. We use our own evaluation system. And we use, first of all, PTS, and we evaluate the way they do. Our databases use criticality evaluation of that kind. So we duplicate it with certain corrections if necessary. For example, if we don't have a threat, but we find it somewhere. Well, I'd rather address the specialist that deals with that problem in our company, because I'm not in a position to answer your question now. But in general, we rely on common sense, as usual.
Я скорее не вопрос буду задавать, а в коричневой.
It's not a question.
Во-первых, не согласен с вашими оценками.
First of all, I don't agree with your evaluation of the workload. It's statistic. Our evaluation is different from that statistics.
Мне казалось, это очень просто.
Maybe I'll tell you something unexpected.
Подход такой, прогоняется.
The approach is like this. We run an open source code. We find 150 or 200 incidents, 80%. If we can just update and forget about it.
Таких библиотек у нас опять
It's not 40 minutes, it's 2 minutes. We have 46% of libraries. When we update something, we look at the functionality. If a library is upgraded, if we have to upgrade, for example, version 4.3.1, it's now 4.3.2. If there is a bigger gap, then we have to look at reachability. Let me add to in the statistics. Most of the libraries are updated on a regular basis. I don't know how many of them out of the total. If I go back, yes, 80 to 85% are updated. Yes, it's your personal statistics. We have to take it into account. Even if we take 66%, it takes 23 minutes to process. And reachability. In the off zone last year, people from VK had a presentation. There are some vulnerabilities in Java, XML, which invokes methods which are not openly used by the program. So if we have a vulnerability of the medium criticality level, which invokes methods, and if we use a non-used vulnerable library, we can run it.
Если можно просто почистить, лучше все-таки просто почистить.
I would say that it's better to clean it. SAS should understand the logic. If it could find it or not. It's a medium level criticality, so it will take us a lot of time to correct it. It's about the process, not about the tool. On the other hand, it's about the tool as well. And let me look at the statistics. 66% of vulnerabilities are eliminated by updates. And yes, we work with tools and we work with processes. Even the best possible tool wouldn't work without a process. And it depends on what kind of process you use, how well you build your process, and well, it defines the efficiency of your tool. Dependency check and Trivy. Did they use it or not? They say for some languages they learned to use vulnerabilities in transitives. And you forgot about the dollar. They who? they also say they support reachability. Well, we looked at it some time ago. We also say they claimed that, but we didn't confirm that, and they didn't confirm. But thank you for your comment. We looked for that, but we didn't find the proof. Maybe they have it. Hi, thank you for the presentation. A short question. Please tell me, for what kind of languages do you support your reachability? GSTS?
Сейчас.
Now, just a moment. Help from the audience. SCA is supported for JavaScript, TypeScript, all the languages of that type, which can be put to JavaScript, can be supported very quickly. Then we have a knowledge base supporting Go, HP, PHP, Python, and that's all for the time being. Everything related to drivers, hardware is not interesting for us now, because we work with stat analyzer that we developed. And this is the answer to your question, why vendors are not claiming that they can do it, because the technology is limited. Thank you. Now it's time for, there are no more questions. Let's choose the best question. I liked, let me tell you.
Так, мне понравился вопрос, и мы пришли к консенсусу. Молодой человек...
We have arrived at a consensus. That person, young guy, before you.
Перед вами, да.
Yes.
Так.
Wherever he is.
Я не вижу.
Not seeing him.
Вопрос... Вопрос был на тему, как мы смотрим достижимость.
That was about our assessment of reachability, and it was broken down into many smaller questions.
Тогда следующий вопрос.
Okay, the other one, the runner-up. The question about solar. The follow-up.
Да, да. Пройдите, пожалуйста. Вам дадут подарок. Да, еще раз.
Please come up to receive your gift.
Надеюсь, это было полезно.
Thank you all once again. Hopefully, it's been valuable.
Молодец. Нормально?
А почему?
Через какое-то время сюда выйдет на сцену.
Okay, we'll have
Я могу долго, да,
the
рассказывать.
smile guy up on stage soon. There's a lot to say about him. He brews his coffee with sausage. He sculpts ducks out of snow to talk to them. You know, this one, talking to ducks. Sergey, please. He'll be telling you about Docker and his great love for this tool. Thank you. To start off, let's play a game. To energize everybody. We're tired by the end of the day. I, the people of Rostov, our compatriots. The game first. Let's put the quiz up on screen. Please show the QR code. It's pretty straightforward. Scan the code and enter your name. I hosted an info security quiz once, and people provided their names like SQL injection, drop database, things like that. So yeah, to join, the prizes are lucrative. You have to be fast and correct, of course. Both parameters are scored. I love this cloud. It's very dynamic. Who do we have here? And it's on Docker security, obviously. Let's light the room up. I'll give you a couple more minutes. Just a moment.
Это пульт? А можно выключить пока? Выключить. Валера, коробку забыл. Можно выключить пока? Так. Так.
Right.
Так, ну что, готовы?
So, are you ready?
Все готовы?
Everybody ready?
Погнали. Тогда можно
Let's start.
код убрать, чтобы не загорал.
Remove the QR code
Да, квиз. Итак,
and we'll launch the quiz.
значит, если ваши поставить пробел перед командой,
If you enter a space in bash before the command and execute,
вот что будет?
it'll execute but not save. It'll execute and save, not execute. Nothing will happen.
Так. Та-дам. Так, вот сразу видно безопасников. Правильно, короче.
Okay, we see security guys there. 29 people gave the correct answer. It will execute, but it will not save in history. Not very obvious.
Не переключает.
Doesn't click the slides.
Так, это я нажал? Сейчас, секунду.
Did I do this?
Здесь, короче, будет видно гонку. Вот, все, кликер починился.
Okay.
Итак, значит, для изоляции контейнеров из
To isolate containers, you use namespaces, capabilities, and
Что еще?
you need to enter the name.
Правильное.
Again, correct answers are preferable. If you don't care about the scores, you can enter whatever.
Да, еще, кстати, вот, можно реакции ставить. Я как-то...
And there are reactions available.
Там чувак жал, короче, такие...
I remember there was someone under the name I am Frontender, and they were keeping C groups.
И C-group. Только один почему-то.
C group, just one, okay. A Parma.
Так, ага, все, понеслось, гонка.
Okay. Here's the leaderboard. The race is on.
Значит, какие namespace Docker
What namespaces in Docker are looked up by default? Time, UTS, user, chroot. Maybe some of those are not namespaces at all.
Вот, там еще вот кто-то руки пытается поднимать.
Yeah, people try to raise their hands.
Так.
So,
да, действительно, time and user, причем, кстати,
time and user, yes. And time space was added recently. They just added it to Linux. It used to be like this. You might have seen this. You had to mount time. Don't have to do this anymore. You can check this through LSNS. You'll see that namespace IDs match, and there aren't any others, so you can get a hands-on experience. So just to make sure that I'm telling you the truth.
Значит, какой командой можно залезть в контейнер?
What command can be used to get into a container? Attach, exec, and center, connect, ctr task exec. It doesn't give you the keys, obviously. Assume the keys.
Можно несколько ответов выбирать здесь, да.
Multiple answers, yes.
Так, Docker exec, да.
Okay. Right. Attach and exec are native commands, and center is a Linux command. You can connect through this to a namespace of the container. And ctr tasks, that's container D, has a utility in the console that you can use to get in.
Мы, кстати, сегодня залезем в контейнер. Если вы видели, вот мы забыли вначале.
We'll be getting into a container today. This box is also a Docker container, and somebody will get in.
Итак, что делает expose в Docker файле?
What does expose do in Docker file?
Когда, короче, про expose говорят что-то не то.
You know, I'm always triggered when they mischaracterize it. And announces the used ports, opens ports, or there is no such directive. I just came up with it on the spot.
Так, правильно, что да, она объявляет.
Yeah, it announces the ports that are used. It even says in the books that people claim that expose opens them. It triggers me like I cannot describe. Oh, you contender in the leaderboard. The official documentation says that it just publishes the port or declares them. What directive in Docker file is more secure? Add copy, SCP copy, and write.
Или я опять какую-то придумал?
Are they all real?
Так. И, кстати, одну из них хотят уже скоро деприкировать.
One of them is to be soon deprecated, by the way. Yeah, copy. That's the directive. SCP and copy and write are made up. They don't exist. But they sound legit, don't they? Copy is safer. It just copies. The other one can download and back, can do all sorts of things.
Ага. Сейчас.
Minor adjustment. How to make add more secure. No way, add checksum, add secure, or use add secure. There are many keys in Docker commands. I looked them up, I don't know them all. Very many keys, and most of them are very useful, including this one.
Так.
So,
Ага, никак не сделать, да.
No way to do that. Yeah.
Checksum, да, это
But you can add
хэш,
checksum.
будет уже лучше, чем
You'll
было.
check the hash sum and it'll be better than before. The other two, I made up again.
Так, о, отлично.
Okay, we have a new contender. Again, the race is on.
Что делает директива on
What does onBuild does in Dockerfile? Launches commands when compiling a Docker image, immediately runs the instructions,
или вообще не такой инструкции?
does distress, or there is no such instruction.
Кстати, кто-нибудь пользуется on-билдом? Есть такие?
Do you use onBuild? Any people?
Я тоже не пользуюсь.
Anyone? I don't use it either.
Да, все правильно. Она запустит команды при
It runs commands when a Docker image is assembled, and you can cram many bad things into there. So whoever takes your image, they'll get a package in the mail.
Так, сомнительно. Дальше.
So
Ага. Так, сейчас. Так, что будет? Значит, взяли, скопировали пинг.
what will happen with that ping? You copy it, you run it, you ping localhost. What will happen?
Разбираясь в Docker Security, надо еще разбираться и в Linux, и понимать
Because you need to know Linux on top of Docker security.
Вот, значит, попингуется.
There is some nuance there. It'll ping, there's going to be this particular error where it's just not executable.
Так, на самом деле будет, да, socket operation not permission.
There's going to be this socket operation not permitted.
За счет того, что в пинге стоял suite-bit, вот.
It used to be due to suite bid in the ping, and they didn't copy over. Now it's because there are capabilities that the ping function needs,
Копирование они тоже не попадают.
but did not get into there when copied.
Да, вот видно, кстати.
Here it is,
Так, сейчас,
close up.
секунду. Так, и какого бита для настройки прав не
Which
существует?
bit for configuration of rules of rights doesn't exist?
Даже не знаю, столько всего.
Too many bits.
Ну, какой-то я вообще взял и выдумал.
Again, one is made up.
Так.
So
Все правильно, не существует сет GUID, потому что я
Set
его выдумал. Но звучит очень
GUID. I made it up, but it sounds plausible again, as always.
Ага.
Nice.
Так, виден ли процесс в контейнере со стороны хоста? Виден, не виден?
Does the host see the process in the container? Yes? No?
Просто взяли, запустили
How would I
контейнер.
know?
Не знаю, там...
You stand the container,
Infinity, да, и в хосте
Docker run Alpine Sleep Infinity, and you try to look up the process in the host. Will it be visible there?
Так, отличные у четырех лапки.
Yeah. Poor people wouldn't know or care.
Покажите лапки.
It is visible.
Так, отлично.
Who about it? For not caring.
Ну, должны быть веселые варианты, иначе зачем это? То есть, можно, конечно, и наугад сжать, то есть, если сильно
A
вкачаться...
quiz doesn't make sense if you don't include funny options. If you boost your luck, you can randomize it.
Просто взял, запросил ID, значит, под кем выполнится.
What's the idea that it runs in the container packer root or it will not run?
Я, кстати, так участвовал в квизе по фронтенду, вот, и занял аж третье
I
место.
took a quiz on front end like this,
Но я занял третье место.
and I took third place from the bottom, because I'm a backender, but yeah, that was fun anyway. So, if your luck stats are high, you might well get lucky. Root, yes. By default, it runs as root.
Так, значит, а root в контейнере, root на хосте одинаково или кто-то круче?
Root in container and root at host. Which is more powerful?
Что вообще происходит?
Container, host, same, whatever is root.
Казалось бы, и там root, да? Вот что может быть?
It might seem that they're both roots. What could be the difference?
На хосте круче. А кто
It's more
знает, почему на хосте
powerful
круче?
host side. Do you know why?
Все правильно, capabilities, да. Потому
Yeah,
что, ну, потому что, представьте, да,
capabilities.
докер-контейнер, докер часть
When
capabilities
you started,
лишних, поэтому
Docker
там меньше. То есть у него там всего, я
trims
помню,
some of the unwanted capabilities, so it's 14 out of 40 something, 1.4 or 0.
Так,
So
вот, да,
it,
действительно видно. Вот,
it gives you some additional security.
можно прямо это
If you
прочувствовать.
enter cap sh, you'll get first-hand experience of that.
Так, ну и какое слово рутов сделает одинаковыми? А,
So,
тут надо просто написать
what word makes the roots
вот, я
equal?
как-то видел,
Just
там,
type in
что-то
anything.
пожалуйста, там, или
People
sudo,
answer
если
like
да,
pretty please, pseudo,
сделай одинаковые. Вот все.
make them equal.
Кстати, каждый раз пишут sudo.
I get pseudo each time,
Так,
right?
да, вот, кстати, видите, sudo. Вот на самом
Pseudo,
деле,
of
да,
course.
на самом деле это privileged вернет обратно
Privileged,
вот эти все
of course.
отобранные capabilities.
It'll restore all the capabilities that were trimmed.
Так, ага, вот видите. Во, вот сразу видно вот безопасность.
Okay,
Кто-то пытался
we see a security guy there. Someone tried to make an injection.
Отлично, отлично. Так.
Nice.
Значит, что позволит связать два контейнера на
What allows you to bind two containers at different hosts without
два хоста на одном
using outward ports? Two hosts, Docker run each,
а со второго попытаться
Nginx in one container, and you try to use curl to call Nginx, but the ports are not shared. How can you connect the two containers without port forwarding? Here are the options.
Так, все правильно, да, overlay network.
Overlay network, yes. That's the way to bind them. A software network for Docker orchestration natively.
Ага, пу-пу-пу. Так, отлично. Так, и что, остался последний
Woo, nice. One last question remaining. The last question is always about memes. IT doesn't work without memes. It's fueled by memes.
Как раз для тех, у кого лапки. Значит, вот котик
So,
вот с такой штукой. Значит, что это значит? Это
here's a cat, but what does it mean? Regex, fork-bomb, JavaScript, or is just that cat stepping on the keys?
Блин, очень похоже, кстати, на последнее прям, ну не знаю.
It looks like stomping on the keys. My cat does that a lot.
Правда, у меня только лысая кошка, не такая, а лысая.
But my cat is bald, not like this.
Ага, все правильно, да, это форк-бомб.
It's a fork bomb.
Они код пробежал по клавиатуре и не...
It's not the cat stomping on the keys, it's not regex.
Посмотрим победителей. Сейчас, секунду.
So who's coming out on top?
Ага.
The leaderboard.
Так, отлично. Вот и победитель.
Okay, that's the winner. Let me look for prizes. They seem to be missing.
Сейчас надо поискать, что мы... Не знаю, ну тут...
Let me look for the prizes.
Ты кто? Ничего себе!
Я украл.
Is it fate?
Вот это да.
Who stole our prizes?
Ужас, а!
And I'll break your container.
Блин, беда, очень...
What do we do now? That's very, very bad. We need a superhero. First, let me back up the results. First,
На всякий случай надо бэкап сделать.
I'll take a picture.
Пойду позову супергероя. Мы сейчас...
Proper backup. Let me call in a superhero. Yeah, and do not peek.
Ща будет мощно, так.
Let me hide here. It's going to be Entry with a splash.
Ну что, твой супергерой запаздывает?
Your superhero is running late. Let's call for the hero. Yeah, I need to sort my T's and laces.
Какие-то жидкие аплодисменты.
The applause is sparse.
Подожди, сейчас.
I'm the superhero in the room. Super Banana. I'll sort out the ties and you'll get it. You'll see.
А, злой банан, опять ты что-то наделал.
So, Evil Banana, you're up to it again. Yes.
Ну мы тебе сейчас
Or is it Docker?
про контейнер.
You'll get served. You'll see a presentation on container security and we'll fix that container. Oh yeah, we'll see about that. Now,
Секундочку, надо только... А, вот кликер.
just a moment. Where is my clicker? Let's put up the slides.
Я думал, короче, что банан еще и презу украл. Ну, все нормально.
I thought he stole the deck as well. Just a container, it's fine.
Вот это про Docker Security.
We'll talk about Docker security.
Не, можно вот так.
Let's make it epic.
Да.
Now,
Вот, значит, когда обычный человек думает про безопасные
so there is a guy who's considering safe containers. That's what it looks like on Google. Secure containers. In the DevSecOps context, it looks like this. I'll zoom in later. I tried to make a big map. Consider security, storage, CI/CD. You need to make it secure from all ends. Another secure container for you.
Сергей, да, обо мне можно будет потом почитать, но просто...
So, you can read up on me later, just to see how crazy I am. The Docker file
Если что, они просто закрыты.
doesn't seem executable. The slashes were in. So yeah. Apart from being a perfectionist, I have to warn you, if something bad happens during the presentation, that was research. My other superpower, or any superhero should have this superpower of deep insight. Deep insight.
Оно как бы постепенно приходит. Сначала
You have to have a grasp of your tool. A Docker is a guy in boots, then you know that it's about containers, then you know that it's about delivery. As you write up a Docker file, you enter a part of CI/CD into that. Then you realize that it's about isolation, which contains your processes very neatly. I recall the time where you had to configure C groups manually. It's much better implemented in Docker. Then you recognize that it's a flexible tool to manage processes. Then you are enlightened in such a way that you can develop your own Docker.
Помните вот такую картинку, да, ну, наверное, 100 раз видели, да, что вот...
You've seen this picture a myriad times. Containers, VMs.
Что Docker, он использует ядро системы, а не гипервизор.
Docker uses the OS's core, host OS. But how do you actually see this? How do you validate this diagram? Show of hands, does anybody know?
Лес рук, короче, здесь не видно.
Yeah. Okay.
Сделать команду uname, и видно, что...
You can run uname in Debian, for example.
Посмотрел ядро, это опять...
You make sure that it's Debian. You run Alpine, you look at the core, and it's Debian again.
Вот прям вот я вот почувствовал.
I appreciate this, where you can get a direct experience of this. My maths teacher always told me that a true mathematician never trusts but verifies. You've heard about SIS benchmark security, the guys who tell you all about proper configuration of containers. So I went on their website, and they have virtualization as a tag. But it's an ages-old argument, right? I saw the times where people claimed that it's about virtual environments. If you don't have emulation, then it's a container. That's my stance on this. Container is about processes and containing them. You can run Docker. I think there is this feature, live reload. Yes. You stand the container. You switch off the Docker daemon, but the container is still operational. It's a process. Maybe I should report this as a bug. This tag. So, are you in or out? You have the process ID, node, hostname, or you could do this. Cat prods cgroup. It used to work. It doesn't work anymore because Docker uses cgroup too. The hierarchy is a bit different. You can do this. Proc self-mounting for, and you'll see the mounts in the container. Or in each container, you have a file like this. Not everybody knows this. Here is a real-life case. Another thing to give you first-hand experience. That's what a fork bomb does to the host. It's recursive. It calls onto itself. Don't do this in production. The host will crash, so don't do this at home. But if you put it into a container, you put it in the background with devel. I build an image, run it. You'll see now, just a sec. Nothing catastrophic happens. You can see that it is running. Docker stats are useful for this. Great command. You see it's 4,676. It didn't generate any more processes, but the host is still up. So Docker is already an improvement just by containing the number of processes started.
So you can enter the total number of processes which can be generated. For example, 100, no more than 100. When I learned Docker for the first time, I used Java. I said, oh, feed one will be good because there is one process. But actually, we have multi-threading, so one is too little. Well, and you have to be able to use that tool. For example, Trivi. Will Trivi find a fork bomb? Who thinks so? And who thinks that it wouldn't find it? Actually, Trivi will not find the fork bomb because it looks at dependencies and well, you can see that it wouldn't find it. Klemov, the antivirus tool with its basis, so with heuristics, who thinks it will find the bomb? Who thinks that it wouldn't find it? 50-50. The most interesting thing is that some people say why Docker should be checked for virus. Containers are actually files, and you can have viruses there as well. So the antivirus wouldn't find the bomb. Now let's take shell check. Shell check, which checks the script. Who thinks that shell check will find the bomb? More people, yes. Truly, shell check will find it. Look, the function calls itself. So you have to use different tools. You must understand how they work. What about ChatGPT? Who thinks that ChatGPT will find the bomb? Well, a lot of people. Why DeepSecOps? Bycoder, why DeepSecOps? Actually, yes. While ChatGPT will say, yes, it's a bomb, and it will describe it properly. There are a lot of tools, and we discussed them today, security tools. They can use AI, and it's useful within reasonable limits. You can take and connect shell check earlier in BDE and see the error even earlier. It will give you some acceleration. At development stage, you will see vulnerabilities very early in the process. One more thing, for example, Docker with the wrong user, and container didn't start. And if we use a wrong user here, again, will it start? 50-50. Actually, the container will start if we take Ubuntu. No name will be used here. Root group, but there is no root there. Everyone knows that there are different practices about the right images, and in images you can use checking, verification. For example, this one, user check. I took Ubuntu and added a check. If you go to the system, exit one. If another name, then there is another instruction. Let's have a look. I'm going to use different user IDs to show you how it works. Well, I did it at night, so it took me a lot of time and effort, so it's a bit slow. So it works. No, wrong user. Also wrong user. And if you enter wrong, and if you enter the right username, it's okay. How can we bypass this check?
Easy, да. Взять, перезаписать entry point, все правильно говорят, и тогда...
You can rewrite the entry point, and the check will not be executed.
Как тебе такое? Нормально? Да.
It's like this.
Взяли просто... Ну, сейчас показываю, как было с рутом.
So it's with root.
Взяли рута, вот не сработало, взяли, подменили entry point.
So it didn't, but we changed the entry point, so we can always find something, invent something, avoid, bypass something.
Вот видите, все сработало, да, действительно.
Everything worked. So there are a lot of things, other things. You have to know them. There are different instructions, native instructions. Few people use commit, stat, commit. Why? For auditing. If something is wrong, you commit the image and then look at it, analyze it. A lot of utilities, you cannot know everything, of course. For example, you can avoid Dockerfile, you can use plugins, you can use other tools, a lot of things. You can use different secrets, you can reverse the image. So there is a million utilities. You can go to the repository and you will see a lot of utilities. And you'll get the whole repository full of information. Another interesting thing, the verification tools can be avoided and bypassed. For example, obfuscation. I did it by chance. I had a Java application And today I heard that Java prelocation is binary. Wow, how can you say that? Java application is not binary. Of course, I can turn it into a binary code. And I didn't find any vulnerabilities. Although there are 12 vulnerabilities there, it's not as compact as it might be, but you can see that it doesn't see any vulnerabilities. Obfuscation is quite oftenly used now, so you can avoid the checking methods and deceive them. There are reports, presentations about it. Speakers even showed how they compare different utilities, how they react to obfuscation, and they wrote a separate utility which tries to solve the problem. For obfuscation, you can delete information about packets, all excessive information, and the verification tool will also fail to detect. How can we avoid stat checks? You can pack the image and unpack it in runtime, and statistical analyzers wouldn't find anything because it's runtime. Then the next thing is variability. Variability, you can check all the options. For example, this is a kernel. We can have a uname or alias, and you see a different thing. Then you can have question name, and then alias will be ignored. Or you can replace the uname, or you can look at the information there. So there are different points of view, different options. Or, for example, this. We run Devicer, something different in between a container and a virtual machine. And it shows that I have Linux 4, a different kernel. Why do we need all those subtleties? It's black, you are too black. Who knows? So we must think about different things, attack and defense, because those tiny things give you very interesting things. If you know more about an attack, you will be able to protect yourself against those attacks. Security knowledge, attack knowledge, then changing the image, well, it's a Lego. Legolas. Different things. For example, stress tool utility. Who used it? Stress tool utility. A typical admin based application. For a manager, stress tool, it's Jira with a lot of tasks. It's a stress tool. For a hacker, stress tool will help him to overload the service and hang it. For admin to see the ports, for a manager it's something like a cat. For a hacker it's a reverse shell. We're going to look through it. Then, if we look at Harbor, a repository of images, it's also a kind of application, and all the things there must be present in the Harbor, authorization and all that. You have to look at it from different angles. Don't break anything. This is a picture about not breaking anything. 3 steps. This is the DevSec engineer, DevSecOps engineer. What is he doing? He changed the tuning, everything seems to work, and then we have the following result. On the other hand, it's important not to break anything, not to break the application. For example, we have an application, we have an image, and broke part of the functionality. So this shouldn't be done at all. So it's very secure. So it should work, it should be functional. It's important to have multi-layer defense. Let's have a look. I have an example. 3 virtual machines. These are the names. What are we going to do? It's a developer. String. I like Java. And the developer used Spring, and a nice program. It draws a cow. There is a cow. It's in the container. It runs in a container. There is a system flow. So this thing is running successfully. The developer did it, put it into the image, in the repository, in the harbor. It's there. 37 vulnerabilities only. And a password is stolen, data has leaked, and there is a evil Badana who creates its own image, makes a reverse shell, gets the IP, and collects the image. Now IP, and now we collect the image. IP. Yes, just a moment. And just in case, we check. Connection refused because I don't listen to that port. I am waiting until someone connects. What does the hacker do? Now it will start from the beginning.
Так, ну давайте, да, тогда ладно, раз она уже прошла. Ну смотрите, хакер ее засунул в
репозиторий. The hacker put it in the repository, and when someone downloads the image,
и как только кто-то скачал образ,
when as soon as someone downloaded the image, gets the shell, and the curl is not there, I download it in the wrong container, and here you are.
Ну и там будет видно, что вот IP-шник это
you will see that
докер-образ.
The IP is that of the initial point. A simple case, but well, anyway. So the original cow was replaced by another one. So backdoor replacement, waiting, 1, 2, 3. Of course, we understand that we have to take some measures, authorization, write policies, eliminate wrong commands, and monitor strange behavior. This is a map, but I haven't finalized it yet. I used different cases here, so it's very raw now. It's not complete. I'm going to complete it and then share it with you. We have to protect what we have. The more. So if we missed everything, if we check it, if we identify it at the auditing stage, then it will be more costly, it will be more difficult. Then analytical thinking is what is needed. Yes, we have to understand what are the consequences, what kind of consequences you will have. Docker group means root. You can become a root. Or network host is also equal to root. You can connect to Docker daemon and also do a lot of bad things. Obfuscation and exploit. It's a bit abstract, but in reality, you can think about using them. Obfuscation, for instance. How can it help you? What can you do by obfuscating the image? A hacker can use a Postgres of the previous version and use the exploit, and you'll have a problem. Change the version, and then you will think it's a new Postgres, but it will be old with all the vulnerabilities. Privileged containers. So we have such containers. Privy, for example, can be regarded as a privileged containers. Some agents also work with Docker Stoker, so it's a reality. One more example. For example, when an application works for a long time, what can a developer think? It works for a long time. It means that it is good and reliable. If it works for a long time, then it has enough cache. It's also good. Or if it works for a long time, it may get some vulnerabilities. It hasn't been updated for a long time. It's obvious. I have a meme here about this. Uptime hacker puts on the glass and sees it differently. Of course, in reality, protection should be a multi-layer one. There are some holes, but you cannot have a hole. If you have multi-layers, you wouldn't have a hole throughout the piece of cheese. For example, you found a certain vulnerability. Of course, you have to think about possible exploits, attacks. For example, Docker API open. Or launch a container and look, it's poo-poo-poo. In order to avoid it, take countermeasures. You have to think about many things and relate these things one with another. There was a report from K2 and Positive. They polled different enterprises, and 8% say that we had something serious. 92% everything is all right. Maybe they conceal the data. Maybe they don't know about the incidents. Maybe the security people say do not disclose data about vulnerabilities and attacks. I also saw this report, and it will be available in my presentation to all of you, what kind of factors you are going to have. 92% saw nothing serious. And one more thing, what is also interesting, how long do the containers live? From a year to 4 years. It's young, and we have more and more attacks now. Recently, we have an increase by 44%, and 92 enterprises think they have no problem. So someone is wrong. 44% plus or 92% nothing happens. 89% of companies had at least one incident with Kubernetes. Then implementation, you have to install it, scale it, and experience is important here. For example, in Nexus, Nexus is a repository. You can store Docker and artifacts there, and they got feature recently. You get in, and he says there are two malwares here. Press the button, get to the paid Nexus, and you will see. Well, a lot of articles were devoted to this. How can I find these two malwares? And Nexus gives it outside. You can go to their site, and it will show you, this is your vulnerability. I didn't like it at all. If someone learns that I have a vulnerability, he may use it. Of course, we eliminated it, but we have a script now which can share to all repositories, and we found this malware, and only Dr. Webb found it, nobody else. After that experience, I saw if I use Harbor or something else, will Harbor publish this data outside? Which data is going to be published and which is not? Also, I heard a presentation about VirusTotal. I said, well, it's experience. You have to go to conferences. We had a DevOps conference, and two persons said that in one company, images are collected for a long time, Java, a lot of checks, a check of basic image, and in order to accelerate the process, they replace the basic image and check the application without the base image. I didn't realize it can be done. So Matrix, Mitra, container matrix, you can see how can one break into. Look at the trends. We have more and more tools now, and they can, well, the more data the tool has, the more analysis they will provide, the more vulnerabilities they will find. What else we have to know? How many things do we have to know? So don't turn into this monster who knows everything. It's important. Security should be able to scale up and horizontally. Then the evil banana is not going to come. He says he will come. Okay, he will come and go without doing anything bad. So knowledge should be scaled. It's a super game. There was a magic potent which makes a person a superhero. Yes, this superhero, a super potent, is knowledge. Have it, share it, increase it. I thought a lot about this matrix. I use the word built image, but I thought, well, how can I use a different name? I divided it into three parts. First is getting knowledge, then application of knowledge, and then implementation. Security is here. But it's wrong because security should be everywhere. It should be global. Also, I thought about observability, tracing, logging, soft security operations center. We need practice here. I am thinking about something to be attached to usual observability, monitoring, focused on security. I think it's important. DevOps, it should look this way. Security should embrace everything. Useful things, you will have all the links. And this is my channel. Please join, please subscribe, and I'll have a link to my presentation. And there are a lot of things in my channel. Security is included. Roadmaps. Previously, it looked like that. Now they added LLM. So that it would show the direction. So I had a huge map about container security, better than ChatGPT paid. So you can try that too. GPT can show you a lot of things. It can describe a lot of things, a lot of interesting things per each subject. And each square can be expanded, and you can go into detail, and GPT can go into detail. Sometimes it gives you wrong data, actually. When I prepared this big picture, I had development insert, and in Docker there is an
documentation
interesting
is good,
presentation.
not great.
I went there,
look it up,
I
why
did
not?
it at night.
How to do images. It was at night, 2 a.m. And it says that there is a bug. We have a bug. But it's in Go, actually. If you have a large UID for a user in a container, it'll take up disk space. You click the issue, and it's been there since 2015. You have a sparse file for this, that's the reason. When unpacked in the image, it just floods the disk. I tried to replicate it, but I couldn't. I asked ChatGPT. I asked for an example, it gave me something. Doesn't work still. I do the imaging, I do exports. It doesn't work. It spits out something different. This time it'll work for sure. I asked, maybe it was fixed? Yes, it was indeed. Always say yes. I ask for where it was fixed. It doesn't know. It gives me another example. So that's what's slowed me down in developing that huge board when it's good enough to show. Attend conferences. Once again, community is key. Ask questions, answer questions, share cases. Moscow, St. Petersburg, Nizhny Novgorod. DevCon was there. That's one step. Not all conferences have to be in these 2 or 3 cities. Russia is big, and you need to develop your local community as well. We've hosted some conferences in Rostov as well. We have our colleagues locally as well. It's important to do this locally. In your hometown, develop the community, share experience, organize hackathons like we do. Here is cybersecurity, that was our conference. And we invited people from larger conferences as well. We had star speakers. I think it's a global effort, as it should be, and it's very important. Now, conclusions. Security is multidimensional. You have to tend to all the things and the way it impacts administration, development, products. These are different dimensions that you need to tend to. There are different depths, so do your research. You need to be able to take different perspectives and then see the connections. To scale knowledge, you have to share. Once again, this brings me back to community. Now, Banana, come back up.
Видишь, он тебя даже своим
You're fixed.
Так, и что?
You are on the slide this time.
Подожди, давай-ка.
Let me fix the container.
Я сейчас покажу.
We haven't looked at it yet. How to fix this? I'll take away all that's not needed.
Пока откроем контейнер.
This can be removed. Let's open the container.
Так, ну.
I'll sort it.
Берем сейчас.
This is not needed at this time. Whatever is this? Bananas. This is from you, right?
Ну иди раздай. Вот еще.
Yeah, okay, let's hand them out. Some more.
Банан, раздающий бананы.
Okay, banana handing out bananas. Who wants this?
Кому дать окорочок? Держи.
A ham.
Так, сейчас, что-то еще есть.
Here you go. What else is there? So many things. We have stickers, but that's for later.
Так, сейчас. Блин, ну столько всего.
Now, too many things. A lot of rubbish as well.
Череп, смотри, троян.
Oh, a Trojan. A worm.
Ну все, смотри, ничего лишнего.
Let's get rid of it. So,
Вот смотрите.
we have the app, and that's it. A Kotlin app.
Там на дне немножко Linux еще, но не буду.
And on the bottom there is some Linux. I'm not going to touch it. So we fixed the container. Let's do the prizes now. Here they are.
Так,
Yeah, these are the prizes.
призы раздадим. Сейчас я тогда...
Okay.
Где у нас победители? Сейчас, подожди, я забыл.
Let me refer to the leaderboard backup.
Первое место, смотри.
First spot, first place. The script. High alert, please come up.
Прям свой праздник, прям Новый год, короче. Наложил.
It's like Christmas.
Так.
Что супергерой? Что мы подарим?
Поздравляшки, сейчас
So,
расскажу.
what's the prize? Congrats, great job. The rule is simple.
Я не люблю призы, знаешь, когда вот за первое место вот это, за второе
I
вот
don't like different prizes for different places. So here is what we do. We have bananas.
Есть вот билет на
It goes without saying. There is a ticket to Jugru,
Джуговскую конфу, короче, можно поехать вот по
a
такой.
ticket to any Jug conference.
Есть книжки, короче.
We have some books,
Прозрачное ПО, безопасные системы.
transparent software, secure systems, the worm, and some teas,
Так, что есть? Вот такие. Нет безопасности.
t-shirts.
Вот, и чистый код.
Security guy says no. I'd have this. MRL.
Давай сфотаемся с победителем сейчас вот здесь.
Let's take a picture with the winner.
И фотку было видно. И там, и там.
Banana and banana and banana.
Похлопаем.
A round of applause.
Все, спасибо, поздравляю.
Спасибо.
Еще раз.
Great. Thanks a lot.
Сейчас открываем
Давай,
бэкап.
читай.
Так, это...
Place 2.
А где
пу-пу-пу.
Да.
Username poo poo poo. Please come up.
Ну смотри, правило то же самое. Вот смотри.
В общем, выбирай, да.
Так.
Мы уже озвучили.
Значит,
Rules of the game are the same. Anything you like.
Так.
Смотри, футболки
Всё,
какие, а?
поздравляшки,
Популярные.
T-shirts are very popular. Yeah. A round of applause again.
Так. Так, кто у нас еще есть? Сейчас.
Давай.
Сейчас.
Who's next? Username Alexanthus.
Александр, а вон идет, да. Так.
Давайте.
Поздравляшки, похлопаем.
Congrats. Round of applause. Hi. Make your pick.
Я вот это посоветовал, смотри. Не, левее.
This comes highly recommended. To the left. To the left.
Ну смотри, все.
The most expensive one. Okay, congrats.
Так. Давайте фото.
Taking a picture.
Все, Спасибо. Так, ну, смотрите,
Thank you. Appreciate it. We have more prizes.
четвертое место влезло.
Let's do some with questions. And I have place 4 on the picture. Toaster.
Выходи.
Must have left. Okay.
Тогда на этом все. Давайте вопросы.
That's it. Let's continue with questions now.
А, кстати, я пока еще, стоп, секунду. А где вот кликер, да?
Just a moment. I need this.
Значит, вот
Promised.
а вот здесь
The links, my slides, and the feedback form.
И давайте вопросы. За вопросы еще будут призы.
Questions. There are going to be prizes for questions as well. Go ahead.
Есть микрофоны.
Please use the mic.
Просто подходите и задавайте.
2 mics, 1 per aisle. Come up, ask a question. Hi, my name is Ivan. It's a contested issue. So, rootless Docker or Podman? I don't like either. Podman is very specific, and rootless is very limited. There are different ways to make it more secure. You have remapping of GUIDs. You can set it up like that you cannot go out of the container through root. But rootless is limited. It depends on the case. Rootless will probably be what's required by regulators. And Sleep4 Networks, as an intermediary in the network, is very restricting. And Podman now has faster network interface. Okay, needs to be investigated. It depends on your use case. The first thing to mind is that you don't break anything, and then the requirements of the regulators. Because all of these solutions come with limitations. I do GUID remappings. I don't use rootless. In Podman, you'll need OpenShift for clusters. It all depends. You might find some features lacking in the future. Great question. There are cases where for training you will want rootless to prevent students from getting out of containers. So yeah, again, based on the use case, just make sure that the functionality is enough for you and that it doesn't break anything. Thank you. Let me issue the prices right away. Come up. Take your pick. Stickers are for everybody. It's a free-for-all. Great. Let's take a picture as well with the banana. Picture with the banana. Are they taking pictures or are they just posing? Okay. Other questions? I'll hand out the stickers. I'll let them be there. Hi. Thank you very much for the presentation. Great memes. Very interesting. Very engaging. I have a question about the container. What happens if you run a container within a container? I never did this. You can use Docker and Docker. But why? That's my follow-up. Are there cases of DIND? It's not recommended because you have to mount a socket. It's not very secure. For compilation, you can use plugins that do not require that many privileges. For example, in Java, you have Jib from Google. You put it right in, and it uses Docker API. It doesn't need all the rights. Docker socket has full set of rights to manage Docker and administrate. We had an automation case, automation of the build, and we had a container in Git and the runner, and we had Docker and Docker to compile a container there, or stand the container there. You can try Scopeo, a utility. Just look for utilities that require less rights. And there are open policy agents as well. You can use it with Docker and the plugin with authorization and fine-tune your daemon. But it'll take some effort. It's not as straightforward. Okay, thank you. Do come up. Take your pick. Question to the right. Go up to the mic if you want to ask a question. The cat? Well, okay. Kotlin. It's Kotlin's mascot. Are they taking pictures?
Отлично. Так, все, похлопаем.
Great. Round of applause.
Так, давайте еще, да, вот там.
Задавайте.
Спасибо за доклад.
Вот там еще.
Oh, there you are. Thank you. How careless can you be when you build internal LPEs in Docker where you have multi-users? Multi-user mode in Docker.
Внешний доступ.
Это очень...
And there is external access. Yeah, that's very bad. If someone is on Docker group, they're like root. There is root, there is a separate user that runs the application. How careless can you be with your OS inside? Overlapping secrets, for example, that are open to the world, access to scripts, if not secured. One user has access to write root scripts and okay, now I get the question. Don't give out too many privileges. Any additional privilege is a problem. You can be as careless as you want, but you shouldn't. The question is to harden Dockers in AppSec. So, do you need to contain it, suppress it, as you build an app? It's good if there is just one app, not as challenging. But when there is a set of apps, follow the best practices. Look at his benchmark security on hardening Docker. There are utilities to analyze images. Use several. Shouldn't be any secrets there. Use truffle hack to search for secrets. There are many utilities, and you need to beat out such issues, but until you get to the point where you start breaking down the functionality. If there are superfluous utilities in the image, an attacker can exploit them. The more fat you have on your Docker image, the larger your surface of attack, so you need to trim it down. What about roots, Docker roots? There used to be this vulnerability. Are there any others except for root escape? Escape from the Docker. It can be done without a vulnerability. You can use native tools for that if there are too many privileges. So it's down to configuration. Yes. Get good. That's the bottom line. Any tool can be used for the worst or for the better. Yes, come up for your prize, and then there is another question. We are running out of prizes, just bananas. Thank you for this cheerful presentation at the end of the day.
Не-не, это нельзя, это мы раздадим. Это не так лихо.
This is to be handed out. This, that, and that. And bananas, of course. Okay, congrats. Let's take a picture.
Или потом с видео можно сделать, короче, скриншот.
Or you can have screenshots from the video. A simple question. As a customer, we do not configure Docker installations, but most IT systems run on Docker, pilots, and so on. As a customer, what should we do? What checks should we run? Privy, other things? To be sure. Or do we need an expert to run the checks? You can invite contracted experts. You can invite pen testers as well. It's great that you think about this. Do not trust the vendors. You had cases where vendors can send you images with all dependencies, for example. Don't trust the vendors. Verify everything. Apart from Trivy, there is Gripe, Sneak, other tools. Use them all. But it's not just a set of scanners. Run an antivirus. If you have access to the code, check it in SAST. dependencies. It's multifaceted. You can check it in the runtime.
Что-то там понагружать, что-то поделать. То есть
Run it, load it, see what happens. More checks, more better. If you don't have your own specialist, can be contracted. If your security guys approve. There are people who get paid to help people like this. Thank you for your question. Take a pick. It's time that we've selected the best question, but they were all great. This, yes? A conference? No? All bananas. Or this.
Все, давайте
Worm.
похлопаем. Давай сфотаемся тогда еще.
Let's take a picture. Round of applause.
Все. Все, да, давайте похлопаем тогда.
Okay.
Если вопросов нету. Или есть? Есть?
If there are no more questions. Oh, another one.
Проблему Docker and
You mentioned Docker and Docker. There is a solution how to fix this. You can use Canico. But are there other good practices as alternative? We use Jib,
Там на самом деле есть
an alternative to Canico. You can look them up. There are many tools.
репозиторий, прям полазить. Там можно прям еще.
Go to that repository, awesome Docker, and you'll have a list.
Можно собирать. Ну, во-первых, можно настраивать всякие политики для докера.
You can configure different policies for Docker in plugins. You can develop something on your own, but it's risky. It might turn out worse than what's available. But the options are out there.
Чтобы не было много привилегий, потому что в докере по умолчанию.
Just limit the privileges. By default, there are too many in Docker. Yes, true. What arguments or demos helped you in negotiating with colleagues from DevOps to migrate from Docker and Docker to something more secure?
Я внутри у себя
Well, what I do is that I organize Docker security trainings inside. I show the consequences of why some things are a no-no.
Вот смотрите.
You cannot just say that Docker and Docker is bad. You then show it. You show an attack, execute something bad in CI.
Хороший инженер, он всегда.
It has an effect. A good engineer always has a justification,
Тогда люди поймут. И так,
a detailed justification.
и своим коллегам, но еще, например,
This applies to other situations. If you need to prove something to security people, they don't have to know this all. DevSecOps and information security can be two different teams.
всегда доказать, да.
Согласен.
Yes, agreed.
Переговоров с коллегами достаточно ли было приводить?
Is it enough in such negotiations to reference existing POCs or online materials? Yeah, sure. But different arguments have different effects. You can refer them to some other materials, but when you show it firsthand, it's always better. But both is fine. All these things are fine. You just need to argue your point. It doesn't mean that if you give all the examples, it'll work right away. Maybe it'll take several demonstrations, more than once or twice.
Потом сделаешь доклад и покажешь людям.
Maybe you'll make a presentation at a conference as well,
Это тоже круто будет.
or run a training session at a conference. Come up, pick your prize.
Давайте похлопаем. Вот. На самом деле,
Round of applause.
четкий приз это как раз вот поехать на
I
конференцию.
think you get the best prize. Visiting a conference, any junk conference. Message me
Да, в Telegram, да, и там вот
to swap this voucher for an actual ticket. They run a lot of different conferences. Here's your banana.
так, Валера, ну с другой стороны тогда.
Let's take a picture.
Вот так. Все, это я, да.
Yeah.
Все. Вот так вот. Давайте похлопаем, держи.
A round of applause.
Мне пришли, сейчас я подойду тогда, и ты мне пришлешь.
Message me.
Да, все,
We'll exchange contact details. Let's call it a day. A round of applause for everybody. Thank you all.
и бананы. Значит, кому нужны стикеры?
Come up for bananas and stickers if you like. Please. Come one, come all. Our first day is over now.